And as you can see, ladies and gents, we are back for the North American DPC. Me and Lizard magically appearing on your screens. You know it is time for the final stretch. We've got 3 series remaining in the North American DPC, of which 2 will be played out today. And of course, the final one on Wednesday, Thursday night. So it is an exciting finish line run, basically, Lizard. We're looking at the final moments of Tour 2.
The final couple of moments, yeah. Final couple of series. Looking forward to finalizing NA Div 2 together with you, my friend. It's going to be fun. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be on the new patch as the last few series have been. You know, it's bittersweet. We have seen half of the tournament played on one patch, half of it on another. I wonder what would have happened if it was all on this patch. Like, which teams would have been on top, which would have underperformed. But yeah, like, definitely a lot of crazy Dota. 70-minute games here, left, right, and center.
Pretty much. We've seen it all.
We've seen it all, yeah.
And to talk about, most importantly, some of the upset things regarding this patch, this entire division. Yesterday on the broadcast, when we had one series, it was something else. You know, we had Tilted Boys go up against C-Dub Esports, and it was not what we expected in the first place. Tilted Boys, their chances were still remaining, still alive, to push towards a potential tiebreaker to promotion to Division 1. That was taken away from them. C-Dub absolutely crushed them in this first game. They did not get this mid Necrophos to work. Their safe flame Monkey King also in peril. It was pretty much just Ezekiel in the off lane doing as much as he can, but he is just an axe.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened here this series. I heavily favored the Tilted Boys, but that just didn't pan out. They lost, and they lost quite hard. It was a 2-0 and it was a stomp. Nothing more to say they're really. Anti-Mage, TA, and Alchemist, if they're winning a game, I feel like C-Dub could have drafted anything and they would have won. But yeah, jokes aside, this draft of theirs did have some synergy. The Alchemist wasn't some carry Alchemist. This was offlane with a lot of utility being brought by him. The pipes, the blinks, the stuns, the acid sprays, together with techies in the lane. Yeah, it was a cool draft that they had. Synergized really well with TA, and Anti-Mage could have been anything, really. Like this Double King AM in first game. He joins the game 30 minutes in and just cleans up, but didn't really have a lot of impact because he didn't need to have a lot of impact.
After the games were played, I did talk with their coach Kips a little bit, and her question to me was, how do you like our new drafts? And I was like curious if they're going to see an offlane Huerta come out. It was exactly that. They played the offlane Huerta, but the thing is, it was a 4v5 game. Like that game 2, Huerta did not even participate whatsoever in the PvP aspect. Instead, it was just full-on PvE, hitting creeps, getting big items, and making sure that you have something to fall back on. And that was from the offlane. That's not even your carry that you're putting in that position. They just rolled out with this Double King, Wraith King. He just kept on rolling around with the supports, the Clockwork, the AA. They had constant pressure on top of Tilted Boys. And there was a lot on Volotka here with the Storm Spirit. Like, he had a pretty rough laning stage. He lost both of the lane in both games against Mark. And then they weren't able to shut down the carry on the side of C-Dub in either game. Ezekiel might have had a pretty good start in game number 1 on the Axe, but it's just not enough. Like, you can't put everything on one guy if you're losing at least two of the lanes. And this was basically just the storyline of the game. Mark, LC, he was ramping up massive amounts of right-click damage coming out from those dual victories. And then you also have Wraith King, who's another hard hitter. So Tilted Boys, they will lose members of their team before the fight properly even starts for them.
Yeah, I agree. Very well put, very well said.
Not much to say about it. That's
not much to
pretty
say.
much the theme. It was a stomp.
It was a stomp. Like, I don't think this draft would have worked in other circumstances just because of the greediness that Muerta brought to the table. Just some offlane Muerta that's just farming. But maybe they would have played differently if the lanes and the game wasn't that easy, you know. Maybe that would have happened. So,
maybe
I'm not sure.
Like, maybe could have been some differentials for sure, but you know, they played a greedy 3 farming core lineup which basically just allowed them to snowball the whole time and not spend too much time farming around.
No. Wait. What allowed them to snowball is Storm feeding 0-3 on the mid lane. That's what allowed them to like,
exactly.
There is no way in hell you should be able to do anything with these 3 cores in the game. That's how I feel. If the game isn't completely favored for you from the laning stage. However, at the same time, I do have to say that Legion Commander does feel quite a bit broken. Muerta is probably one of the strongest carries at the moment, so those 2 can work, but perhaps on switched up positions, or Muerta being the safe lane. Like usually, Panda, you won't believe it, but usually you need all 5 heroes to win the game. Usually.
That's Dota today, right?
Yeah.
And Dota today as well in the North American Division 2. If you look at the leaderboard, I will keep you reminded of the situation regarding our tiebreakers, because I will say it, and I will say it with utter confidence. We have a guaranteed tiebreaker, and that is at least for 3rd and 4th, because the schedule today allows us to play out a series, meaning C-Dub is going to tie up with someone, and that's going to be worth $4,000 for 3rd and 4th place. Because when you look at the schedule, it's Tilted Boys versus Ant. They're both 3-3. One of them is guaranteed to win and tie up with C-Dub for 3rd place. So we got to break that tie. And the second series following up on that, which is going to be Oversight versus Alpha. Oversight needs a win. Nothing else will do. If they lose, they're out. If they win, they will tie break with one of the teams, which is the loser from Ant and Tilted Boys. And if Cut loses to San King Gomez, they will play against them as well. So we could even get a 3-way tie, but it's just up to Oversight. It's really down to them. They can make a decision here. They can make a choice.
Yeah, they can make a choice and say, we're better today. We're going to win. We're just much better than before. And we'll take down Alpha. Easy game, easy Katka. It's going to be a little bit hard for them, right? Like we discussed this a little bit off camera. It's not really the easiest series for them. They're obviously about to be relegated, and for that not to happen, they need to play versus a team that's strongest in the region. Usually that doesn't bode well, and maybe they can figure some things out. Maybe they can surprise Alpha a little bit. Maybe Alpha doesn't play to their full potential because they're already qualified, and because of that, maybe they force those tiebreakers. They don't get relegated, but I do believe that it's an uphill battle for sure.
It definitely is. And Alpha, if they were to win this series and San King Gomez were to drop to the cut, that would mean an extra $1,000, because we still get to play a tiebreaker for top 2 if they lose their both series or if they win their remaining series. So that's a 1K game, but they're already through to Division 1. But most importantly, it is for Oversight. Can they still stick around for a second chance, which is the tiebreakers, to still stay in the division? So it's not out yet. You've not lost your hope yet. But we are going to put our sights towards Tilted Boys and another NA team. As we saw yesterday, Tilted Boys, and the day before, Tilted Boys is not in shape. They are in a cold streak right now. I feel like if something were to happen, it could be a slow game 1 where you can make a comeback happen and then you ride the momentum. But right now, there is no momentum whatsoever for Tilted Boys. And for Ant, they had a pretty convincing win versus the Cut, and that's going to feel pretty good for them. So they're still on the high run.
Yeah, I feel that like Ant are my favorites for this game just because of the last few series from Tilted Boys. I don't think these guys care anymore. It's as simple as that. I think their spirits have been crushed. Like yesterday as well, okay, you lose some series, it's fine. But yesterday, as they were defending high ground, their offlaner dies. Everyone else buybacks, he's AFK. He doesn't buy back to go fight with the team. It's like he's not really AFK, he just, if you remember the Chinese region and the situation in which Storm zips in and then tips his own centaur, I feel like it was something like that happening. He just went in, he died, and after that, he was like, yeah, I'm done. I'm done with you guys. And yeah, usually that's not a good sign.
Usually not. And what also matters a lot for Tilted Boys is to get their carry game on point, because when you look at the carry matchup between Ferte and Argius, Argius has had some, let's say, mediocre, basic performances. Nothing flashy required. And he's bringing in the numbers that are required. He's not like, I would say, the best carry player in this division. I mean it when I say mediocre, because it's not bad, but it's not great either. But Ferte, he on the other hand, has had some pretty crucial games where his decision-making can impact the game a lot. You say it's a 5v5 game, but Ferte feels like he can click at the right moment and carry the win for the team. But Argus, somewhat of a different type of hero pool compared to Ferte. So I'm pretty excited to see what these two players are going to be bringing out in the drafts.
Yeah, like Argus, you're good old reliable, more or less reliable, and Ferte, you're always reliable, I would say. Even in the games yesterday that they were losing, he was playing quite all right. He always finds farm. He doesn't necessarily lose the lane too hard, and he has a couple of heroes like that Morphling on which he can win the game just on his own. It was Ferte, also known as Lightless before. So this guy, he definitely brings his A game in most of these series that I have watched. So
and he also has that experience from, like you said, Lightless, now known as Ferte. He's played with Team Empire for several years. And maybe some of those heroes also translate to what he wants to play now. As these teams, they are somewhat different. And of course, these are based on the majority of the old patch. But there are some difference makers because some of these heroes are still strong and viable. You look at the TA, look at the Doom, the Enchantress. We talked about the Inch and the Chen, basically. Funny thing that they both make up out of the same letters, and they have some similarities towards them. And they are both looking pretty hot right now. You also brought it up that the Micro is much stronger now.
Well, it depends on the player if Micro is stronger or no. But the heroes themselves, yeah, they are. These Dominators are really good. Like, creeps get upgraded over time. They are just feeling good. Like, they both got buffed. Ench got buffed. Chen got buffed. So there's so many creeps across the map. It's hard to block all of those camps. So unsurprising that they have been picked in the grand finals of Dream League as well quite a bit, that they have been banned out. I believe Chen in every single game. Yeah. Actually Enchantress in every single game, and Enchantress. But yeah, looking forward to seeing if these two teams will pick them up.
Yep. Well, let's see what both of these teams have in mind, but also something for all of you viewers out there. It is, of course, the Watch to Earn platform on the side of esportsbet.io. As you can see, the odds for these two teams pretty even, but you might as well use that knowledge to maybe watch some of those games and, maybe talk about those drafts, maybe go on voice comms with your friends and talk things through and earn some tokens on the side. You'll get 3,000 free shards or tokens per hour, which is the equivalent of about 3 USD. So take advantage of that and utilize both the enjoyment of Dota and getting something on the side. And, when these two teams are going to be kicking off, we know we've set the stakes for them. They know what's up. If they can win this one, they're playing for at least an extra $4,000 in the tiebreaker versus C-Dub. The loser might still face a relegation tiebreaker. So this is not the time to start going sloppy. And hey, it's the last series of the division. Because if Oversight wins later on today, you're going to regret playing this one sloppy.
Yep. What's interesting for me as well is how close the odds are. Like, when you consider Ant and Tilted Boys, maybe before 2 series ago, for Tilted Boys, they'd be absolute favorited team, but here they are, not really favorited at all, just dropping super heavily. And another NA team, like, they're the ones at the beginning of the season that I thought might be the ones being promoted to Division 1, but they underperformed a little bit. Yeah, maybe this new patch, it's all that they needed, something to reinvigorate them.
Well, that's all that we need. But hey, let's take a look at the draft and see what is happening in game number 1 of the first series of tonight. Tilted Boys, another NA team. We are seeing a very interesting first face ban. It is the Bounty Hunter, where we've seen or kind of had the discussion of Ricky being like this budget bounty hunter in a way because he gets experience for kills. Bounty Hunter, he made a couple changes in the patch, which I cannot name you right away, but Lizard probably might be able to mention something. But this was a hero that a lot of East European players in the East European region were saying, please buff this hero. And I think they got what they wanted.
Who was saying that? Who wanted Bounty?
Funnick.
Give me names.
Funnick was saying it. That's
Is
my
he-
credible
he-
source because we had an interview with him.
Is he East European player any longer? Like I've heard he fled to NA. He's
Fled to
playing
NA,
in NA
yes.
now. Yeah.
Brought the NA meta or the East European meta into NA. I mean, NA is always the copycat region. Even Fear, the expert himself, says that. So, you've got these two Ukrainians on the side of Tilted Boys. Maybe they can influence this meta a little bit with that bounty hunter. But it was a hero that was super underwhelming.
Yes and no, because just before the patch they played in mid and they crushed with him. Like I still believe that Bounty Hunter in that old patch was super underwhelming, but only because no one experimented enough with him. There were some matchups that he just crushes. Like I was spamming Bounty core on mid lane during the last patch, and the hero actually worked quite well, even on higher MMR games, like high mortal games.
Yeah.
And it worked in couple of those pro games as well, but he just wasn't picked enough. This time around he is a bit different. You said budget Ricky. That Ricky is budget bounty, right? I still like Ricky quite a lot. I feel that hero at the moment is really damn strong. The smoke screen is stupid. Like smoke screen with the shard, -7 armor, and targets become untargetable. Like heroes become untargetable by their teammates in the fog, in the smoke. That's just stupid. It's crazy.
Yeah. It's definitely quite the something else. And the bounty hunter actually having Janata break, and basically sorry. Not break. It is instead disabled by break instead of being disabled by silence before. That kind of hurt the hero a lot because there were a lot of AoE silences or even single target silences that would stop the hero from getting those extra big hits in. Very easy counter to a massive damage ability. But as I see Tilted Boys open up with the Chen, I was expecting an instant Enchantress response from another NA team. They still could, but they go for the Snapfire instead. So you see a Chen, could be 4, could be even a 5. That might just take the Silencer out of the pool. Let's see if they go for it against the Snapfire. Nope, they're going to go for the PL first phase. Very optimistic. It's a strong hero for sure, but do you first phase a PL? Is it that strong that there's no answer to it right now, Lizard?
There's probably answer, but first phase, you picked it as the second pick in the first phase, and you also banned out Lesh in the first phase. So you already covered him with one ban. Now you're going to cover him with a couple of other ones, and I think it's completely fine to pick him like that. It's not fine to pick him as your first pick first phase. That can be rough, but this should be fine. And also you're picking it into Undying. PL has always been good versus Undying. Snapfire, more or less. There's some AoE from Snap. You can also get on top of her easily, but the AoE usually you don't want to play against. Overall, I didn't mind the Leica pick. I think it's solid. They're just banning out all the good heroes now. Underlord, Primal Beast. There will be some left remaining in the pool. Some like Legion Commander that I think Ash will 100% pick up for himself. I just have that feeling if it's left in the pool.
It could fit in, yeah. There's the Ezekiel Axe, which we saw having a lot of impact. Wouldn't be too surprised if Ant decides to ban it away from Tilted Boys. They are looking at offlane heroes specifically, just to get this PL a good game, and at the same time another NA team looking at what are the options around this PL, which might be a counter of a counter, so to say. So they take away the Batrider, which is very universal, not a universal hero. At least I don't think so, but universal in the fact that Bat is just generally good against so many heroes.
Yep, he is undoubtedly. They do ban out the Legion in the end. I think that was probably the strongest out of the three.
Batrider is universal actually, so that too. Yeah.
There you go. Universal and universal.
I love how like the base damage, it's kind of misleading because his base damage before was 17 to 21 and it's now 0 to 4. But universal heroes have a massive amount of right click. No matter how low that number looks like it's going to be, I'm sure it's going to get nerfed in the next patch.
But wait, whose damage was 70 to 21? Batrider didn't have 70 to 21 before.
Base damage, he did. Yes, he did.
He didn't have 21 damage, man. Are you insane?
Base damage. I am not insane. I'm completely sane. It's his base damage, and then you put intelligence on top of base damage, and you get like X amount of right click.
You mean like the right click damage that he had at level 1 was more than 21? That's what you're saying, right?
His base damage was at maximum 21. And then he has 22 base intelligence, which is 22 damage on top of 21. So he hits for 43 at the highest and 37 or 39 at the lowest. So you get the maths. You get the maths.
So around 40 he had that's what we're saying. Yes. Around 40 he had in the last patch, yeah. Because 20, but it was the same base damage. Like it had nothing to do with int in the last patch. You just get the base damage. And then you get the int whatever you get, right?
Because it's his primary attribute,
yeah.
However, I see a Sky, and I see a Sand King.
Yeah, we see some cool heroes as well, right? Not Batrider can leave our minds in peace now with his shitty new universal damage. Instead, we get some Skyrad that he doesn't care about. Well, he does care about the right-click damage, but he's gonna hit you with those arcane bolts constantly. A hero that has been seeing a lot of love in NA in that last patch and in this one. They don't care. They just love the Sky. And another NA team, they just love the Ember. So they pick it up. They get it into the Sky, which is, it can be a lit rough. The silence is pretty damn long, so you're gonna need to get a BKB or a Lotus on someone or something like that. Something needs to happen. At the same time, you can jump the Sky, so as Ember, you kind of feel good about that one. Skyrad Sent on one side, Sand King Snap on the other. Both of these teams, I think, have pretty damn strong offlane duos. Maybe the Sky and the Sent aren't as strong because they're playing into Undying. Like, if maybe it's even it's probably Sky and Sent. Into Undying, he's gonna spam you with Decay. That doesn't sound that super fun for a Centaur or a Sky actually.
Could you do a lane swap on the side of Tilted Boys? Put the PL versus the Undying?
I mean, you can, but it's not like you're great in the lane versus Undying as PL. You know, it's later on that you're strong.
It's later on, yeah.
Yeah. It's just the fact that you can spawn illusions and send them on the tombstone. That's basically the biggest point of, like, that's your biggest strength versus the Undying. Especially now with the longest ranged pole.
I guess what the NA Ant basically just does at that point is, well, we just don't level Tombstone. We play it passive, we play it defensive.
Or just make sure that the Tombstone is always well hid. Yeah. Or that it's somewhere on the cliff or behind your team, or that it maybe even is baiting, because you have a ton of AoE damage now. With the Sand King, with the Ember, PL isn't going to have a lot of fun. The Sand King is one of those better heroes into the PL. You can itemize extremely well into him. All your items kind of come naturally versus the PL. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, it's going to... I feel for another NA team, they should be feeling pretty good with what they've got so far. Plus, they have the last pick. DK, just your standard DK run-of-the-mill versus the Ember. By the way, this DK has one of the best win rates, I feel like, in the new patch. He's pretty solid.
Interesting.
Solid boy.
I actually want to look that up right now. Let's see.
Check it. I've seen some players brag about the DK.
5 seconds remaining.
Looks a bit lower on the last week meta. I need to find this week's meta. See what it looks like there. Anyway, we have to look for an answer against this DK. It could just be DK mid versus the Ember Spirit. We know how that one rolls out. So another NA team, a carry spot required. What does Arceus want to bring to the field? Do we see again another TB versus PL game? Or are we looking at something completely different? Because the carry pools have grown in size. Like, there's a whole variety of heroes you can pull out and try something very untraditional. or even some of the heroes from last patch that weren't your go-to carries, like the Furions, the Linas. Maybe you could go for a Pudge. Maybe you could look for maybe like a Life Stealer. I don't think that's too great against the PL, though. Maybe you want some extra AoE clear, because the Underlord is banned, which is usually great against these illusion-based heroes.
Yeah, like the Radiance builders are solid. The Pudge would be good. They go for the Monkey instead. They want to have a really strong lane, and that's... yeah, he's a solid dude, you know? You respect the Monkey. You see him, you feel good about him. It's Monkey into the Centaur. Like, he plays the game pretty damn fast. We'll see what he goes for. It can be a Battle Fury Monkey. It can be some Echo, Saber.
Yeah, like a fighter
Diffusal,
build.
yeah, just fighter, Dezo, Monkey. We'll see what he goes for. But I think it's a solid pickup. Nothing crazy. Nothing, not a big gotcha pick, but just solid. Yeah.
The matchup works. Like against the Centaur, it's decent. It's just the Skywrath Mage that maybe puts a bit of fear onto Arceus this game. At least you can work around with Mischief, but you have to basically spam it off cooldown majority of the time versus this guy. And a lot of work for feeling as well with this Undying. But I do feel like Ant is the stronger team versus Tilted Boys right now, at least in terms of previous series performance. Like, this team is on a decent streak, you could put it that way. Tilted Boys, however, they've just been losing, and nothing's been going their way. And last night, as soon as last night, they were in shambles. So I feel like another NA team. The draft is all right. They just look like a better team, but maybe we see that Tilted Boys we saw early on in the division. We're like, hey, these guys look pretty damn good, but they've just been super inconsistent since then. Yeah,
if they just rewind the tape to a couple of weeks back, I think this game shouldn't be that hard for them. I think their draft is also pretty damn solid. They have catch, they have blow-up potential for the Ember, for the Sand King. There's not a lot of save on another NA team. Cookie is pretty good into the Skywrath, but that's about it.
Yeah.
I really think the Tilted Boys, if this was them a week or 10 days ago, they would take this game. Now the only question is, which Tilted Boys do we see? Do we see the Tilted Boys from yesterday that just gets crushed in the lane and is shambles, like you said, post-laning stage, or do we see Tilted Boys that's actually motivated and wants to take a series?
Well, that is down for them to decide, because Tilted Boys also looking for a win here to try to squeeze into the shared third place versus C-Dub for an extra $4,000. A loss here, however, might mean playing tiebreakers for relegation or even for the mid-pack in the division to keep your spot. But a win is worth at least potentially $2,000 to $4,000. So they are definitely playing for some kind of a little prize. I mean, for Division 2 players, an extra 1K is probably more than what most Dota players have ever earned in their Dota careers. So any little extra is very welcome.
In 1,000 isn't more than most of them have earned. Come on, bruh. They have these weekly tournaments and stuff still. Like, you can earn that. Do you know that there was a tournament like 10, 12 years ago where you would play...
12 years ago? You sound like you're talking to an ancient guy.
Oh, well, 2013 or something. That was damn, I can't believe that was 10 years ago. But yeah, the tournament was called League of Dota. And
League of Dota.
And you would play League of Dota every weekend. I believe it would usually last one full day. Mm-hmm. You'd start at like 11 a.m., you'd finish by 11 p.m. for the grand prize of $50. Nice.
That is, you got to start somewhere, right?
Yeah. I was grinding that. I was playing that every weekend. I mean, it was about the games as well. It was good practice.
Did you win every weekend?
Dude, you wouldn't believe what players I faced in that tournament. Like,
I'm not sure if you met feeling he's going to drop. We're going to get first blood. Oh.
Yeah, he probably should, yeah.
There we go. All right, so who were you playing against?
Like, there was Mind Control, like Miracle was in that once or twice. It was like everyone was in that. It was just a practice ground.
The place to be.
Yeah, the place to be. And Division 2, it's also a place to be. It's also a nice playground, nice practice ground as well.
Yeah, you call it playground. I usually call it training ground, because it's like, you get all these extra stand-ins dropping in from time to time. You've got new players coming out from qualifiers. You have a team that's been grinding opens every time winning, and then they go to close qualifiers, they lose, and then they finally make it in. They actually start winning some teams, and like, oh, these guys are actually pretty good. Maybe Tilted Boys is one of those examples where they finally squeeze their way into the division and start to look for some easy wins. Not always the case, but they have been like this very positive spark. You know, I feel like I really liked Tilted Boys at the start. I know you were also a fan of them because they were like, these players look good. Like their plays look good. It makes a lot of sense. They have usually reaction time. Like when you're casting games and you're watching, what's the reaction time on an initiation? Do you get 3 guys instantly jumping the target they want to kill, or do they slowly waddle their way into the fight and then it actually looks much more even than getting a quick kill and leading into a team fight? I feel like Tilted Boys were doing things correct, like what a Division 2, maybe even like a gatekeeping Division 1 team should be doing, just being fast on the map and being quick with their rotations and committing to the calls.
I just love that the Skyrat pulled a creep wave all around the world, only for it to end up almost in the same position it would usually end up.
Happens.
Yeah. Well, you have to do something when you're playing into Undying Monkey and your core is a centaur. Like, he doesn't want to lane this very early on, so you have to be pulling, you have to be connecting, messing up the creep equilibrium. They are going on the scent.
They're putting some effort into it.
Sky's is not a kill.
Sky's still slowing them down, but at least they're fending him away. Tombstone also plays down, so Centaur can't really get close enough. Gonna need that extra regeneration, potentially like an early Vanguard. One Ezekiel, as he is lining it up, so that will help him sustain himself in the lane a little bit better. Doesn't just straight up die to all the decay dropping your max HP, and Monkey King at level 3, level 4 starts to hit reasonably high. Like, you got your Primal Spring slow into your Jingus and Boundless Strikes. So Vanguard kind of puts Centaur in a position where he just can't die, right? You say it, but it might still happen in the end. But at least it gives him like this big buff.
Yeah, and he's been finding a lot of farms so far. Like, actually, more CS than the Monkey King. I'm surprised considering how the lane was going. It looked like, just looking at the lane, it looked like Undying was dominating them, but yeah, not the case. So far, the only one dominating is the Ember on the mid lane.
Yep.
21 versus 15. Not a significant advantage, but still a solid one, considering the Dragonite was picked into the Ember. And usually for a reason, like, he should have a pretty good lane. Valotka, like in the last series, I believe he died in the mid lane twice in a row. I mean, not only twice in a row in one game, he died 3 times in a row in both games, but he died solo to the enemy mid laner.
Happens more. RDS, oh, and he's in big trouble as well, Fergus. He will apply the pressure to get this kill and take down the Monkey King. So an important pickoff for Tilted Boys, and now that makes Centaur's lane a little bit easier. He's gonna have free time to farm up his Ring of Health. At that point, he can trade some hits, continue farming, poking back on the Monkey King. But they are using a lot of resources for it. At the same time, Ush going for a Burrow Strike and an Illusion, hoping that would have been the right PL, but it's not. They actually dropped fairly low there, and you see 2 points in Caustic Finale. They really do want to apply like 1 extra hit to get that quick pop damage. And with Snapfire, that's a decent combo, like Scatter Blast into Caustic Finale Explosion.
Yeah, it can be really strong. Usually I like to see Sandstorm as well into the PL. It generally was good, but in the laning stage, the finale is the burst damage that you probably need here.
Yeah, the max health damage that you deal with Caustic Finale up to 22%, which is very solid against PL illusions. Like, not necessarily the illusions, but to find the right target, and especially if you're fighting near targets where PL is also going to end up taking hits. Ferte needs to position himself somewhat away from the Sand King in fights. That is also the case for later on. Everybody is enjoying their CS right now. 2 kills for Tilted Boys. That's all the action we've seen so far. I don't think Ezekiel, he's got his Vanguard still in the works, so taking the max amount of damage from Arceus on this Monkey King.
Yeah, and there's a DD Skyrat. He might rotate top. We'll see. Doesn't have a lot of
DD.
mana. Yeah. Maybe mid, maybe top. He dishes out a ton of damage. DD and Arcane Bolt, like it's a significant chunk.
Has been killed.
You see, he instantly killed that courier. He's so strong.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Beast. Beast
Strong
mode.
and fast. 400 movement speed momentarily there, but they will spot the Undying, get some nukes in, the stun comes out, they will get the Undying kill and a Tombstone on top of it. Arceus, does he get to deny it? He's gonna jump on the
gonna go
Skyrath
for
and
the
actually
Sky.
fight. Yeah, he's gonna get him. Very solid. Maybe even Ezekiel too. Well, not necessarily the Centaur, but finds a trade.
Yeah. He didn't manage to get the double stun. That's what he was aiming for, but still, he gets the kill on
Yeah.
the Skyrat. He probably doesn't get the kill anyway, even if he double stuns. So
But with that kill, he's topping net worth. Well, okay, the DK just basically barely got above him, but the Centaur's at 2,300, despite when we said he has decent amount of CS. This Monkey King got a lot from that killing spree kill. Bottom lane, Ush is also taking some hits here. They will be chasing for a little bit extra here. Frugos, he did rotate, but the slow's already used. And they're even splitting some of their damage onto the Warden Snapfire.
yeah, the two teams don't really care that much about the vision on those twin gates, so you can pretty much rotate in the supports easily. But it looks like the Skyrat will snatch the Wisdom Rune, which they have forgotten on Ant.
That's nice to have in a Sky. Get closer to Mystic Flare. You've got Dragon Tail to work with. You've got the Centaur Stun. So if you get to that level 6 as soon as possible, you have a, I would say guaranteed kill, but you have a kill threat.
Yeah, you want to get both of your supports to that 6 as soon as possible. Chen also has significant impact with his ulti. Skyrat maybe
Yep.
a bit more noticeable early on because of those rotations that he can make with the DK, with the Scent. Ton
I
of
am
good stuff.
surprised, though, that this Skyrath hasn't been as deadly impact-wise. Meanwhile, the Centaur in the top lane, Ezekiel, surrounded by enemies. He's got the Stampede. He just hit level 6 from the creep wave, and he cuts down the tree from Arceus, meaning that Monkey King won't
Undying
be able to
dies to the
chase.
tower.
Yeah. He got it. He won the trade.
Yeah, that was actually funny. Yeah, he wanted to jump instantly as Monkey King from that tree, so it was really good, really well done by Centaur to cut the tree as soon as possible, because Monkey wasn't really going to stick around on it. Nicely done.
Well, let's see what this Centaur is able to achieve later on, because if he can kill heroes without actually hitting them, and the towers kill them, like Ezekiel could actually just carry throughout the end. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, nothing to do onto RRL though. Velotka just using the stun, but this Ember is going to be dishing out more damage than the Sky and the DK are going to be doing together.
It's just spamming him. Annoying him, really, nothing more than that.
Yeah. That is about it. But once this DK does have that Blink Dagger, which he's already building up, you again have another tool to work with. And I really like not just having Centaur in your team, who's your sole Blink Initiator, you also get the DK and a lot of playmaking capability with it. So you have two heroes that the Skyrath can play with. If one wants to farm, the other can tune in.
Yeah, I just think that Blink is very punishable. That's the only problem. He's building it as first item that he's getting, so...
Radiant's bottom tower
it-
is under attack.
Oh, Ferte. Ember is here.
There's a lot of rotations here.
And Monkey as well.
They really want this PL kill. 10 seconds for Doppelganger. It doesn't look like this PL is going to be going anywhere. And another NA team, they're going to find success killing the Phantom Lancer. But it's also meaning a mid push is happening. TP's coming in. Ush with the Sand King at the tree line. No epicenter, but as a cookie stun onto the Sand King. Onto the Skyrath. Ush just getting blocked by the creep wave. He can't get there. Skyrath, he's still going to be on the run, but RL goes in for the chains. And Ant will find a second kill while keeping their mid tower up.
Very fast. They did this very fast. Like, they moved bottom with the Monkey. With the Twin Gate, he continues pushing. Everyone else TP's mid, defends the tier 1 tower. I don't think that tier 1 tower is as big and as significant as before, but it's still pretty big. You still don't want to lose your mid tower, right? Especially the tier 1. Even though I don't know why. Why am I saying this? Why don't you want to lose your tier 1? I guess because of the smokes. They're still pretty good.
Yeah, map control-wise. Like, I think that's the only thing.
Exactly. Like, moving the map and having this tier 1 on the mid lane. I mean, that's a stretch even, because you have so many different ways to smoke and to enter the enemy jungle right now. Like, you can just go from anywhere. So, yeah, it's not as significant as before.
It does allow multiple skirmish opportunities on both sides of the map because of the increased space. There's a lot of open vision. So I think that also hurts some of the vision providers in this patch because you already see much more than before, like the Beastmasters, the Undying Tombstones, the Clockworks. Of course, you still love vision. You want to have that, but it's not as big as it was last patch, right?
Yeah, not nearly as big. Ember mid lane should be fine.
He's got a shield room for himself. That's going to be an extra 500 for him. We'll lose that tower, but it is a deny by the Ember Spirit. Even with a Breathe Fire debuff, he's still able to get it. Sky, he's halfway to level 6. Despite those Wisdom runes, Snap's the only support at level 6. We've yet to see Mortimer's Kisses being played out.
I feel like maybe they needed to give this a Skyrat at least some lane where he chills a bit and gets his 6, and then he can rotate in, get some kills with the DK. Like this, he's just sitting behind. I'm not sure what the point was. Now they give him the mid lane, so I guess he was waiting. He was like, hello, sir. May I kindly ask you to get the hell out of here so I can get my levels? Thank you. Let me farm.
That's the thing, right? We're playing with a DK lineup. Like, DK just doesn't want to leave the lane, meaning that your supports are going to struggle a bit if they're not finding constant kills around the map. So you're not pressuring the side lanes. You're not getting experience from the mid wave either because DK is just sitting there. And it kind of hurts the supports. Well, Chen can jungle, right? I mean, Chen's still got his capabilities of moving around the map, but a Sky lives off of kills. So if you don't get a free lane, you have to be fighting the whole time, and that's just not happening. We have 7 kills in 13 minutes. Probably the least kill-heavy game we've seen this patch, at least in NA.
Yeah, very chill game, but it might ramp up now with the Blink that you've been hyping up. I like it in a way. Yeah, I mean, I like it in a way that it will work together with our boy Skyrat, right? Yep. So you'll have Skyrat smoking them up. You go for some Blink action on the Ember. You can kill him. You can maybe get a kill on Monkey even. Sure, why not with Mystic Flare?
And ironically, they did actually time it together. You're 6 now on the Sky as DK's finished his Blink. So now I just want to see them play together. So
they did it on purpose, basically.
They did it on purpose, yeah.
Perfect timing.
The casual 13-minute timing. Ezekiel going to get jumped to the bottom lane. Arceus doesn't quite get the slow to connect on this Centaur. Nobody's making their way towards the Twin Gate in the top half either, but they're just going straight TPs. Arceus spotted. Furte cuts down the wrong tree, and he's going to get surrounded. Stuns are going to be connecting, and the PL's going to be dropping first. Now Volodka coming in with a stun as well. They got the Undying comboed here with this Mystic Flare, but it's not going to be enough for a kill. Mortimer's Kisses burning down door. And Ush with his epicenter, he also blinks in. We'll get the connection for Frugos for this Sky to drop. And Ant is cleaning house. That's 4 heroes down from Tilted Boys and another tower to fall.
Yeah, from a team that executed all of their fights really damn well and easily to the team that just goes in with that one hero that shouldn't be running in, does the PL. He gets eliminated first. They just bought like 2 Blink daggers, right? Like one on... I'm not sure if Centaur bought it. Did Cent get a Blink as well?
He did, yeah, because he had Vanguard built before.
So you just purchased 2 Blinks. One on Cent, one on DK, and PL is the one running in first. I guess
what went wrong?
Yeah, I guess Cent was nearby. But that's also a bit of an issue, right? Like you go for these 2 Blinks. If you're not getting pickoffs, if you're not getting these initiations right and you're eliminating big cores, you will be punished every time. And you just saw it, 0-4 in that one singular fight. And you lost the tower. Pretty significant win for Ant.
Interesting. Ember just bought an urn. That is not an Ember item, but I guess now it is.
Okay. I mean, when you die, you get the charge. I guess maybe he
Is
intends
he
to
planning on
feed.
dying?
Yeah, maybe he's like, yeah, I'm about to feed this game.
Yeah, they could. Okay, Blink stun onto Feeling. This time the Undying should be dropping. Magical damage. They actually have a huge amount of damage you think about. You've got the Penitence. Not the old Penitence still, but at least an extra buff. They will take the fight onto Velotka. He's going to be chained up. 2-man stun from Ush. And they traded an Undying for a core. And you could almost say Chen is somewhat of a core himself as well with this big army. So that's 2 kills. And Ant looking for another objective. Tilted Boys, their map's shrinking.
Yeah, losing the tier 1 bottom. Now the tier 1 mid is also pressured. They need to defend this if they have that Mystic Flare, which soon should be up on the Skyrat. So you could find a fight in 18, 17 seconds.
Yeah, and Monkey King's just farming this whole time. He's already got his Battle Fury. Now he's finished the BKB, 17 minutes in.
Yeah, he's finding good farm. Ferte, even though... wait, it's not Ferte. I'm sorry, it's Argus, right? Like Argus. Even though the top lane started perhaps a little bit shabby, Centaur had a bit more CS than him.
Not too shabby.
Yeah, later on it wasn't too shabby.
Are we gonna see a Pavis?
Perhaps. Maybe on a Chen. Maybe on an Undying.
Not a bad idea. There's almost Guardian Greaves up on the Chen, and Ush makes his presence known at the top lane.
I guess the Vessel versus the Chen is kinda alright. You can pop it on the DK or on the Scent. Like these two are your main targets. You won't be using that Ember Vessel for anyone
we might
else.
get a fight in top. The whole full team is here. Velotka is the one to go in first. The stun combination's coming out with the Mortimer's Kisses. Chasing on for even more. The Skyra's going to be dropping Nest. And the Chen even getting caught by the chains from RL. And it's almost too easy. They did use their BKB charge on the Monkey King. But if this was just, you know, they're getting run down.
Yeah, what's happening? It was the same thing yesterday. Watching this team yesterday, it was pretty much the same. Tilted Boys, they just don't take these fights together. It's
Living up to their name right now.
Yeah, it's that one hero that can push. He's kind of alone pushing, and then everyone is keeping distance like it's COVID again. I'm not sure what's up.
Nothing positive, at least. You gotta get their package together. They're definitely living on that losing streak that they're on right now. Need to snap out of it. Get back in. Meanwhile, Ush and RL on the hunt with their smoke up towards bottom. No hero in the lane, but there's a deep ward, which is revealing a lot of their locations here. They see the PL, they see the DK, and they've got backup coming in from mid as they finished off the tower. They just need to get there a bit faster. However, there's a tier 2 in between, allowing Tilted Boys to escape.
Yeah, the Boundless Strike didn't connect as well. So they managed to back out. I guess the PL is a big issue later on, no matter what. What's Sand King building, by the way? Yeah, the Midas on Velotka. It's not that strange. Getting a Midas on the DK even after.
Trying to fight mid. Epicenter being used as well onto Ferte. The Guardian Greaves heal and the Hand of God and the Stampede. Ferte is going to get out of there. But it's a heavy commitment. Ferte was just trying to poke the Snapfire, and instead he tanks an entire mass of damage. And here comes RL, surprising Ferte with that haste rune. Stun coming out from Ush as well. The cookie stun onto the Chen, but the Ember is still going to be silenced up by Frugos. But the chains comes out nevertheless, and they're going to get this DK. They're going to get this Skywrath kill as well. Eventually, Feeling going to be diving under the tower for, and here's the Monkey King. He misses his Boundless Strike. Doesn't matter. They're still going to get the kill. And onto a tier 3 tower. They still need to clear the second one out of the way.
Yeah, what's up with Argius and his Boundless Strikes? He's
Panic.
Yeah. Because all of them are super simple to catch. Nicely done by RRL, using that haste rune to connect on the mid lane, finish off the PL with the Vessel. He knew he doesn't have any way of getting that Vessel off of him any longer for really long cooldown. So he used it to, mess up the PL and then everyone else.
Yeah, that 16-second cooldown on Doppelganger really hurts. It's a very long time. not having your second defensive run out or in. Especially since he does not have a Manta style. He's still 1,000 gold short from the ultimate orb. And they have smoked up to defend the tier 2 tower. Blink stun coming out on the Monkey King. Cookie save coming on to the side. Still going to get their stuns to combine. The healing coming out from healing. And they will get down Arceus, but they're going to pay a price for it. How many heroes is it this time, though? Going to find a Chen at least. Ezekiel still forcing them away on the high ground. Making the 1-for-1 trade. RL going to get stunned up by Volotka, and Ezekiel's going to be here as well. Another stun combined. RL might just drop himself as well. He gets the slate. He got the remnant jump to change the Stampede, but it's not going to be for anything. Stampede to stand on the spot. RL's going to make his way out. They will get the tower, and now jumping on the bottom lane as well. Sand King chasing this Phantom Lancer. He's hiding in the tree line. Can he spot where he went? He's got direct vision on him, and Blink ready. Ush jumps straight on top of him. Ferte, illusion bait. That one will work out. Ush loading up the epicenter, and he's only now going to realize that Ferte is on the runaway. So that was a nice little move there from Ferte with the PL.
Easy bait clap. They should be happy on side of Ant that top lane didn't go much worse than it did. Like they lose the monkey, which is already bad. It's their carry, but at least they didn't lose the mid laner too.
Yeah,
because RRL outplayed them really heavily there.
Yeah,
some other player maybe in some other situation. In
that could have been 2 cores for a tower, and that doesn't sound too worth to me.
Yeah.
Monkey King does have Axe ready, though. He's going to buy it from the secret shop as soon as he jumps past the... Well, he could be able to buy it now. He's got it. We'll take down Volotka, meanwhile. Pretty easy commitment there from Ant. And I think they're thinking about Roshan right now. It is daytime, though, so they will have to take the Twin Gate to bottom. They don't have much to achieve on this top lane, so I wonder what they want to do. Ezekiel getting vesseled up. Ember fighting 1 versus 3 here.
He's got the shield.
They just do so much damage.
Damn. That was a lot. That was a lot of damage, yeah.
That max HP damage from Caustic Finale, that's exactly what Ferte needs to be careful of, but it was the Chen who got blown up. And that opens up the mid lane. They will take the tier 3. Potentially even the lane of Rax as well. Feeling he's going to reunite with his buddies. They are pinging Ferte in bottom. Drawing some lines. Maybe it will TP there. Warden finds Ferte. He sees where he is, but he's all alone. Got to be careful. Might actually drop to this PL. Finished off the melee Rax and they're backing away. TPs are coming in. Warden's almost dead. He's trying to keep Ferte there for as long as possible, but he's not there. And he's running out. Ember still on the chase. Actually finds the PL. The chains already. He's going to cancel the teleport. Ferte is going to go down. So Warden's bait pays off.
I feel like how our carry is getting picked off so easily in this patch. Like, the map feels bigger, but not necessarily always, I guess. They will take the Tormentor. Chen forced to use the mech. He might even fall, like Dor needs to run. He gets the shard though, so he can get some creeps now.
Get ancients,
what a nice death stuff we've got over there. Yeah, he's you know, it's fine for the Chen to get the shard. I think maybe you'd be happier with the Sky getting it. I'm not sure. Maybe not. Maybe not. Just the
maybe.
ancients,
I mean,
right?
I would go Chen shard any day.
Yeah, probably. You're right. I think you're right.
The Sky shard, I think it's still a little bit underwhelming. I think it's pretty good.
It's different
if
now.
you are very high level and you have a lot of items.
Yeah.
But right now, it feels like it's too early for it. But meanwhile, what is not early is a Roshan being picked up on Aegis for the Monkey King. Arceus has a second life now. And with those Ags monkeys as well, that will cause an issue for Tilted Boys if they can't blow them up. Ezekiel stunning out mid lane.
Jumps mid. Okay.
Yeah.
They didn't have a way to kill him there, even if they used their combo. I feel that he lives. He became a little bit too big for that. Like there's like 5-10 minutes. Once you get that level 6 on Skyrat, you're able to take down the Ember. But right now he has a Vessel, he has a Sanj, 2.2k HP, and the Wand. Like he probably lives, and then he can turn on you.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ezekiel trying to look for the stun on Arceus, but Boundless Strike connects this time. Stampede used as well, but no escape for Ezekiel. And the rest of them just out on the outskirts of that Monkey King ult. Ush drops very low from the Mystic Flare, but it's not enough for a kill. Volotka trying to make a run for it, still burning, and will burn down to the ground. And RL might have actually overextended a bit. He's still got some charges remaining, and just enough mana for another jump. But Monkey King wants that. He wants that PL.
So low.
They really wanted him.
Yeah, he barely survives, but his another side will not. They took down mid. This is the second side, 26 minutes in. Tilted Boys, this is very reminiscent of what happened yesterday. They're just being completely crushed very early on.
What does your comeback lie on? PL's too far away.
Yeah, I guess you were waiting for the PL, but while you were waiting for the PL, he was also getting picked off. So it wasn't like this perfect PL game in which he's keeping up with everyone. He's still the
And
lowest.
they've smoked outside of the base. He only gets spotted though. Can't quite get the successful jump.
I'm not sure. They have Aegis. Maybe they can just pressure top tier 3. Just like that, you know, put the monkey on the high ground and hit it.
Yeah, you gotta make decisions fast. There's no DK for him for 25 seconds either, so no blink stun. Or at least no long range blink stun. At least Tombstone placed down on the ground. PL already gonna start making some work towards it. Got Soul Rip to heal it up. Tier 3 about to drop. They're coming in from the side. The wraparound, the blink stun, the Mystic Flare is there, but the Embers just refuses to give it. He will not die. It's just the level 1 ult from Sky. It's nearly not enough damage. Dora going to be going for the runaway as well. The Vessel onto the Skywrath Mage out of all heroes, while the PL is running on the side, but he's going to get caught. Ferte, he's all by himself. He's going to need some backup, but he doesn't have the required help from his teammates, and he is about to drop. He dodges the cookie stun, but he burns in the end.
Yeah, the rest of the team was actually being zoned out by the monkey. Ferte was fighting. Arceus was fighting them in the base, and Ferte is the one that calls GG. 6 to 24, 22k advantage, and seemingly clean. The laning stage pretty damn solid. After the laning stage, it didn't really feel like Tilted Boys ever put up a fight. Like the way they were pushing around the DK left him very vulnerable. Like they were killing him every single time he pops that dragon form, like on the top tier 1. He pops it, he goes in, and he's kind of first, just end alone hitting the towers. Later on, when they got the items that were necessary, like a couple of blink daggers, they initiate with random heroes. Like PL goes in first, gets blown up, then everyone else follows suit. No, I'm not sure. It's rough. I know how it is. Like when you have a couple of losses, every successive loss afterwards becomes just harder and harder. Every game becomes harder and harder to play, and Tilted Boys right now are definitely living up to their name. I hope they find a way to pull out of this mindset.
Yeah, it is a bit of a slump that they are in right now. It's a very deep slump too. I mean, I hate to say it, but I was right. Like it just feels like this team, it didn't have enough time to recover from their last series upset or the one that they had before, and they're just in a very, very bad place right now. The drafts aren't working, the execution isn't working, the mindset isn't really there. It's a very disconnected team, plus playing with a stand-in in the team. It has this. Have we met the end of Tilted Boys? Have we seen the best out of this team? And I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but it does feel like this team has seen its best up to this point. I do hope, like you said, I do hope we get to see a refreshed Tilted Boys, like we saw in their first series when they started Division 2. They tried something fun in Game 1. It didn't work out. In the winter interview after they reverse sweep the series, they were laughing a bit like, guys, let's just not talk about Game 1. We tried something, it didn't work, but we had fun. And the fun's just not there. It kind of looks like bait from Tour 1.
Yeah, it felt like after that game 1 of the whole tournament, it felt... I was feeling, yeah, these Tilted Boys, they're gonna drop out very fast. And then they proved me wrong, right? Like they were winning every single game afterwards. And that game 1, it made even more sense because, yeah, they were just, trying some crazy draft, it didn't work, whatever. And then they found themselves, it felt like they were literally just playing with everyone. Right now, it feels like all that high that you had went very low. They're one of these teams that can have really high highs and really low
lows.
lows. Yeah, and that's where they're at the moment.
Well, there is one team, though, however, who is having a lot of fun and getting things successfully going their way. The team fights they took this game were just straight up running them down. But there was one who did a lot of heavy lifting this game. It was RRL with this Ember Spirit, kind of pushing the envelope, maybe overextending a couple times, but that also meant that he was forcing Tilted Boys to play on the edge. You know, like, oh, this Ember's this deep, but we haven't been able to win this guy in team fights for the last 4 times. Can we actually deal with him as he is this deep in? No, we can't. And there were a couple times they were very close to killing this Ember, but calculations were correct this time. So RRL, everything combined, he's the MVP for this game 1.
Yeah, he did decently well against the DK. DK kind of had a little bit of more net worth coming out of the laning stage, but Ember was the one making all the right moves, all the right plays, had a bit of a different build as well, recognized that Vessel would be good for them, so he got that Vessel early on. Also pretty damn good versus the DK versus the Centaur. Kudos to him, buying that Vessel when not really a lot of Embers are buying it. Back in the day, like long time ago,
True.
it was one of the main item builds for Ember, but not any longer.
And that is also the case for game number 1 in the bag. The what's it called? The intuition and the ingenuity of this team has led them successfully into a leading position in the series. But can they hold on to it? Or do we finally see Tilted Boys untilt themselves and tie the series up? We'll find out after the break.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It was a tough game one for Tilted Boys as another NA team take the lead in this best of 3 series. As we are now heading over to game number 2, Lizard. One team is obviously looking much stronger than the other, despite at the start of this series, the odds were somewhat pretty even. They still look to be, according to esportsbet.io. So what gives faith? What gives belief in Tilted Boys in such a short time span? What if you had a pep talk to the guys, what would you have told after or during that break as you head over to game 2?
It's rough. Like, I'm not sure what I'm not necessarily a coach anymore, you know? I'm just I'm not also a great motivational speaker when a team is obviously completely separated and disconnected. I'd say just play the game, boys. Go for it. You got this new patch. It should be fun, right? Like, that's the thing that's kind of insane for me. It's a new patch. Like, how come aren't they finding like some? And it's a really changed new patch, like a massive one. It's interesting that they aren't finding some sort of motivation in that itself, if nothing else. Like, even if you were on a worse terms with your teammates, right? At that point, I feel like you'd still go ham just because it's new patch, test things out, play together, you know?
True. And I think like what you're saying, not saying too much could just be the key to kind of finding a footing. You know, I think everybody, if they're so lost, I don't think they want to hear like this big pep talk of, guys, we can do this, we can play this, you know, we can have fun. I think everyone has like personally they need to find that place until they're willing to listen. You know, like when you're frustrated, when you're angry, you have those times when you're like, I don't want to talk to anybody, I don't want to hear what you want to say, and this is probably just one of those situations again where you just have to find yourself to be a part of something. You got to learn to love yourself to love others. I guess that's what you could say.
3 deep, 5 me, but very deep, very deep. Yeah.
Well, we have a draft game to start things off. So, out of motivational talks, what hero could solve their problems? They went for a first phase PL, which was not the problem. It was just the way that they played the hero. Like you said, you build 2 blink daggers. You should have the blink initiators going first, not the PL. So, do you think they might actually swap it for something else, or maybe just do the same draft and execute differently?
I think you don't even need those. You didn't even need those 2 blink daggers. I think DK could have went for Midas that game, or he could have went for the blink, and Centaur could have went for more utility, like a pipe Greaves, kind of a Tink pipe maybe for his teammates, for the PL to not get blown up in those early game fights. That was maybe an option. We'll see. Like Tilted Boys, they still have a ton of different heroes that they're strong with. I'm not sure why they're not picking that Morphling any longer. That hero used to win games for them all alone.
Yeah. We see an Undying with an instant Snapfire response coming out from Tilted Boys. They are already prepared for the Tombstone counter. And at least a piece of Teamfight 2. Undying doesn't really do anything to the Snapfire, unless we're talking about laning stage with the Decay damage reduction, with Grandma still being that strength-ish hero. I need to double-check this because she's no longer a strength-ish hero. She is a universal hero now.
How does Decay work on them? On these universal heroes, exactly?
They lose damage because you're losing strength, and strength provides right-click damage, but it's not the whole one stat that you get everything from. You get it from all 3. So I think it's a very small damage reduction and max HP reduction. I guess that hurts laning stage-wise, though, still, but I think that makes Undying really good.
Yeah, Undying just picked up by a lot of teams right now. And in the old patch as well. He's a cool bloke, comes up, decays you, buys Orb of Venom, hits you, you can't run away, the map is bigger, he gets more time to decay you. You can't really creep skip any longer as easily as you could have before, or most of these guys, they still haven't figured out how to creep skip properly. Maybe there is a way. I'm thinking maybe you can creep skip towards the bottom. No longer towards the top. You go around the Twin Gates, and then you go around the Lotus place, you pull that wave all around. I mean, it's possible, perhaps.
One fun fact, Lizard, is that this probably is the longest time period that Undying has been one of the strongest laning supports in Dota. There was when they made those changes to his Decay, when he was able to start clearing creep waves with it. Since then, I think that's 2 years now. Undying has actually been very, very strong and always a support hero you can pick.
Yeah, I would say that Undying has been a strong laner forever, even. Maybe he couldn't flash farm afterwards or stuff like that, but he was always a strong laner. The Tombstone was always a problem when you think about the TIs, when you go back the last 10 years. This guy has been... If you need to really win the lane, if you need something stupid and strong in the lane, you pick the Undying and you'll probably be fine. Sometimes there are patches where other heroes are broken that do his job just as well, so he isn't picked. Like sometimes there are patches in which ET is maybe better, or something like an Ogre is better, so he doesn't get picked. He gets moved to the side, but he's always strong. He's always that big-ass laner that you don't want to face against.
Do you know from the history of Dota, has Undying been picked in grand finals of a TI? Because you know how sick it would be if we see a True Sight with one of those CGI animated team fights where he brings a tombstone down from the ground. That would be sick as hell. Has he been played in a grand finals in pre-TI 7 or TI 6, I think?
I'm trying to think. I can't really remember. Can't remember any of the Undyings being picked up in the grand finals. Usually it's all of these, big boys that bring a ton of a ton of team fight. These kind of heroes are usually picked, right?
Yeah.
Like Elder Titan, I can tell you that it has been picked up, and I believe both ET and Oliver Titan have been picked up on TI 10. I feel like they have been there, right? Yeah. Of course. Man, come on! It was PSG LGD. They were talking about it. Yeah, let them pick Magnus. We have Undying.
Yeah.
That was their.
So that was the answer.
That was the answer to Magnus collapse. Yeah, to collapse Magnus. It wasn't a great answer, or it was a great answer. They just didn't really play it properly.
Yeah, he was in game 4. Yeah, I'm looking at and game 3. I'm looking at LGD's drafts. They had Undying game 3. They win game 4. They win, but not in the last game. But would be cool if they made like a CGI animation of him bringing the tombstone, because it's like it's not
You meant
the
like
ability.
the last game of the Grand. You're asking a lot, Panda.
I'm
Chill
asking a
out.
lot,
Yeah.
but I'm always reaching out. You know me.
Yeah.
I fantasize of a lot of things in the Dota universe that we will probably never see, but hopefully someday these small things appear. I'm still waiting for the one thing I hope from this patch, which was the minimap quality of life change. It did not happen yet, but it might happen in the future. However, we've got our mid matchup here, Ember versus Storm, the classics. It could also be a TA even into mid, but I don't think Arceus wants to let go of his carry TA anytime soon. TA Undying, pretty scary lane.
Yeah, TA Undying pretty strong. They do get the Storm. And this Storm is very interesting for me. You have the Storm and you have the TA. I guess the map is different, so you can actually play this combo. I never liked it. I know there's a lot of teams that did play this combo in the last patch, but not a ton of success. Maybe another NA team, they take a page out of yesterday's book and they pick Alchemist together with the TA. You get some more of that. Juicy minus armor in the lane. You get the stun.
I'm just curious. They did not pick Sniper versus the Beastmaster in the lane for instead of the TA. Sniper did get buffed. Some of his talents were given like minor buffs. His concussive grenade, which was used as a repositioning ability instead of damage, is now buffed from 25 to 200 damage. So you get like a bit of extra from it too. And it is a lane counter to Beastmaster. It's like you pick Beast and the opponent has Sniper. Sniper usually wins that lane pretty easily. They prefer the TA above it, though, so maybe Arceus wasn't thinking about it too much. TA is, at the moment, in the patch, a very strong hero.
Yeah,
What did they pick for 17th, though? We are missing a support.
They're just finalizing all the spirits. Earth Spirit, Storm Spirit, Ember Spirit.
So
They got all of them. They got the triple Panda split.
So what about
the
Venge?
original three bros? Well,
Yeah, Venge feels like it's
don't
horrible.
be like that. Don't be like that. Don't be the
Finalizing the
Venge?
spirits. You threw me the ball.
She's not the spirit. No,
She's not a hero.
She's a different thing completely. These are the three original Panda bros.
Okay. Fire, Earth Spirit and Fire.
Yeah,
Earth Spirit. Storm, Earth, and Fire. That's the one.
exactly. Heed my call.
Heed my
Tilted
call.
Boys, they go right now with most likely their second support as well. They need some position 5 here. Snap can be a 5, but they could pick up a Chen for themselves as well. They could pick up something with the Silence for the Storm. They could pick up something that... there you go. They get the
Classic.
Disruptor. Pretty good as well. You get
Classic
that
versus
kinetic
Storm.
field.
Yep.
Yeah. The kinetic field, classic versus Storm with the static storm, right?
Yeah, Static
Yeah.
Storm, Storm Spirit.
Dire team ban.
And also against the Earth Spirit, too. Like, if he rolls in, you can get a reactionary...
I love Frogos's look. His style. I don't know. I trust this man to fix my plumbing. To go
What?
and do my lumber outside. He would be my woods chuck. Don't be like that, Panda.
Why were you saying plumber?
But don't think that way.
He's not
I'm
a
being
plumber.
innocent.
He's a woodchucker. That I do agree. If they give him a,
Woodchucker, plumber, he just looks very manly with his beard. Like he could fix it all.
all you need is a red and black
Flannel.
Timberman shirt, and you're good to
Yeah.
go.
He's that flannel shirt and he's on it.
Let's go. we
Naga,
could.
Naga
if-
banned out.
If they decide to play with Frugos in their last series, even if it is for a victory or a loss here, most importantly, if we get him in a winner interview, we could actually ask him or ask whoever is in the interview, can we get him to wear a lumberjack shirt?
Yeah, that would he'd definitely like that. You know, maybe he has one.
Maybe he has one.
Yeah, why not? He does strike me like the dude that I'd give him mine if he doesn't have it. He can have some of my shirts.
So, final phase, we're missing offlane for Ant. So what does Ush play? Legion? It's the one we always throw around, right?
Well, if
What else
it's
has he
if it's
played?
good, don't fix it. If it's not broken, don't.
Let me
fix
look at his
it.
hero pool. He's actually played 9 different offlaners. So LC, Centaur, Mars, DK, Snap, Darkseer,
I think you
Beastmaster,
pick
Doom, and Furion.
LC. You just pick LC.
They just
here.
pick LC. It's like, all right, he goes for the Furion.
LC would have been solid too. Like you're playing into Disruptor, you're playing into Beastmaster. Like Legion would have been good, but it's been banned out by Tilted Boys. Stop debating me, T Panda. Just stop it. I'm looking at. I'm like, wait. There's no way in hell they wouldn't pick LC. Instantly go over the bans. Yeah, they got it. Got it
He
out.
can go Ags Rush to root the Ember Spirit, which is the go-to.
It's pretty good. Yeah. If you're Tilted Boys right now, I'm thinking, okay, they just go with the PL again. It's a good PL game. Like it's probably one of the best heroes versus TA. Like the illusions are really when he's in the meta, he's really strong into the TA. Like you get those illusions against her. You just scale very well overall against her. You're good versus the Nature's Prophet. I think this is
The lane is very different now.
you're strong versus Undying. Like overall, it feels like a fantastic PL game.
I guess that's the lightning that they're going to ride on. Like the matchup is very different compared to the last game. The matchups are looking much better for Ferte. And most importantly, the lane is very different versus this Furion. You had to play against the Centaur, who did fall behind, but still it wasn't enough for them to actually, connect. But right now, it looks like the lane is good. He can hit his item timings faster. Volotka can create all the space. Team up with Ezekiel. You have Snapfire if he gets the experience early on. And again, a good point from last game, where we saw Skyrath getting barely any experience because your mid DK was just sitting in mid. Volotka now has an active hero, allowing Snap to get experience, allowing Disruptor to get experience. And it makes Beasts and Ember's game a lot easier when you have a team fight team fight ulti that they can live with.
No, I completely agree. I actually think Tilted Boys draft is much, much stronger this time once again. Well, in the first game, I thought that their draft was an improvement in comparison to their previous drafts, not in comparison to Ant's draft. This time, I think their draft is an improvement in comparison to both of those things, to their previous drafts and to what Ant has got. Like the PL was a fantastic pick. They have pickoffs, they have push, they have everything they need. All they need now is to execute properly and not to get crushed in 15 minutes.
That is the key that they need because right now they're behind by 1 game and they're looking for the tie versus another NA team currently up ahead in this series and also 1 step closer to securing a tiebreaker for 3rd place, which would be worth $4,000 more than what they're currently gaining from this division. So you have something, the stakes are set, they still remain as they are. And Tilted Boys, the worst case scenario for them, the absolute worst case scenario that can happen for them, they lose this game, Oversight wins against Alpha, and you're in a tiebreaker versus Oversight for relegation, you lose that one, and you're actually out from the division. That's the worst thing that could happen to them. Worst case scenario.
I mean, and it's possible. Like if they continue playing this way, and if Oversight do win, like, look, I don't think that Oversight is winning that series. But if they do win, I can definitely see Tilted Boys getting out of division. Like it can happen.
But of course, we do need to see how the series actually ends up being. And of course, the one following up right after this one is going to be Oversight versus Alpha. So do make sure you stay on the channel after this one finishes. That one is going to decide a lot, especially for the top 2. If Alpha wins or loses, and then of course on the final broadcast day, Sankin Gomez also has their last game of the division. So does the cut. So Alpha winning, Sankin Gomez losing, or vice versa. We might not even have a tiebreaker for top 2 for that extra 1K. And also for the oversight, still having their chances of staying in the division or forcing out tiebreakers between one of the losers.
Like, Tilted Boys just started this lane in the worst possible way they could. Maybe they will kill Feeling, I don't think so. He'll probably have a decay once again. But, so basically they started...
Oh, blood grenade.
Oh, wait, he missed the decay.
He missed the decay and he got blood grenaded. So Ferugos with the dot damage out of all things gets the kill. That's 15 damage per second and it's enough for a kill.
Look, look, look. They just started the lane and in the best way possible, they hit Meld onto Ezekiel and double decay on these 2 heroes. And Feeling dies afterwards. I'm not sure what that was. Was he trying to hit the boar or something? But it's level 1 decay. Weird. But yeah. They get the first blood.
And he brought a blood grenade with him now. So if they do manage to get enough decays to connect on the Beastmaster, he drops low enough, you could just throw the grenade and maybe even get a kill with it.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe blood grenade can help you with the boars too. Does it work on creeps? It does, right?
It should, yeah.
Yeah, I don't see why it shouldn't.
And the boar HP, it's 300, so you can get with the tick damage a third off of the boar's
I mean, just the slow, so they
just the slow even for extra hits.
Yeah.
And now the Tombstone placed down. They will get the little shredder to break it down, but a couple hits from Argius forces Ezekiel away.
He didn't use the grenade.
Still holding on to it.
Hey, if he used it maybe on the Beastmaster, they'd have enough range with the TA to come in for another hit.
Maybe indeed. Looking at the CS chart, how is PL only 6 last hits? What the hell's happening in the top lane? The creeps are running all over the place.
Yeah, there's a full wave pushing in, so he's gonna get like, what, 5 CS if he doesn't miss, but he is missing, so...
Both the Beastmaster and the PL are 200 gold behind the next core from another NA team. So this is not a great start. They gotta make a change soon. Probably comes through levels. It's not a very healthy situation to be in, because if that difference starts to build up, Ant might just be running away with a big net worth lead early on. We talked about Ferte having a bit of a better lane. Now he's actually catching up in CS, which is a positive remark. But Ush and the Warden, they have a combined 17 CS, so even the Earth Spirit, yoinking a couple in between, has a full magic wand. Nothing on the Disruptor, though. Just branches. Just branches.
GG branches are not nothing, come on. They're a big deal in this game.
They are a big deal. I mean, we have lotuses, which you can make to greater lotuses. Could you combine 3 branches into like a greater branch?
Into a tree?
No. Into a greater branch.
Into a stick man.
You know, if you get like a controllable stickman minion that does like 20 damage.
I can see that working. Like, why not?
Like, don't make it too strong, but give you something to work with.
Like a big stick?
A big stick that walks very slowly.
Or just combine all the sticks into a big stick.
What does the big stick do?
Well, it's just
more stats,
big.
or
it's just big. It's for showing off.
It's just big. Okay.
Yeah.
It
I mean,
sounds like
wouldn't you want to show off it? Like,
it sounds a bit like a Neanderthal caveman who's like, oh, big
exactly,
stick.
exactly. They're going in again.
Yeah.
There's Tombstone.
The world's fastest tombstone.
I mean, it's like I think I saw this movie before. You know, I don't know why he pops the Tombstone so in his face once again. It instantly gets killed. I think if he just moves it a little bit to the side so that Snapfire doesn't instantly use Little Shredder on it, maybe they can go for a kill. But yeah, they felt merciful. They want to feed some tombstones.
Potentially. The Warden getting caught in the kinetic field in the top lane door, getting some extra hits. Level 2 glimpse is available, but he loses vision too. I feel like they could have potentially tried to kill the Earth Spirit, or at least force another Remnant for a roll.
I feel that the Third Spirit is probably one of the biggest heroes of this patch, and just because of this.
Why is that?
Like you use the twin gate, you go on the other side, you're instantly there for the kill. You just roll. You're very fast. It just feels that this hero should be. I don't know. I just have this feeling that he should be strong.
Well,
That's
he's
all.
doing it right now and leads into a kill. So Lizard has called it out.
It's just like the way he rotates across the map is so simple with the twin gates. Like you just go through the gates, roll on someone. You don't need to find any angles. You just roll from the lane itself.
You know what?
Yeah.
I thought the exact same thing. Okay, RRL just got fountain glimpsed basically, but I totally agree because I thought something similar of who gets the biggest benefit out of the twin gate, and it has to be Earth Spirit because he rolls in fastest out of any other hero if there's a fight about to happen or setup that you want to create.
But wait, you thought, so you
I
didn't.
thought.
So you didn't think it. Think about what you think
potentially,
about.
I thought that I might have thought that that thought could have contained a thought about the Earth Spirit rotating in. So, but I'm on the same line with you. The main point is I agree.
Okay.
No arguments.
A lot of thinking has been made by you, more than I do
I'm an
in a
overthinker.
lifetime. Yeah.
Ezekiel
Bottom
taking
lane.
a decent amount of hits. Gonna lose a boar.
Yep, feeling he's got that rune, I believe, but he doesn't really want to go in just yet.
Now, bit of fighting going on. RRL needs some backup on a Snapfire kill. And Furion was about to TP into, but he doesn't need to. Storm will get a kill for himself. But Ember is topping net worth, so Volodka has something to play with. His net worth is really good. He's building up Boots of Travel first. So that will allow him to move around with his team. He can even TP onto Beastmaster boars.
Yeah, I think it's really good with the Beast. Plus, you're playing versus the Prophet, so you'll be able to maybe match his aggression. Then again, at the same time, you're just gonna have Boots of Travel. No Maelstrom, nothing like that. So, will you have as much impact? We'll see. Sometimes these travels, feel really good, and sometimes they just feel like such a waste of 2,000 gold.
That could also be the case. So, what does Storm want to build? He's finished his power treads. What's the first item you go for this game? You're in a pretty, swell situation. No deaths in the lane. You haven't really been super contested. You even killed the Snapfire who was roaming around. Do you go for pick-off builds? Do you slowly farm up to Sanj Kaya? One of the new items, maybe?
Is under attack.
I'm not sure. We'll see. I think maybe you can go for the same build like before, some Kaya stuff. That's it. Maybe a Witchblade.
Witchblade? Yeah, I like the Witchblade. That could work. I don't think you need to build an Orchid, though. It's not a game where you have to build it. And there's also PL building Manta at some point
There's
in the
a
game.
Roar on bottom lane, but there's also...
There's
a
also Argus
turnaround.
turning it around with the damage. Yep, Ush will help him out for the kill. Courier as well. That's his diadem.
I'm not sure what's happening with Tilted Boys. This TA even has 2 of the Lotuses. She's probably not gonna die if you go on her. They roar her up. There just wasn't enough damage. They don't have a level 6 on Snapfire.
Dire structures.
Mid lane, there's a little bit of a fight going on over there as well, but
Yeah, Warden doesn't want to dive. He's pretty low.
yeah.
But that bottom tower will drop.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Opens up the path towards the Wisdom Runes.
Fallen.
The path towards wisdom.
Sometimes the road traveled is more important than his short gain.
Very deep, as always, Mr. T Panda. It's like, I understand what it is. Like, you guys in Finland, you just don't have anything to do. It's cold. You just sit around and brood about worldly wisdom.
There's a tendency for it. I mean, between all the polar bear wrestling and stuff like that, which I don't do, I just think.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Ush takes a free tower in top. That's 2 towers down pre-10 minutes. That is a good sign for Ant. Tilted Boys, though, they're off to a good game, but this Ember, actually falling behind in net worth very rapidly. It is a Furion and a TA you are playing up against, so I feel like Tilted Boys, they gotta act soon. I don't think they can wait forever.
Yeah, he did. He did decide not to go for travels in the end, by the way. So he will be buying the Maelstrom. He will be able to fight a little bit earlier, perhaps, with it. 100%. He should have a bit more impact, so he can join his teammates, perhaps get a kill on the TA or the Prophet.
Yep.
They're not giving their supports any, by the way, room to get those level 6s again.
It does hurt them a bit. No teamfight ults. So I guess they're timing their level 6s with the item timings again. You want a Maelstrom. Well, Snapfire hits level 6, potentially something that they're looking for. And talking about the Storm build-up, RL, he did go for the Witchblade idea. So getting another tough item to fight with. Meanwhile, mid. Warden is setting up, Feeling is also ready, but Ember is a very difficult kill, just the two of them. They're TPing bottom. They want to kill Ezekiel maybe instead.
Yeah, all this TA needs is a way to cancel the TP, and that's why Earth Spirit was TPing bottom.
Yeah, and now mid, they're also fighting. They know Ember is not going to be there, but RL will force them away. They're going to catch Frugos. He does cookie himself forward. Another Vortex available, another Remnant placed down. Frugos will drop, and now the counter from Tilted Boys. Can they get something done here? They will get Feeling with that fresh Diffusal Blade. Ferte will get his first kill, and not just this game, this series, because he had 0 last game.
Yeah, nice little tower as well afterwards, together with the Tombstone. Not sure about the tower, let's see. Will they commit? They will not. Seems like they will not. They don't have the level 6 on Disruptor still. We go back. Yeah, the problem that the Tilted Boys have right now is probably the Beastmaster. Like, he's been crushed, unfortunately. Ezekiel has been, yeah, he's been their shining star in all the other series that I watched, but this game has been rough for him. The roar on the TA backfired, and since then, like, everything is impossible. Now, with Mortimer's Kisses, maybe they can do the TA. Make Mortimer's Kisses, roar into Mortimer's Kiss. With a good creep controlled, I think you can get that kill.
Well, now we have level 6 on Snap. Disruptor almost level 6. He's got the top lane to farm, which I think Door should just stick around for. Make sure you have Static Storm, because his cores are looking to fight soon. Ferte almost with a Yasha. And Ezekiel, he's only got his HOD. That's all he has. It has to be around the Lotka. That's why Frugos is also following this Ember Spirit around, making sure he's not going to get caught.
They just want to take the mid, I guess. Right? You brought the Beastmaster, you get the...
But look at Furion, man. Furion is like 500 gold short from a point booster. That means he's going to have an Aghanims ready. And that is going to catch the Ember Spirit on the spot. But this ulti is just for damage, just for a bit of extra farm. We'll make them know that that is not an Aghanims ult that just connected on us, so we can keep on moving. They did force out the haste rune off of the Ember Spirit, though. They tower to drop. Argus can deny it.
Yeah, they used the
they killed Ferte. Damn. All by himself in the bottom lane. They just lost their carry.
Okay. That was unexpected to lose the PL.
Unexpected and unfortunate.
Yeah. Earth Spirit and Nature's Prophet, I guess, too strong.
RL hoping for the power rune, but it is a DD, and he's going to go for the TA. He jumps on Door. Mortimer's Kisses popped with the Static Storm. RL's going to take a heavy amount of damage. It's going to be enough. They finish him off with the Roar. Ezekiel making sure he's not going to escape. It does make a lot of sense to pop it as well. Mechanism heal comes out. Cookie stun, chained up. TA's going to need some help. He will take down Frugos. The roll from the Earth Spirit. No connection of Lotka. Lotka will get the kill on Argus. And the Ember Spirit still taking some hits here, but not enough mana to lock down the Warden.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they committed so heavily. Storm Spirit goes into the Static Storm, gets blown up by Mortimer's Kisses as he couldn't get out. The static field was there as well, and maybe they thought Nature's Prophet would come in and help them, but Nature's Prophet had more important business to attend to, like farm, farm the jungle.
Yeah, farm the jungle.
His nature's prophet.
And he now has the Wrath of Nature upgrade, so that's a minimum 2 seconds route, all the way up to 3.8 seconds. 4 seconds of an Ember standing still. That's something you want to see happen if you're against them. Easy tool to pop BKBs off of your opponents too. Later on in this game.
Dire are scanning.
Death tax.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
On with the Overlord soon up for the Beastmaster. He's got his Vladimir's lined up. Meanwhile, Frugos is going to go down at the top lane. That's an easy find for Ant. Maybe even more. There's a Disruptor caught. That's the Aghanim's route on the Disruptor door. Surrounded by Warden and Feeling, another Roland stun. The supports are just killing the pesky poor old Disruptor. Tries to Shadow Amulet to safety. Not going to happen. Now Ezekiel forcing out the creep wave at the top lane, but Arceus will continue to siege.
Dire structures are fortified.
Roll in. We'll catch the Beastmaster. Kick is available. We'll push him away the roar onto the TA. Feeling. Gonna be chasing around. The roll doesn't quite connect. And another one coming in will finally get on the spot. Overlapped with the Vortex. Doesn't matter. Kill is a kill. Oh, almost catching the Ember too. Pretty close.
Gets out. Tilted Boys just, once again, disconnected. Getting picked off. Again, losing any sort of an advantage that they could attain during the laning stage. I'm not sure what's up with them. Where is that team that we have seen
Volodka's
early
angry.
on?
This guy is super angry right now. One of his kisses on top of Osh. Osh trying to
Silenced.
TP home. Oh, he won't be able to, but he will stay for the kill. Arceus takes down Volodka. The roll in onto the Snapfire, and PL also taking part of this fight. Warden needs to get to safety. These PL illusions, they are causing some havoc.
The mech saves. Yeah, the mech saves the snap in the end, but unfortunately for Tilted Boys, they don't even get the kill on the Prophet.
And they lose the Ember.
And they lose the Ember, exactly, yeah. Just super rough.
None of the trades have really gone in their favor for this entire series.
And the last series as well. It feels
And the
like.
last series.
Tower is under attack.
TA almost has a Daedalus. Daedalus, Deso, no Blink. What do you think about this?
Structures
Just pure damage.
An interesting approach. I mean, I have seen TAs do something similar. There were patches in which you just go Dragonlance, you know, you get that BKB later on, you're a glass cannon, you don't go for Blink. I think Blink is a really good tool. No reason that in this game you don't get Blink. I think perhaps next item he can buy it. Or he can just commit into this normal, I'll approach you and right-click you kind of a style.
Sitting on a vision in mid, the roll-in, stun onto the Snapfire. It's great, he has his Yules, we'll buy some time. RL trying to figure out this Disruptor kill, he will be able to get it. The Static Storm was placed more as a zoning ult instead of actual benefit onto the Earth Spirit. But now they are taking heavy amounts of damage. The chains coming out from the Ember. The Roar as well connected onto the Storm Spirit. If they only got the PL illusions to burn his mana, he will get the ball lightning jump, and he's still escaping. And Volodka, he's got his chains, but no chains, only the Slate to connect. And PL's gonna start taking hits from Arceus. Meld Strike on the point. Warden will drop, and they've worked their way through the refraction charges. Ush,
Okay.
25 seconds for an ult, and still getting some hits in. Verte dies to a spill from the Meld Strike off of the Snapfire, and Arceus still fighting.
Stop
That's
lining
another.
up.
That might be just been another kill. Yes, that is. And he's still alive. Less than 100 HP. Arceus, are you kidding me? Ush blinks it, TP's even in onto Ezekiel, not for a kill, very close still. And Door, is he gonna try and surprise the TA with this invis? No, he's not gonna get close enough for an attempt, but holy shit, Arceus.
I mean,
That was sick.
yeah, that was really good from him, but stop lining up, Tilted Boys, come on, what the hell? I felt that was 100% a kill, and then they just start lining up left and right. 2 heroes on one side, 2 heroes on the other. This poor old Frogos, like, he's doing his best to pop her with Mortimer's kisses. He goes back, then he just gets lined up as well. Ah, the way they disappear. Door as well, look at that. Frogos on no HP.
And it's actually Ush who just got the kill. Right click at the same time onto Frogos. But yeah, they were lining up a lot, and they were lucky that this wasn't another kill. Ezekiel was just one Maelstrom proc away from dying.
I mean, it was hard to not line up considering they're on the staircase, right? And TA is on the low ground, so you're kind of getting to her through the staircase. I love it that Rosh does that, by the way, right now. He just kind of bumps you to the side. Move away, you pleb. I'm going home.
Smacking with a big basket in his hand. What do you think he has in that basket? Just Easter eggs or something else? Oh wait, that's just me. It's actually not showing on the official broadcast. Mine just has mine just has a Greeble on top of his head, and he's got a basket of something.
So it's like you have the skin, Rosh skin.
I have to look what it is because I was very debated by it. So it's
Radiant's top
so it's a
tower is
bag
under
filled
attack.
with the Candy Works candy, right? It's the one.
Olotka.
Meanwhile, bottom lane, Velotka going to get jumped on. Vortex Silence is there, and he is gone.
Yep,
No escape.
it's also minute 21, so they get Wisdom Rune on the right. They'll probably convert that into Tormentor as
They
well.
could get the Tormentor away, yeah.
Yeah.
And Tilted Boys, well, they get a Wisdom Rune for Frugos, but they can't get close to the Radiant Tormentor.
I guess
They're actually
going-
pushing high ground.
Yeah, they do have the Aegis, so
Radiant's top
Yeah,
tower
might as well.
has fallen.
plus Ember is
Full
dead,
benefit.
right? Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is
It's
under
a very squishy Ancient Ice Shaman.
Oh my God, PL. He just lost half of his HP.
Not really very comfortable with that. Again, RL Warden takes the bait, and look at that massive
Oh my
wrap-up
God.
nature.
Oh
They
my-
just got obliterated by Ant. They're all gone. 2 buybacks popping in as well. RL, he TP's home, but he also gets sent back straight into action as he gets glimpsed in from the fight. Velotka will survive for the time being. Warden wants that kill. Won't be able to get it. He will lose his life instead, and RL on the back. Arceus, he might just pop for the first time. Dropping fairly low, getting some heals. One charge is being used as well. Mel Strike available. Glimpse coming back in. Arceus even deeper right now. But you're going to lose a hero for it. It's going to be the Disruptor popping. And now, what happens
can
next?
they save
Feeling's
her?
going to walk in. Tombstone's already been used. Ush, he can try and help him out. Frugos is very low on HP. Another right click goes through. It's going to take down Frugos. And Ush is almost dropping to Ferte. But Arceus is going to battle it out. TP home. May be able to. Yes, he is. He's out of there.
Insane. They still survive on all the important heroes, and that's the TA. They get
That was
out.
5 kills. They got
Yeah.
2 diebacks and the kill on the Beastmaster.
It's just insane how much this TA is doing. I guess when you look at his item build and the fact that he doesn't have a blink, it's kind of justified after watching a fight such as that one. He's actually going for a butterfly next. One of the things that 100% PL doesn't like buying is an MKB, right? So he goes for, oh my God, he's destroying that Tormentor. Damn. Or
And I
Spirit.
think that's also the reason why he went for TA instead of Sniper. Like, if this was a Sniper game, it'd be very different.
Yeah, for sure. Just very much more active. Like TA is
Much more active, yeah.
yeah.
Oh, 15,000 lead for Ants. 93% win probability as well. They are very close to closing it out. Tilted Boys, though, there's still some chance. There's still a bit of hope. And Ezekiel's actually dying to this Tormentor. He can't solo it. Funny thing is, his... Wait,
Well-
what?
This dragon died.
This dragon just died to the Tormentor even though he was full HP. What? So if there's no hero attacking the Tormentor, do they all just die?
Not sure.
Very interesting mechanic
guess,
there.
yeah.
I guess there's something like that involved. Yeah, you can't just put your zoo to do it. Needs to be a hero present.
That's interesting. Like I
is very
actually need to test that. Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Tilted boys. Tilted boys, tilted boys, tilted boys. What do they do here? It's 15k
Panda,
behind.
panda,
Yeah, panda. This game just feels very much done. There's a BKB now on Storm 2. So he won't really, like, all these fights he was worrying about being caught in the static storm, so it was super necessary for them to kill off the Disruptor first, and that's something that they have been doing, but doesn't even have to worry about that any longer. Just goes in with the BKB.
Dire's middle
Ferte is still
tower
buying
is under
a
attack.
Naganim Scepter. And still far away from it. Well, not far away, 300 gold, but 25 minutes in, that doesn't feel great.
It's a very strong slow, and the bonus illusion damage can be useful, can be handy, especially with the mana burn with the diffusal. But they're going to run in with these smokes. That's 2 supports to be caught, and the static storm placed down. That's a BKB used for RRL as well to live a bit longer, but they can't really kill anyone here. That's an issue for Tilted Boys. The BKB is running out from Velotkay. Will get 1 kill out of it. But that looks like everything he's gonna get. Warden rolls in. Mortimer's Kiss is flying as well. Will get connections, but the roll away. The Spirit Lance should finish him off though, and it will.
Okay, they got the 2 supports. 30 on a killing spree.
It was about to look pretty bad, but they will get it. Warden, optimistic push in though. I feel like maybe Ant was feeling that we've won every fight so far. We can win this one too. And then they lost Warden on the edge.
I think he thought that Storm is gonna follow him. But Storm didn't want to. His BKB was running out, so he didn't want to risk it. He had some mana, just the BKB was going away. And actually Argus, the TA, he had the Blink Dagger queued up. Then he changes it into the BKB. He's like, yeah, if I didn't get it this far into the game, we'll see. Maybe he still gets it. Maybe he still changes his mind. But BKB at this point is probably just as good. You don't need to be jumping the backlines. You have heroes that do that. You have 2 spirits for that.
And talking about the other spirit having the axe lined up. We could have a Lotus Orb for the Undying. Get that extra bit of protection if somebody rolls in. And meanwhile, they do find the Ember Spirit, but he rolls out or jumps out.
Endor as well. Gets away. Does leave 2 of these Lotuses for Storm to pick up.
We've not seen any usage of the back doors, like the extra paths. Haven't really been seeing those being put to use so far.
Yeah, overall, I don't see it very often. Like in pubs as well.
Yeah, back doors as in the protector doors, but yeah, you got up my...
I got you, yeah.
Feeling will go down though, pretty easy kill. I guess if Tilted Boys, if they get like 15 more of these...
You know, it's a start.
It's the start of something. Is it the start of something beautiful, or are you just going to hit a dead end? But it is something. The tale has not been completely written to the finish line yet.
Yeah, and right now just waiting up for some crucial items on them.
Yep.
What's interesting is though is the way that they're playing. Like they're just playing on their side of the map. So even though they're waiting for their items, you're still 15k ahead. You could be pressuring the enemy side and blocking them from doing a lot, but no. Instead, they just completely let TB do whatever they want to. So TB, they're outside. They're farming. They're getting their shard as well. Beastmaster gets it. What is that neutral? What is that neutral on PL? Can we go over that?
The neutral on PL?
He's got the shell.
Defiant shell. So that allows him to pop an instant right click if he gets hit.
Okay.
It's kind of like the Legion moment of courage, except no lifesteal. And, extra armor helps against the TA, extra stats, more damage, more HP. Pretty solid, if you ask me. Like, not even about the passive, but the stats on it are pretty good. Currently, the vision game is on. Hawk will be spotted. Also means a tombstone has been put down.
Poor Dragon.
Oh, Dragon just gets blown up. Guess Ant wins this fight.
With the BKB on TA. You still have Roar, I guess, right? Like, if you're Tilted Boys and you can get on top of her, like, if she doesn't pop the BKB, there's not a lot of HP on her. Yep. You have Mortimer's Kisses, you have Roar, and perhaps there's a way of taking her down.
Why does the Golem have so much armor? Like, it was 8 plus 11, and now it's 8 plus 14, but the only auras I see are Vlad's and Guardian aura. Where is he getting this much armor from? The Ancient Golem.
Is it the big Golem or the small one?
The Ancient Granite Golem is getting so much armor. Like, he's got 8 plus 12 right now. Anyway, they will find the TA, but did they get the Roar out? Yes, they do, and it's also on a BKB. That's perfect. Roar for a BKB charge. TA doesn't get to act and also has to TP away, and you got a Tombstone.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe they'll use it before the BKB, and then you can perhaps even take her down with Mortimer's Kisses. I'm not sure, he kind of struggled, he waited for a second. And you could argue, yeah, he's baiting out the BKB, but you'd bait it out even if you use it before. She'd still be forced to use it.
Now I figured out. So the Golem has that much armor because the actual Helm of the Overlord buff is +7.
Okay.
So you would think that these units are pretty tanky versus TA, but you know, TA has already hit the point of Daedalus and Butterfly where she just hits like a truck. So they will melt pretty fast. Oh, they see Ezekiel, I think. Yeah, they do. They've got full vision over this bottom half, and this Beastmaster, your history. Good night.
Yeah, no one is tanky versus her. Even heroes melt in 3 hits, so you can't ask a lot from the creeps themselves.
Yeah, that's like the words of a true sergeant telling his men, you guys are probably gonna die anyway, but do your jobs. Argus does get hit by the root and the glimpse down at half HP. Static Storm as well. Might just be a free kill potentially. Maybe they can get him, but the heals coming out. The Soul Rip's going to be there. They will finish off Verte. Argus still standing his ground. TV! No! They're going to lose everything! They can't even kill the TA! Oh!
That attempt was amazing, by the way.
It was an amazing attempt, but how did they not kill this TA?
She was literally, I don't know, a couple of seconds away from the BKB. And then in the end, she does manage to use it. Nicely done by the supports. Like the Glimmers, the saves, the Soul Rip, healing her up, and also Storm Spirit zipping in and just reeling everything in with that Aghanims. That was pretty damn big. They do have the last tier too, so...
I think that was just game. I feel like that was the one that broke your spine. I mean, if you can't win that fight, I don't think you're going to win any fight this game.
Oh, you might decide to fight instantly after this one, right? But you
look at Argus's camera angle. He's in for business here. We got the roll in from Warden. They will finish up Frugos. That's kill number 16 for Argus. Maybe even more. BKB popped by the Warden on this Earth Spirit, so he doesn't get glimpsed in. Verte, TPing onto the front. This might just be the last fight for Tilted Boys. They're very low on HP. The Warden will drop. Osh gets to teleport away. Storm Spirit gets home as well. They finished off the racks in the top lane. And it's only down to a range barracks until Mega Creeps are inside their base.
Okay, so still one last ranged barrack standing, keeping them away from the Megas, but nothing is keeping TA from taking this rush. Straight into the pit. Look at that. Gets glimpsed. Maybe the... I feel like the Sleight of Fist from Ember took him on a long roundabout journey. Like if he just was hitting her, maybe it would have dealt more damage.
They're rushing straight to Roshan. I think this is the call. Either they contest or they just go straight for it. But Matt, they read this. They are also planning on Roshan. They know Tilted Boys. They have to make a desperate move. There's nobody defending the base right now. And inside the pit they go. Ezekiel, he's going to get the roar. It's onto Ush. Ush gets pushed to the low ground. The Mortimer's Kisses static storm being used as well, but they're going to catch Ezekiel. That's going to be one down. Maybe they can give him more. The Snapfire was always getting interrupted. His Mortimer's Kisses have been completely spent, but they will keep them away for now. When the Warden goes down, it's Ezekiel will get the kill with his army. Argus and RRL hiding in the tree line. Verte rushing into the Roche pit. Roche is down to half HP. BKB used by the TA. They got the Vortex. They've got the PL inside, but which one is the real one? They can't find it. Storm's gonna go down. RRL is dead. It's gonna come for the buyback. Argus still trying to hold them back. Verte's got a lot of HP. This might be the time for the PL to shine. They will take down Feeling. Feeling coming on with a buyback as well. Argus needs to run away. Jay's onto 2. Maybe they can hold him back. Verte's still fighting for his life. Osh is low on HP. Goes for the TPL bubble. Look it down. Verte's still holding his ground. They cannot deal with the PL at the moment, but TA coming in for the buyback. They need to win this fight. Warden rolling away. Verte still on the chase. Will take down an ultra kill for the PL, and it's just Verte keeping the team standing. This is the timing of the Phantom Lancer.
Okay, so that's the reason why everyone is afraid of the new PL. I see.
Oh,
this rush, this rush is like, get the hell away from me.
Get the hell away. Oh, all right. Roche resets. but they will twin gate themselves to the top lane while they take the outpost even just to get there a little bit faster. And Roshan to drop. But
There-
Arceus and Feeling, they are nearby. The Treants are slowly making their way towards the Roach pit, but I think they already recognize at this point that Roach is down.
Yeah, you probably
a lifeline.
Dire's middle
Yeah, you
tower
probably
has
wanted to take this fight before. They take the Aegis, maybe contest it, but you couldn't. Earth Spirit was still dead, 25 seconds away. They are playing versus Megas, right? So that's kind of difficult for Tilted Boys. Are their heroes great versus Megas? Nothing too special. They can't outpush the lane super easily. So, yeah, strap yourself in. I have a feeling we're in for a longer one than we expected.
Well, we have a
Pretty
game.
also-
Now, I
yeah.
honestly feel like seeing this PL now in action, I feel like we actually have a game in our hands.
We do. He also just bought out a full butterfly, by the way.
And he
so
has the shard, which is just great.
It's feeling really big. One thing that Tilted Boys really have to worry about is backdoor. Like, not necessarily backdoor, just rat. I feel that Nature's Prophet could rat this in a couple of fights.
With a Tormentor, that is Undying getting an Aghanim shard. They haven't really been taking them on the side of Ant.
The bunker, it's reworked now.
Oh yeah, the bunker. Yeah, you take somebody
Yeah.
into the Tombstone. You can save someone. Probably even someone who's being targeted by the PL if the Tombstone is nearby. But the PL's still going to destroy the Tombstone anyway, so it's a very minor save. And then there's the snap.
Still though, you get to hide in it a bit.
You get to hide in it for a little bit. It might be the difference maker for a Blink Dagger, for example. They just don't have any blinks, so never mind.
Radiant's middle tower
This is
under
very
attack.
bold from Tilted Boys. Smoking behind Storm.
There's a random level 1 fairy trinket on the ground. Storm Spirit gets to BKB, and that will be the difference maker between life and death. Able to jump away, but that tower is going to drop the Ferte and the Ancient Black
Radiant's
Dragon.
middle tower has fallen.
Are
They do know where TA is. Look at this, they're TPing on the outpost.
Uh-oh. Da-dun, da-dun,
They're just coming from every single direction.
There is a
wait.
door. We're going to let him go?
Wait, what?
Dire's middle tower is
He let the TA go.
Why
TPing
did
away.
he do that? Okay. Could have forced the BKB maybe with the glimpse. Well, maybe he was afraid he'd die, but you have Ghost, you have Glimmer. You should probably survive by the time your teammates come around.
What I miss?
38 minutes in the making.
Radiant are
And it feels like we're in super late game already. However, the game is still rolling. I think the big difference between this patch and the other, it feels like now we're 40 minutes in. So many things have happened. It feels like it's a 60-minute game.
Yeah, right? You have to keep track of so
Yeah,
many
to keep
little
track,
things now.
yeah.
Yeah.
Also means that casters can't slack. More to talk about.
is under attack.
But this game has been, you know, it felt like another 2-0. Tilted Boys can't fight back. It's slowly starting to turn a bit interesting. They are fighting. And they are fighting back quite heavy. This TA can't really get any bigger. Like 25 talent and Aghanims for sure. Maybe a shard, but the big damage items are
MKB.
already there.
No, MKB is pretty big. She needs that into the PL.
Radiant's middle tower
Once she gets the MKB, then I agree that should be it. Like fully six slotted. You could perhaps switch something up for MKB and then get a Swift Blink as well. But yeah, that's probably not happening. That's a bit way too down the road.
Oh man, I do love to say that shielded buff on top of the Storm Spirit when he turns into like this big golden spirit. Looks pretty cool.
Yeah, he does.
It
The shielded
did
buff.
run out, but it's looks nice.
Does it look golden to you? They just look kind of
It's like silver, and then he
silver. Yeah.
silvery, and then he has the golden cosmetic. So shiny boy. It's a nice shiny boy. However, Tilted Boys, at least they're getting to split a little bit. However, top lane is again pushing in towards their base. And I think Volotka is exactly on the mission to go back to defend. He's got the TP boots whenever he needs to participate with his team. Verte trying to keep up the push. There's a tier 2 in between, though, which this looks like they will be able to get.
Is under attack.
I think they are finding some items for the PL. And there's going to be an AC on the Prophet, a Shiva's on the Earth Spirit eventually. So perhaps these kind of things will help. They usually do help versus a PL. That's what they need on Ant side. But they also need to defend. There's the TA.
Ninja Gear popped up. Actually, they could get a bit of a jump there. Glyph forced out. Half of the tier 3 also down. They will back away. Damage has been dealt. They got some objectives and a bit of poke on top. Not over yet, though. Still in the works, and especially if Door gets this Aghanims. The Tilted boys are getting some really good stuff. You know, a good ulti on top of the Storm. No longer BKB's out. RL's gonna have to BKB in to those fights. And then you don't even know if it's gonna be, like, optimal.
Yeah, you can still get roared, right? And then...
And yeah, you can still get roared.
It still doesn't feel that great.
Hence the feeling has to also be nearby and be quick with his fingers for the Lotus Orb.
Having cooldown reduction on PL just feels so stupid. Being able to spam everything out. Like -4 seconds on Doppelganger and then you get the neutral. Feels really good.
Yeah, we talked about that 19-second Doppelganger at level 1.
Yeah, no longer that.
Very different. Very different right now. I think the tooltip might be a little bit broken because he did get the 4-second cooldown talent, but I can't actually see the the 12% CDR actually impact his ability. It still says 6 seconds for me. But I'm not sure if it's a caster spectator bug. I cannot see.
No, it's yeah, same.
Another bug to report.
But he's definitely
He's definitely getting the
forward.
benefit from it, yeah. Okay, Arcane shows correctly. So it's just the Spell Prism that doesn't seem to show the right numbers. Anyway, 5-man smoke from Ants. Trying to set up for Tilted Boys, who have been very active with this lane pushing, but they have a hunch. They have backed away completely into their base. That's a very good read.
Yeah, they have some lanes outpushed now, bottom lane. So they have a little bit more of an info. There are hawks flying across the map too. So you kind of know that something's up. Nice read by them, really. Still no AC on Ash. Like, he's saving for the buyback. He wants to be ready. Doesn't really want to waste the gold straight away.
Our buyback status looking like 3-1 currently. No more cooldowns. There's only financial support required for multiple players. Verte spots RRL a bit by accident, but not really going to get to toy with RRL too much here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah. A lot of his mana, almost all of his mana has been depleted, so he needs to go base.
Yep. And they lost a tier 4 meanwhile.
I feel like if you're Ant, your safest approach to this game would be just to farm. That's it.
Farm and
continue.
rat.
Yeah, just continue farm and rat a little bit. If they try to fight, you just TP with a Prophet.
Yeah, I think Ush should maybe build into a bit of damage. Like, he has a Gleipnir and he's got another Mjolnir lined up. Is that for real?
Perhaps. I don't think so.
It's pretty sick if he had both.
I don't think it's that good. Like, overall, Mjolnir into the PL makes sense, right? Versus illusions, but I just want to see the AC instead first.
Yeah, at least get the AC before you do something like weird shenanigans with double possibility for chain lightning. At least you get a ton of attack speed once you get the Mjolnir ready.
Look at that, they paused the game. Just as Roshan is being taken down.
Yeah. Looking at the attack speed chart all over the server right now, Well, the highest is on PL, but that's probably because he has Phantom Rush active right now. But TA, Nature's Prophet, very close to each other's, almost 300 on both.
Worms will have you.
So there's a lot of fast hits. So tell me, at a 45-minute game right now, what are the best items that are yet to be built? You talked about the MKB for TA, which is finished, but there's a Swiftblink coming up. Potential Bloodthorns on either side. Is a Wind Waker a thing this game?
A Wind Waker versus Disruptor is always nice if someone can buy it, like an Earth Spirit or an Undying. What I'm also amused by is the neutral items that everyone is picking. Like all of them, Trickster's Cloak and CDR. That's it.
Yeah, 3 Trickster Cloaks on Tilted Boys.
Yeah.
And 2 Spell Prisms for Ant, 1 Spell Prism for Tilted Boys. Yeah, those are the...
It's just like, I mean, the item is just good, you know. That's what it's as simple as that. These items are the best items that you can get no matter what it feels like. So they are getting those. Now the TA has an Aghanims, by the way, too. With this Aghs, they might be able to rat even better if you get a couple of those traps in on their side of the map. Are you surprised that she didn't get the shard at all this game? On
who?
TA. On TA. Yeah.
I'm surprised they've been taking a very low amount of Tormentors this game in general for Ants. We saw the Undying get the latest. It was on the Earth Spirit and on the Storm Spirit above anybody else. Which is weird that Storm got his before the Undying.
Yeah, it's a random.
Yeah, Feeling has been super unlucky. It's like 2 of your other players got it before you.
Zap!
Well, it's going the tree line. Ush will find him. Oh, throws in the right click. Instant flight near BKB popped as well. He's going to be out.
BKB, bye-bye.
That's
They don't have a hex.
BBBB.
Yeah. They don't have a hex. No way of instantly disabling him. So as long as he has that BKB, he should be able to get out. Ezekiel, though. Oh. Yep. That just happened. I mean, he went in with the haste, so he tried to TP out afterwards. Unfortunate that he meets TA.
Well, they forced the BKB and they got a kill. I feel like Ant just pushes into the base right now, and they are setting up for Volotka, and he's going to get silenced. He's got no tool to save him this time. He's going to be in huge trouble, and he uses the cheese for absolutely nothing. He's going to get blown up. Oh, Tilted Boys. Mistakes were made. Warden going to pop the Yules, has BKB, will be able to walk a little bit, but the damage is still ticking. He's able to reposition away from Ferte. It's a 3 versus 5 defense. Glimpse comes out. T8. Some hits here. Has the Aegis. There's a Lotus Orb popped as well. But Warden again rolling in. Almost to die. Have vision on him. Tilted Boys somehow able to hold. Mainly because of the PL being at work.
It's crazy. It's like a PL and 2 supports and they're still holding. Like, no buybacks used by them. They're still holding. It's insane. But this is really good for Ant now. Because of that Aghanims that they've taken, TA can TP base, heal up, come back in the trap. Still though, they have the Beast and Ember has buyback.
Oh, they caught the snap. Double Roots coming out. That's going to be another support gone. Has a buyback. Buyback comes out instantly from Frugos. Not going to think too long about it. Verte trying to clear out the creeps, but this might just be potentially straight up into the base. They're going to get the Vortex, connecting onto 1. Ezekiel waiting for the roar. Where's the target they want? That's Arceus, the TA. But on the back line, Door is low. Huge Kale's, but the Aegis will pop. Door is down as well. They will take down Feeling, and now here comes the hold. RRL, no more mana to give, no more mana to fight back, and he's about to drop, and he will fall. Verte with a triple. Arceus about to die as well, but he gets the TP away with the BKB and the trap being used. They force out Frugos, Volotka, and Door's buybacks.
4 buybacks on Tilted Boys. 4 buybacks.
Yeah, 4 because they got the snap as well. Yeah, they got a lot out of it. And Warden also.
Yeah, that's quite a lot. Like one more fight, that's all they have on Tilted Boys. Unless they manage to maybe force a buyback here from Storm, but you can't because your position is just very bad at the moment. You don't have any buybacks, you can't risk much. Like they fought valiantly, but still the game is very damn difficult. And TA is approaching that Swift Blink stage, by the way. Not sure what she removes at this point, though. What would you remove if you were the TA? Dezo? Pike? Which item is it?
I guess by the point we get to the last set of tier neutrals, you sell the Deso and hope for a Stygian. Or actually, you can maybe even select the Stygian if you're lucky enough. Birte gonna get hit by the stun. No BKB for this PL. The PL's just gonna turn around and go for the kill on Warden. Warden very low on HP, has BKB and the wand. He's able to get out with the help of the Trickster Cloak. Neutral items working in their favor. Argus trying to keep these PL illusions away. Pesky illusions doing a lot of work. They're all over the place. Roar comes out from Ezekiel. That might be the call in. They've got some vision on him. Roll comes out from the Warden. No Yules for 2 seconds. And they also got the Static Storm placed down, but it's not an Aghanims one. So Warden gets to live a little bit longer and survives the burn.
Prophet was trying to rat.
Oh, he was trying to get some damage on that. Ancient as well, down to 1500. Or 1500 damage dealt even. But it's not enough.
Yeah, it is an Ancient. It will heal up. So he can't really do it on his own. He doesn't have these big items to rat with, no Dezo. Does have an AC, which is nice, but I like the fact that he bought a Hex.
Yeah. And TA just sold the Deso.
Okay. It's kind of a shame, right? You sell that Dezo that you worked hard for. He doesn't have buyback on TA, by the way. Now with this
Swift Blink straight up bot,
this is super dangerous. Suddenly this game, I felt, if he has buyback for me, this game is over. Because you take the next fight, you kill a couple of them that don't have buybacks, then you buy back anyway on the TA, right? Simple approach.
We'll see if they get the time and space to farm it out. 2 more minutes for the next Roshan to be alive. And Ember just bought a Battle Fury for Volodka. Okay. That's a very late Battle Fury if I've ever seen one.
Interesting. I guess it's a bit easier to defend with it. But yeah, it's super late, like you said. Was that a harpoon I saw on someone? Is that Verte having it, or...?
Radiant are scanning.
Who has it? So somebody have it lined up.
Disperser, actually, sorry.
Disperser on PL, yeah. And talking about dispersing someone, Volodka versus Ush. Ush is going to get spotted. Roll in from Warden. It's a 3 versus 3 fight. The rest of them are joining in as well. Very low HP on TV. They also got the Roar connected onto RRL. Volodka is going to be very low. He needs to Remnant back. And he also panics and he produces every single one of them. But RRL is going to drop nevertheless. They've got a 1v1 going on with the Snap versus the Earth Spirit. And currently the Snap is losing that fight and will go down for day. Nobody to hit. Everybody's dispersed.
They're getting away. They don't have a buyback on TA, so taking that fight was actually very dangerous for them. And Storm also, I think what he's doing is correct. He just doesn't want a buyback. Unnecessary if no one is pushing in. But man, does this remind me of the first series that I had with you in NA Div 2?
Oh, yeah.
You know, just games that just can never end. It doesn't matter. Even though, like, this game isn't that long. It's only 52 minutes, right? But... it's just...
It's the same story. Yeah. It hasn't really changed anywhere. For the last 20 minutes, it's been the same. So you asked me about what do you remove for Swift Blink? What do you remove for Rapier in TA?
I don't think he needs Rapier. He's queuing it up, but I don't think that's necessary. All they need to do is approach the fights properly without buybacks on Tilted Boys. But by the time they fight... next time around, I feel like the buybacks should be there, more or less. Roshan is up, right? So that's something you can go for.
Have we seen this Tombstone Shard in action a single time? I might have missed it.
I don't think I ever saw it. I don't think these guys even know what it does. Like, who the hell bunkers up in a tombstone? You know what I mean? Like...
Oh... Okay, Roshan is up, and Roshan Ags Cheese Aegis. Who's got the next biggest Aghanims value?
Did they forget about it, or do they want to take it on the Dire side? Because they're moving on the Dire. If they want to take it on the Dire side, they need to wait another minute.
Yeah, they could do it in a minute. That's true. So, talking about Aghanims, I think there's two who get the biggest. That's the Disruptor, and I feel like if Earth Spirit gets to kick the right PL, that's a couple seconds of PL not being in the fight at all, and Arceus gets time to hit targets. It's a long shot, but if you have Blink, you can do it.
And it would be good as a save as well.
It could be good as a save too, yeah. Because PL is the main issue, right?
Are scanning.
Yeah, and Static Storm.
Two big things. Roshan
Yeah.
actually found by Tilted Boys first, so Ant is not going to get to do it.
Is Ant going for Throne here?
They have no info in bottom. They do not know anything right now
Did
about
they
the
just?
bottom
I
lane.
feel like they just forgot about Rosh. I really feel that they
Possible.
just forgot. Yeah. That's how it
Hush.
looks, at least.
Hush
Yeah.
is trying to get that TP out. As soon as this
Look at that
Roshan
Rosh, look at
pops,
that Rosh.
Rosh
He's
is
like-
actually escaping the pit right now, but he's going to die under the twin gates, and they're pinging top, but is actually not there. Oh, they were pinging the top twin gate. They're over there. Oh man, we just missed out on Aegis. Well, let's see what they do. Do they just stick around? They're hoping for somebody to push low ground. Ferte's going to be there in the front.
Look,
Who's
you
in
have
the
mega
mix?
creeps. There's absolutely no reason not to go for Roshan, right? Like that's what they did in the last time as well.
Mistakes were made.
This is crazy. Did they not write the timer down? What? Okay, it happens.
I guess they were thinking they have all control of the map because they haven't really seen Tilted Boys pushing for a while. We haven't actually seen them pushing for a while, so they probably thought they have all the map control. But Tilted Boys are just going to say thank you. We were not contested on this one. You got to feel a huge piece of relief. You're like, wait, we just got a free Roche? Vortex on a bunch of illusions.
Storm, he has no mana. Just be careful there, but okay, instead they go for the Tormentor.
Disruptor Ags. The pause 5s are getting there really, really late. Like, everybody else in the team has the shard except Disruptor now got it.
What about Aghanims? He doesn't have it, right? Who else doesn't have it?
Aghanim, Snap, Beast, Ember. Okay, Ember Axe is pretty good. Oh man, the anticipation. The jump comes out on the top lane. The Hex is there. They're going to finish off Alaka very easily. Verte's in the middle of this fight though. Static Storm comes out, but the roll was already cast on Ush. BKB's in the Sprout. He's gone. Pulse to dying, but doesn't quite drop. They also got the Wrath of Nature. They're trying to reinitiate, looking for the root. Lotus stun onto the Beastmaster. Mortimus kisses. Warden in trouble, has the Euls. Might even have to use it.
Storm
Rolls
is in.
away. And Ember
No
coming
mana.
over the buyback. Storm coming in, but RL very low as he said no mana. Ezekiel still in the middle as well. Gets the roar off, and RL's down.
They did force a buyback from the Ember, and they need to defend the throne. So they probably still can't force anything out of this.
And the game continues to stretch.
And the game continues to stretch, yeah. RRL, he needs to take a chill pill a little bit. You know, he's going in, losing all the mana, and then he gets hit by PL a couple of times, and that's it.
TA is not going Rapier. Instead, it's going Nullifier. He has a Helm of the Iron Will on the Courier. There we go.
No buyback once again, by the way, on the TA.
Backpack Butterfly. He sold us Butterfly. That's a very expensive item to sell, but I guess it makes sense. I don't know. Nullifier above Butterfly? What do you think?
Some more damage, I suppose. And active is nice. I do
Active
like
is
the
nice.
butterfly. I do like the butterfly, but I guess the illusions are hitting him. Now, anyway, there's enough damage coming from Ferte. Like, overall, I think butterfly was a solid item. I don't think
Yeah.
that.
Oh
I
my
don't
god,
think.
Hush.
Yeah.
He did it. He went Mjolnir and Gleipnir.
Sure.
He's the madman. He's done it.
Look, I don't think items are their problems. Like, look at this. They have way more than is necessary. It's just the way they're taking these fights. They kill off an Ember, then they overcommit
Dire's ancient is
before
under
it's
attack.
needed. He was dead for 2 minutes. He had a buyback, of course, but you could have restarted that whole fight and then went back in when you had resources.
So hear me out. If you could combine Gleipnir and Mjolnir into Nir.
Just 2 nears, yeah.
That was stupid. I'm sorry.
I mean, don't worry. I say
Roar
much
being
worse
used in the
things.
top lane, though. It's for the Earth Spirit. He will get the Yules on the spot.
It's got BKB.
BKB up. He's fairly low. He's able to run.
And they tried the glimpse, but he has the BKB, so easy escape for the Warden.
Passive Drums of Slum. I love it. Can we just follow Ezekiel for a while? Just listen to the drums.
Oh damn, that went together, you know.
Beautiful. He's a musician by heart.
Yeah, yeah. He's in the pocket.
I think Eosin, our observer, he's just going to be with Ezekiel for the rest of the game. I don't know if he's a musician as well.
I will be the talk of the lane.
60 minutes full, though. Time to select our tier 5s with our tier 5 tokens. So, what are we getting? What are we getting this game? Stygian Desolator is definitely on top of my list for the TA. What does Tilted Boys want? Ex Machina?
Well, some Apex would be solid, I guess, for the PL as well.
Yeah. Yeah. You get plus 25 all attributes for Universal Heroes. Maybe Beastmaster Apex too? Or is Trickster Cloak just that much better?
I don't think you take Tricksters over tier 5 items. You
Okay,
get
we
the
have
tier 5s.
we have an Ex Machina. It's times 2 for Ant. We have one more for Tilted Boys. Yeah, Ex Machina looks like the item to go for.
Did he actually take Book of the Dead?
Storm did, yeah. I don't know if he misclicked.
I mean, 30 strength, 30 intelligence isn't bad. The stats are good.
Maybe they really just have to rely on the rat on the back door. Somebody has to have it in the team. And he swapped it over for a Spell Prism. Maybe he selected the wrong one. I'm not gonna lie, maybe he just misclicked.
I'm like, why would you get Book of the Dead out of all the tier 5 items, you know?
I don't know.
It's a lot of int, lot of strength, but
it's either 400 IQ or 50 IQ.
yeah.
All right, Verte is going to be pretty close to Ant. Ush teleports away. Tilted Boys leaving their base and hunting for kills.
Ezekiel?
And they're going to take the fight onto Ezekiel, and this Beastmaster, he's overextended. Roar comes out. Maybe he's still able to walk away. I don't think he will be able to. Argus just hits too hard again. That will be his 20th kill this game. And there's no buyback on him either. He can't actually afford. And Ant, if they get information about him not being able to buy back, I believe they know, I believe they think that he has buyback. It's 62 minutes in. Like, they know Ember doesn't have one, but do they know Beast doesn't?
I believe they will push just like they pushed before, and that is, they will not push. They'll just wait.
They will just wait. Let's wait even more.
And yeah, I'm not even sure what we're waiting for any longer. If you're Ant, realistically, you could have ended this game maybe 30 minutes ago. But after the 4 buybacks on Tilted Boys, you kind
this
of dropped the ball.
game just feels so bizarre to me in a way. If you open shop and you click any of the Ant heroes, look at neutrals, they have a tier 5 token that nobody's taking or using. They literally have a token just sitting there, which they're not using for anything. They misclick the Book of the Dead, and they're just keeping it there.
Trickster's Cloak too strong.
Yeah, no,
Nerf,
they're trying to bully Verte. It looks like Earth Spirit is the one. Well, not even him. Not even he's going to be hurt by the Static Storm. So another Disruptor ult. without Aghanims being used. They are right outside of the base, though. He still
There
can't
we
go
go.
in.
There
How
we
long
go.
will this game go?
Well, there's next rush. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, and that's doing it.
This time they did not forget about rush, so they can go in.
Yep.
Look,
yep.
it's a new patch. These guys, they just want to play. You know, they just want to
They
play a
just
bit
wanna
longer. Exactly.
Enjoying the dotes. It's another Aghanims, Undying or Earth Spirits will be the next one. Extra Strength, Steel, or the Enchanted Remnant. And of course, a second life for TA, which I think is the big one. That actually allows them to play more aggressive.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Hopefully a little more aggressive. And they do have the Aghanims now on Earth Spirit too, so
Yep.
that helps. I think that's a big axe for them. They don't have to worry about any of the initiations on them. Just turn the hero into a stone and that's it.
Yep.
Our Lotus is being picked up. Eosin is showing us that they have not been picked up. Teams do not care about that extra cheese.
It's a lot of flour. I mean, block of cheese would be usable now. There's enough Lotuses in the game.
Yeah, but realistically, there isn't enough item slots anymore. Like, these guys are 12 slotted.
But you can use it.
I know what's up.
I guess they don't have enough backpack inventory space, but I mean, they could just pop it on TA, get an extra barrier.
Yeah. No, I was kidding about the item slots, by the way. They definitely do have. It's
I know,
just
they
that-
definitely do.
Yeah.
They're just lazy. But it's also it's the new patch. Like, that's the excuse we will use for everything. For a couple more days. You cannot use it next week anymore. At the same time, someone might be feeling, oh, Resident Sleeper game, nothing's happening. But this is our first long game of this patch, and I'm still fully kind of like excited about what might happen because Tilted Boys is damn strong. There's a giant string PL with 6,000 health who right clicks for 400 damage and has a ton of illusions in this game. How are you ending this game against this PL? Like, oh.
Especially when he has buyback together with all of his teammates. Beastmaster doesn't, but that's only because he's missing like 200 gold, which he'll get in a second. I'm not sure any longer, really. I
Just
thought
getting
that
bullied
had
by
it.
illusions. They've got Verte caught. The Lotka's also in the middle. How much damage can they do? They're losing the Storm Spirit. Has to back away. Has
The
a cheese
damage is big
available,
on
but the
PL.
damage is pretty good. Can they get this PL kill? He is half now, but he's got his heart is going to start ticking. Another Hex comes out as well, but RRL's down. They're going to lose the Storm Spirit. And it's just a slideshow right now. You can't see too much happening. Ush is going to get bashed up, and he's going to go down too. And Tilted Boy scored 2 kills. And reset.
Defense of the Ancient. That's the name of the game. They're defending it really damn well.
They certainly are.
Yeah, they started that fight without the Prophet, by the way. So I'm not sure. Ant was so careful, so damn careful throughout the game, right? Like, they were always making sure that they don't go high ground without some perfect execution, whatnot, and then they go on the PL without the Prophet even being there. And Prophet has a Hex. Like, you need that Hex. It's look at the damn snap. He's got a Daedalus. He's got a Stygian Dezo.
Yeah.
Like, he's
If Frugos goes Rapier this game with all those 25 talents, etc., I feel like the Snapfire is going to be the real carry.
you know,
And that's
all
the
of-
positive side for Tilted Boys. I feel like they scale better.
Yeah, they scale pretty damn well. I was thinking maybe. Yeah, they do.
They
With a
definitely
snap,
do scale better.
yeah. Snap helps.
Snap, Disruptor, this big-ass PL, who is inside your base right now. He could even force buybacks off of Ants. And if I know anything, we've seen best of threes go 3 maps. Tilted Boy still has a bit of magic going their way. Game 1 PL, not much of an impactor. This game 2 PL, completely different story. Almost 1400 CS on this guy. Almost 900 GPM. And that's still with the enemy base still intact. And they're going to find the Warden. Warden going to get roared up and quickly deleted. Ezekiel will pick up the kill.
What was he trying to do? Prophet is still dead. 9 seconds.
Question.
Radiant's bottom tower
It's also another tier 5 token picked up for Tilted Boys. At 69 minutes. He's got the Arcanist armor disruptor.
They have like a hex on him too. Maybe I'm thinking maybe Warden was trying to sneak behind, get a pick off or something. Well, look at this now. All that time you were wasting and saving that Aegis, now it's gone. Once again. The game is pretty damn even. Look at that probability, yeah. 49 minutes in, it was 85%. Now it's 57.
This game was 98% to 2.
Yeah, yeah.
98% to 2 at 31, 32 minutes. And now we are in a 5k lead for Tilted Boys.
Look, that 31 minute, that 31st minute was literally when Ant could have ended it. Like,
Yep.
in any way or shape or form they wanted, they could have ended the game. But they took a couple of really bad team fights. They slacked a little bit. They forgot. They literally forgot about one of the Roshans.
They forgot about one Roshan.
That probably shouldn't be happening at this level, but it happens
I mean,
everywhere.
but also at the same time, while they make mistakes, Ferte has been playing out of his mind.
He was. You know what's the problem? You're counting way too many things. Like as a support, you're thinking about Tormentor, about runes, about Wisdom runes, about Bounty runes, about Lotuses. You forget about the most important thing in the game. That's Rosh.
Yep.
They're going in, Ferte.
Now let's see what Ferte can do. He's going to get rooted up. He's going to get hexed as well. Down to 4k. That's 1,000 gone. And they get more. They've got a Mortimus Kisses Roar coming out as well. RL's going to be dropping low, but the TA is going to be controlled. TA is the big target. If they can kill up Arceus, looks like they will. Yes, they can. RL down as well. 2 big cores down. Maybe even Feeling. Feeling's not going to be dropping. Ush also teleports away. And he TPs into the base.
You got
Pass
Wisp
to
there.
Ex Machina. BKB tries to get home. Not going to happen. Bashed by Ferte. Triple kill for the Phantom Lancer.
Yeah,
And
he was
again, they hold.
Yeah, he was TPing to the base, but he got glimpsed by Disruptor at the last second. And he got glimpsed through to the throne because he was trying to be a little rat. Just a little bit before.
I like the idea, though, because where you're like, you're TPing home, but you're actually going into the enemy base and force their attention for a second, get a bit of extra damage going your way, buy some time for these buybacks, or no, not buybacks, but death timers on the side of Ant, because you clearly lost the fight. Might as well do some shenanigans to force them away, but they are coming full speed right now.
Yeah, he's gonna have to buy back now, no matter what.
It is still Ferte alone, just the Disruptor standing behind him.
Are they really not gonna force this completely? Okay, so 30 seconds for Storm, maybe they're respecting it, not going for Throne. Just take the sides instead. There's a tier 2 on top lane that they have to take, and the game is evened out completely.
Yeah, PL's now TPing top as well as he's finished off the racks and bottom. Tilted Boys. They went from 5 to 16k. Honestly, gold doesn't even matter at this point.
What do you think, T-Panda? What was the switch in their heads? What
was
made
the
them
switch?
go? Yeah, what made them go ham after losing what, like 4 games in a row?
PL timing. I honestly feel like Ferte has just been playing like nuts.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Got the whole team on his shoulders.
100%. Straight for the Raxes. Mega creeps. The game is even.
Game is
72
literally
minutes
even.
in. Let's go.
Oh,
But the game doesn't feel even at all, by the way. They just cannot kill this
Yeah.
PL. They have this problem in which Storm is going in.
oh, they're gonna
okay.
go and they're gonna find Disruptor. Disruptor trying to survive with a Force Staff. Not gonna happen.
I actually think this should have been their approach a long time ago. They needed to kill everyone else but the PL. Because the PL feels unkillable. That's the issue. Like, try to kill everyone else, kill them twice when they buy back, and then maybe you can deal with the...
Yeah. It's kind of like those
PL.
Medusa games where you're like, kill
Yep.
everybody else first and leave Medusa last.
Yeah, but they will lose another Rosh.
Yep, that's Roche number 6.
Insane. Just absolutely insane.
All
They
right.
smoked up. They smoked up around mid, but
Snapfire is actually getting the Lotuses. So we have a greater healing Lotus. You have a great healing Lotus. We just need we need 2 more greater healing Lotuses and that 1 cheese for a block. And they could just give it to PL and make PL even tankier.
They're smoking up on top. They're not
catch
really.
someone.
Yeah, they're not really being very.
Not very discreet about it.
Yeah,
Just waltzing around the lane. Oh, they caught the Beastmaster with the Furion ult. Storm's going to jump in. He's going to catch the Beast. Ezekiel going to take some hits. He's the one carrying the Aegis. Might just be an easy Aegis pickup for them, but they're going for the base. They're going for the Ancient, trying to end the game. Can they do it? They're so close to doing it. Yes, they can. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. Another NA team. Oh my, took you 74 minutes, but they got it. What a game. Oh my goodness, is this what we were waiting for?
Oh man, if you're tilted, boys.
Oh my god.
Oh,
my
if you're
God.
tilted, boys, you've been struggling for so long.
I have no words.
You've been struggling for so long. You did everything right. Like you came back. You stole the game from minute 30 to minute 70. Just to lose in that fashion, my god. They
What
forgot
an
to
ending.
outpush. Yeah, they forgot to outpush the lanes. Always outpush the lanes. Get that backdoor protection. That would have saved them. Oh my god, yeah. Yeah, that's why they weren't discreet about it. That's what's up.
Yeah, they wanted you to know that we're definitely there. Oh, another NA team. They get the win out of Tilted Boys, and how do we crack this game down? It was madness. It was literal madness. Like, it was supposed to end 40 minutes ago. This game could have ended 20 minutes ago. It could have been Tilted Boys winning this game. It could have been an easy win for them as well, by the pace that it was looking like. PL was unstoppable. Fortunate for another NA team, PL is not the one we focus. We just destroy the Ancient and be done with it.
Yeah, I was saying that they need to focus everyone else besides the PL. I was thinking heroes, but that's a good approach. So Nature Prophet actually had it on his mind the whole game. He was trying to go for that throne from minute 30, right? The problem was everyone else wasn't. So he needed his teammates to follow him, to go in with him, to really commit, and then it worked. By the way, I feel that one of the main reasons why this did work is that Beastmaster was caught. So that roar wasn't really there on time, right? You couldn't use the roar to stop them from hitting the Ancient. Just insane, yeah. Good job to Ant for recognizing and eventually realizing what they needed to do. It did take them 40 extra minutes, but sometimes the games, they just go this way. Sometimes you just don't feel like it's easier for us, right? Like you're watching the game from distance. You have no fog, so it's easier for you to make all the right calls. It's not that simple for them.
And man, like just looking at these fights, like of course this is just straight up PL illusion madness, and it's pretty much Kale, but that's what you get when you're playing a late game Phantom Lancer game. All these holds, they were really hard for Ant to punch through. They couldn't find a successful team fight in a very, very long time. They always tried to get the PL, and when they finally got to a point where, oh my god, PL's killing everyone, they went for the side lane push. They pushed every single lane. They TP top after they got the mega creeps, and then Ant just sit in the top lane, wait for the lane to passively push in, and went for the finish. As you can see, like, this is where they went into the base, and where was the glyph used? The glyph was used some time ago, so they can't hold for that couple extra seconds, which could have been them resetting it all up.
Yeah, it was also the Beastmaster that was caught by RRL. Just very nicely done by him too. I'm not so sure if he did that on purpose or not, but it definitely helped them. So 2 universal heroes on the side of Tilted Boys losing. I don't know. That probably means something, but
Give me an MVP, Lizard.
yeah, MVP. I'll give you. Let me see what production wrote. Ash.
I was like, give me an MVP.
He's the MVP. It's the Nature's Prophet. Why is he the MVP? I'll tell you why. Because this man was everywhere.
He built the near.
Yeah, he bought the near. He was everywhere. In the lane, he won it quite convincingly. Then he rotated around the map, just started making madness happen. Like he had the Gleipnir early enough, the catch that was necessary, and he was constantly ratting them, so it wasn't really easy to play against him. He kind of deserves it overall. You know, maybe this game you could argue for someone else, but overall he deserves it because he was just dominant throughout every single series of that they were winning. Yeah.
Man, this game was just out of this world. I just can't wait to talk to potentially, I think, if there's one player who comes for the interview, it's probably Ush. I mean, out of all guys, I really want to give him a couple words about what the hell just happened. Like, forget about game one at this point. Like, this game two was just out of this world. Like, I don't think a lot of us were expecting it to actually end in the way that it actually did. The whole events of this game. Well, I mean, you don't have to wait longer. We're going to have, of course, Ush with the winner interview with us. And Ush, what the hell just happened in that game number 2? Like, there was missed Roshans by you guys. You weren't able to close out the game at 32 minutes. You waited 40 minutes in this game to finally push down the Ancient. Can we hear from your perspective? What the hell went down in game 2?
I mean, your guess is as good as mine, honestly. After it gets past like 50 minutes into the game, no one knows what's happening. We're like, does this guy have buyback? Does this guy have buyback? Do we have buyback? But I kept telling my team, just stay calm, keep getting the Roshans. I mean, we can control the whole map with the Mega Creeps. The one thing you don't want to do is then you have to you basically get team wiped, and then they're going to go push your base and force your buybacks, and it gets into this really hectic scenario. It's kind of like we were looking for this pick-off, right? But they literally wouldn't leave their base ever. So it was like, I was like, I can hex this guy, but they would never leave the base, so we could never get the kill to actually end the game. And since there's so much on the line for this game, I was telling my team, like, we need to all have buybacks. Like, if we don't have 5 buybacks, we're not making a play, right? And there were just times when Argius would buy his item, or I would buy my item, and we were just short on buyback. So I was just trying to be super careful, because I know with NP, with the broken 25 talent and the no teleport cooldown, eventually they'll make a mistake, they'll take a fight outside of base or something like that, and we'll be able to end the game. What ended up happening was I went for their throne because I thought we had the creeps still in the base, like the lingering effect, but actually the backdoor protection had set in because the creeps died too long ago. But they screwed up, they panicked when they saw me in the base, and they used their glyph when there was backdoor protection. So I was like, wait, that's our win condition now. Me and RGS go for the throne, you guys distract them and stun them, and we'll literally just kill the throne. Even if they try to defend, we just buy back. TA can trap back in with his Aghanims, I can TP back in with my TP on NP with buyback, and we can just commit to the throne. Once they did that, I was so happy. Like, I got the biggest smile on my face because I couldn't believe that they panicked and used the glyph like that. So shout out to the other team for that big mistake. But that was a stressful game against PL. In the late game, my FPS is like 50. Everything's lagging. We don't know what's going on with the new game and the new changes. Like, holy God.
I mean, we were thinking the same thing. Like, did they not have glyph? But you were able to force it out before, because that last push was just super quick. But I have a serious question. Somewhere between 50 and 55 minutes, you'd taken mega creeps and you left the map open. You were kind of looking for a top lane push. Roshan had spawned. Did you guys not know Rosh was up? What happened? Did you forget about it, or?
No, what happened was it switched to the 55-minute mark, right? So the Roshan we thought was going to teleport across the map. I was telling my team, I think if they start hitting it before the 5-minute mark, that it won't change sides, right? Because you're already fighting it. But my team was like, no. If they start Rosh, it's going to switch to the other side of the map anyway. So I was like, I don't know. So I thought Rosh was going to go to the top side Dire, but it actually stayed bottom side Radiant, even though the time switched to nighttime. So they were Roshing in the bottom right part of the map when I thought it was going to be the top left, and I put all my trees in the wrong place.
No, you're correct.
Yeah,
correct.
I knew I was right, but I didn't want to argue with my team.
Yeah. He still switched. What happened? You didn't see it, but they killed him as he was moving. They killed him right next to the twin gate.
Oh. Yeah. So that's the thing. Like, I was correct with the read lizard, because I was like, if they think that it turns into nighttime and Roshan goes to the top lane, that's when they take it. But yeah, he actually died at the twin gate.
You're saying my team was right then. It does switch even if they have started it.
Yeah. It does switch no matter what. Like,
he just starts bashing people.
Yeah, starts moving.
I see.
It's kind of crazy.
Unlucky. I really
Yeah,
thought, like,
what
based
did-
on logic, that if you started it, that it would just stay there, right? Because I didn't think it would just like trample over you while you're fighting him. I thought he would just keep attacking you, but I guess new life here. This is a new game, Dota 3, so anything's possible.
It just looks like a mess, really. Like he just starts walking and bashes everything, but you can still even hit him from behind. So they got him really low, and they literally killed him on the twin gates. Like he falls right there, like insane. What do you think? Like what?
Yeah.
Before their glyph mistake, did you think you were gonna win this one?
I mean, I was starting to stress out, right? Because anytime we tried to take a team fight, we couldn't kill the PL. If we tried committing to the PL, we wouldn't get him, and then his team would follow up and use their Disruptor ulti with Aghanims, the Roar, and a PL could take down our course, which was a big problem. So that's why I was worried that, like, we always have to have buyback because we can lose the game. Like, I was like, if we don't have 5 buybacks, we lose a fight, they're just going to throne us, right? And it's kind of the same for the other team too. But the PL is kind of broken right now. I gotta say, everyone I've talked to thinks the PL is broken too. Like when you get to that late stage of the game, even if we kill him once, right, he's gonna buy back and kill all of us, and it's a huge risk trying to go for him because if we don't kill him and we all die, they're gonna go to our base, force our buybacks, then somehow we turned onto the back foot when we had full control of the game the entire time. So I was really just thinking that our best chance is for me to backdoor the throne. So what I wanted to do was I told my team, take a fight outside the base and I'll TP to their base and kill it, even if I don't get it the first time. That's why I bought the Deso last item and AC. But they never gave us a fight outside of their base. They were playing so patient, just literally sitting AFK. Like Ember was just on base duty, and even his team was kind of just playing. It seemed like just by the fountain or something, because they literally never left unless if it was for Roshan. So it was very difficult for us because if we take a fight in their base, like I said before, and they buy back, we're all gonna die. If we take a fight and we try to kill PL and we don't get him, we're all gonna die. So at that point, it got really difficult for us to decide what to do. Even when we got the Roches, it's like you're still worried about committing because there was times where we didn't have buybacks. We don't know if their buybacks are off cooldown. So it just gets so hectic in the late game and it's hard to make the right decision. But yeah.
Yeah, like we saw how strong that PL was at like 32, 34 minutes when he picked up the ultra kill. They got the first Roche and we're like, Tilted Boys are back. And it was literally just the PL. So we look 40 minutes forward how strong the hero can be. So it's understandable. The game feels like it's easily throwable. So you don't want to like cross that envelope. But you got the win. Nevertheless, it's a 2-0 win for you guys. You go to 4-3, which means you either play a 2-way or even a potential 3-way tiebreaker for an extra $4,000 for third place. And currently, there's only C-Dub. Do you prefer a 2-way best of 3 or a 3-way best of 1 round robin?
A 2-way best of 3 or a 3-way best of 1. I hate best of 1s. I think they suck, especially when you're playing on a new patch. It's like infinitely worse because you know they might just pull out some insane strat with like the most broken heroes on the patch, and you lose a game to a team that you otherwise might have beaten in the full series. So I would much rather do the best of 3s. As far as the teams go, for some reason we struggle against C-Dub, even though I feel like we're a better team. But I guess I can't say that considering we've lost our last 2 series to them. But I mean, I would honestly rather play against the cut. However, that one's up to Sankin Gomez, whether or not they beat the cut, which I have a feeling they probably will. So it's most likely going to come down to us and C-Dub. So I'm kind of excited for that. You know, we lost the last 2 series, but now this is the one that really, really counts the most and is like the most on the line. So I feel like it's time to get the sweet, sweet revenge, you know?
Well, now's definitely the time to do it, and we'll just have to wait and see if it's going to be a 2-way or a potential 3-way tiebreaker. But you win here, you get to at least stay in Division 2 for the last tour of this DPC year in 23. So congrats on that, and we'll be seeing you on the tiebreaker day. What else can I say? Hopefully you have less more of these under 70-minute games.
Yeah, that's a little too stressful, especially against the PL with the 60 FPS and everything's lagging. But thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. Look forward to seeing you next time.
Take care, man.
Thank you. You too.
That would be super stressful if you had to play a game like that where you know, like one team fight, we might just throw our entire lead and lose the game. But that was the case. He said like we were super scared about pushing high ground when they're constantly just sitting there. One mistake might just cost us the whole game, and then we'd suddenly have a best of 3, and you're gonna hate yourself in that situation. So he was pretty plain about it.
Yeah, understandable. Like you don't want to risk any chances dropping out. You want to fight on for extra 4K instead. And it's like looking at the game from distance, when you see everything, when you know they don't have 4 buybacks, you're thinking, yeah, this is simple. They just need to go in, kill a couple of supports, roll back, move back in. It did look that way, but at the same time, there's a lot on the line for them, so it's completely understandable that they wanted to make sure that they're as safe as possible, even though making sure that you're as safe as possible in this situation makes it much worse for you.
It definitely does. And as you can see in the leaderboards, it means that Ant is now tied with C-Dub, and that's a guaranteed tiebreaker. But is there going to be a third team joining them for that more than $4,000? Depending if you're the cut, for example, they can still improve their situation remarkably. Because currently, if you're playing for 5th place, you get 9,000. If you go to 3rd, you get 15. So they have 6K more to win. But they're not playing today. Next up, we have the Oversight playing against Alpha, and Oversight's bet is to stay in Division 2 and force a tiebreaker for relegation. However, if they lose, they are indefinitely out of the division. And Alpha, well, we also might see a tiebreaker for an extra $1,000, depending if they win this one and what happens with Sankin Gomez in the cut in the last day. But we are going to take a break, ladies and gents, because it is not too long until the next series is going to be kicking off. So this is a good time for you guys to pick up your refreshments, go to the toilet, whatever you need to do. Be back here in a couple minutes for the final series of the day. See you in a bit.
Watch more, earn more. Full TV.
We are back once again for the North American Second Division here in the DPC as we head over to the second series of the day, the Oversight versus Alpha. And as already mentioned, if you weren't here just a moment ago, Oversight is playing to stay in the division, force out a relegation tiebreaker between one or maybe two, maybe even three teams, but it requires them to win. Alpha, however, they're already through, and with an extra win, it puts them closer to an extra $1,000 included with their promotion to Division 1. Here with T-Panda and Lizard. Of course, Liz, when you look at these two teams, Oversight, they have been probably the most, well, you could say, underwhelming team of the division, but they have some games where they've had surprise elements, and those have been against the Cut when they took a 2-1 victory over them, and of course that's the only serious victory they've had so far, taking a map off of Tilted Boys at the very start of the division, but not enough to clean out a victory for themselves. So how do you feel playing against Alpha if you're the Oversight? What kind of prep can you possibly do when you're still studying the patch?
I don't think you study for the team at all. That's not something that you do. Maybe you
just
check
study the patch.
Yeah, you just study the patch. You check some players and what they've been doing in the pubs, but that's it. Like, you can't really study because no one knows what the hell is happening. Actually, when it comes to Alpha, they did give out some of their heroes in the last interview. Like, they were talking about it very gladly. Maybe because someone told them that they already got promoted. That I'm taking the blame as well, don't worry. But yeah, it's they mentioned what, like a Nyx, a Ricky, they mentioned some of the heroes. So if Oversight was listening to that interview, perhaps they know which ones they could be banning. But then again, it's a new patch. They might have already adjusted. Maybe Alpha has a completely new set of heroes that they think should be played right now, right? So yeah, it's like it's crazy. It's always crazy. The first 10 days of a new patch, they're always just complete madness, and this is an insane patch. So it's kind of, I don't know, it's twice as much, I feel like.
Yeah, there's a big fluke element for sure that one team just might get away with a good hero pick that's completely unanswered. And you mentioned those support picks, the Rickies and the Nyx Assassins. We do have a comparison between Joker and Atuf, who have somewhat the same types of heroes in their hero pools. What we saw earlier on in the patch, the previous patch, so earlier on in the division, it was the Rubik's, the occasional Hoodwink. From time to time, you might see a Snapfire. Then you have these Murana Willow specialists coming in. But Atuf, he's also got that Nyx Assassin added into the mix. He might be showing his Skywrath Mage. We might even see his Tiny Support come out again. But no Ricky. No Ricky so far. So does Joker keep a high expectancy for his hero to go through? And like you said, do they just ban it? Do they prepare against the Riki? Do they build a minus armor strat and find an answer against it? Could very well be.
You know what? Like, I'm a big fan of both of these. In Division 2, I became fan of Atuf, and I became a fan of Joker. Like, why am I a fan of Atuf? I don't even know. Like, he had a couple of really good games, but it's mostly his nickname. I just like how it rolls off of the tongue. Atuf.
Atuf.
Atuf. I just like it. Meanwhile, for Alpha, Joker, like, he's been around. Like, he's basically our friend now. He's been talking to us, joining us for every single interview when his team would win. Yep. And they have won 5 series. So out of the 5 series, he says he has talked to us 5 times. Today might be the 6th. So kind of hard to
he was also missing
for him.
He was also missing you in the lobby. It's like, where's Lizard? Like,
oh,
you
really?
can see, like, you really have a friendship building between him. So it's definitely there. But as we have kind of put in the comparison between the two teams, dear viewer, you make the decision. What do you think about these upcoming drafts? Head over to esportsbet.io with this watch to earn platform. You can compile your own ideas during drafting and also earn some tokens on the side. You can get 3,000 of them per hour, equivalent of 3 USD, and that is something that you can possibly earn if you just take advantage of it. esportsbet.io, create an account, log in, watch some Dota, and start earning tokens. That's all you need to do. Well, as we wait for the draft to kick off between these two teams,
yes. Tell me, what?
I'm just kind of like how
How? What?
What's the
Where?
word I'm looking for? What's the humor level of Alpha today? How seriously are they going to take this? Because promotion is the biggest thing you play for, but there's an extra $1,000 on the line. Do you want to school your opponents and feel good about it? Play super laid back Dota, no stress, no panic. Oversight, meanwhile, super panicked, super stressed out. We got to win to survive.
Like Oversight, you saw what happened in that last game, right? Like in the last series. It was 17 minutes because one team was really worried and one team understood just what's on the line. So for Oversight, something similar can happen. It all depends on what kind of a team are they, what kind of players are they. Some players, they just thrive under stress. They're just much better. They play better. They when everything is on the line, like they are online, right? And when they're just playing the league, they're like, oh, whatever, it's just another game, it doesn't matter. So for Oversight, it's like that. For Alpha, I feel like they're good enough to win even when they're experimenting, and I do expect them to be experimenting in this series.
The only serious loss they have is from the very first series they played. It was against Tilted Boys on the 9th of April. Ever since, 4 series win streak. Can they stretch it to 5? If that's also something that they want to play for, get a higher seed for Division 1 for the next tour. I mean, it doesn't really set like a massive storyline, but you might get a different opponent for your first round. At least you don't get to play necessarily against the highest seed team like Rebellion or TSM. So there's always that. So, I mean, I just want to see Alpha have some fun heroes that they really just want to try out and play out. And at the same time, Oversight, not stress too much about it. And because I feel like the more laid back you are, the better results are going to be.
Is that like from your personal love life, or is it just like...
Whoa. Let's don't go that deep. You're cutting some very, very fresh wounds there. I mean, okay.
Share, please do share. We're all here for you.
I'm not sharing anything. You're attacking me here.
No, Twitch chat is gonna help. I'll help.
My romance life is fine. Don't worry. It's not about that. I mean,
wait. It doesn't sound fine after what you just said.
Depends how seriously you take what I'm saying. But I mean,
that was very like I just got goosebumps the way you said it. I'm sure you don't have any problems. Oh my god.
What do you think about Alpha's 4 DK picks?
Sure, go for it. DK sounds good. Great. Go for him again.
Go for it.
Like DK is looking really strong right now as well. Just pick it. Pick more of DK. Make it 5. Make it 6 DK picks.
What do you build around it? Like if you play a mid DK, what are the aspects that you need to fill in on the side of Alpha? Do you get another stun support? Do you get a secondary initiator?
Get Skyrath.
Skyrath?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Everyone's picking Sky in this region anyway. Just get some Sky, blow things up, but I think speaking of these 2 heroes is fun, but what's more fun is Skyrath and Vengeful Spirit. They have a romance.
Vengeful Spirit is a good.
Yeah, and Skyrath. Do you have a romance as well somewhere out there in the coldness of Finland, Mr. T Panda? Like you just look, you started it. You said you had some issues.
Oh,
I need to know now. I just need to know. Share with the people.
There's not much to share, is there? I mean, I'd rather leave people sitting and guessing and wondering. You know, like being a bit of
smart,
bit of mysticism always needs to be there. I mean, I could ask about you, turn the whole conversation against you, saying I started it. I'm going to lead on to you. What about Lizard? Is this Giga Chat also something that maybe one of the Twitch viewers they all adore you? They're drooling after Lizard. I mean, there's a lot of fans out there who like you, Lizard.
And
yeah, the man's a statue. Look at that guy. Just look at him.
All I do is I work out. I have no time for this nonsense. Play Dota and I go to the gym.
That's the way to do it. And you also hit the gym. Hit the gym for sure. I mean, I need to do that too. We're still waiting for the draft to start. That's hence why we're just keeping you guys entertained. Hopefully, you had this one guy you were talking with about gains and stuff. How do gains and Dota walk hand in hand? Do you have like a clearer mindset when you play Dotes?
No, I don't think so. I actually don't think gains are good for Dota. Like big gains. I think it messes up with your muscle memory if you're doing too much. But I think like cardio and some soft training and that stuff is really good for you. And if you're a position 5, You just get jacked. It doesn't matter anyway. You know, like your reaction time is whatever. Just
you
go
lift some
bulk
weights
up.
while you're waiting inside your base for stuff to happen. But we have a
Exactly.
draft ready, so Alpha versus the Oversight series can finally begin, and we can start talking about some Dota heroes, or we can start talking about Lizard's love life more. But there's more to come after that. That is at the NADPC. Nowhere else will you hear this stuff. So, Enchantress banned and DP actually getting banned. So I was wondering something like Undying. What are the other ones that we've really been
I have
looking
no
at in the
idea.
first phase?
Don't act like we figured out the patch. No
Oh,
one
they banned the
knows.
Riki.
No one knows. Everyone is banning their own stuff. Void Spirit through the pool, Chen through the pool. Like all of these heroes, you know, like some teams are preferring, others are not. Alchemist in the pool, Spectre in the pool. I don't know what's in the pool. I don't know what's good.
There's no Riki though, which they did here in the interview.
Medusa is in the pool still. Didn't you know she has 100 HP? You can call her.
Yeah, you can just keep donking her in the lane, like just bypass all the benefits you have. What is Joker eating, by the way? What do you think? And look at that hat.
That hat never leaves. I don't know what he's eating. He's eating with a fork, but it looked like a piece of bread that he put into his mouth. So it's kind of weird. The Oversight, they get the Nyx and the Bounty Hunter. They're the silent assassins.
The Bounty Hunter, which was banned last series, the first phase. So we know Skyward plays untraditional carry heroes. Maybe carry Bounty on its way.
I mean, why not? Or mid lane even.
Mid lane Bounty, sure. We'll have to see more heroes, see what Alpha decides to respond. What's a good counter to the Bounty Hunter? What do you feel like could suit against this gameplay style?
A dust is a good counter. You
A
pop
hero.
You pop a dust, and suddenly, oh no, they picked Ember into him. Oh, I would put this Bounty Hunter on the mid lane, just chop him up. That's one of my
Slice and
favorite
dice.
matchups. That's actually one of my favorite
Even
matchups.
I have played that matchup as a Bounty, and I've won.
Have you?
And I'm not a mid player, and I've won that matchup, yeah. Not in this patch, but before. So I feel like if Bounty's been buffed this patch, he's even stronger against the Ember.
Yeah, perfect. Then we agree. We're on the same page. Bounty
are.
Hunter into Ember feels pretty damn solid. I'm not sure if they'll put him mid or not. It's
10 seconds
So,
remaining.
yeah. We'll see. It's a good support as well. But if it's a support, then you have Nyx and Bounty as supports. I hate that. Actually, Nyx can be offlane now, right? Zai played him on the offlane too, so that's an option. You can core that.
Well,
Now
now
you have-
definitely either Bounty or Nyx is a core because the
Or
Piranha
both.
gets picked up, or
Yeah.
or both.
Both maybe.
Someone was saying Mirana core is pretty damn solid.
Mirana core?
Mirana core, because she's universal now. The right-click damage is absurd.
Yeah,
5 seconds
it could be, right? Like OG played her in Division 1 as well last season, and it worked on that carry position, so maybe it's a good option. I feel like they picked it more or less for the Tombstone, to deal with that Tombstone, but yeah, it can be a good core too. Like, it can be a good lane with the Nyx, like you have that stun into Arrow.
Gonna have to look up Dota 2 Pro Tracker and see what this Mirana is looking like right now. If there's any special item builds being built here. I'm spying some casual Dagon games. I see a Gleipnir being built, pretty much first item. Very interesting item builds here. I see a Daedalus Mjolnir, East
I
European
think that's
Dota.
normal. I think that's normal. Like if you're playing carry Mirana, Daedalus Mjolnir, you know, seems good. Dragonlance, Maelstrom, Mjolnir, Crit.
But if you go
Feel-
support, you can just be the Graves builder in the team, so that also works. But the offlane duo of last patch, the Rubik and the Beastmaster, and it's a Bananamancer.
Dude, this Bananamancer and this Oversight, they're like on fire when it comes to their draft. They know what they want and they're picking exactly the heroes instantly. Like they've studied the patch. I feel like Oversight, they came prepared. They don't want to get relegated. They're like, you know, they're in it to win it. It's the rise of the Oversight. Like all of the picks that they've made so far were bam, bam, instant.
How does this Venomancer fit into the picture? Like off-lane support? How would you build this oversight draft? What would you put where? Bounty versus Ember Bid makes sense. Mirana could be carry. Nyx could be off-lane. Veno could be off-lane.
Yeah, you could put Veno into the Ember as well. Maybe that's a good lane for Veno.
Is it?
Why not?
I feel like Veno is too squishy.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, but still Veno versus a melee hero. You just right-click him with poison and Gale. I mean, yeah.
You can make it
eventually. Eventually, no, it's not if you can make it work or not. You're gonna win the lane. Eventually, when he hits 6, you can die.
Okay.
But up to that point, you will be winning.
10 seconds
Slark and
remaining.
Muerta banned out by Alpha. Muerta makes sense. Pretty scary looking hero right now. Considering the amount of damage Oversight already has with Mirana and Bounty Hunter, you get another quick burster. Like,
Oh yeah,
your
that's
heroes just
interesting.
melt.
We didn't see her in the last series, right?
We didn't, yeah, uncontested. More or less. They banned out the Bloodseeker. that makes me also feel like Mirana could potentially just be the carry here because of the Bloodseeker ban. We'll see if that is the case. Bounty Hunter can still, I guess, survive. Like, you can still man fight. If you're silenced, you can still use Janata. That was the big change for the hero. You need to break the hero for Janata not to work. You do not have one on the side of Alpha currently. Probably need to bring up a Viper or something.
Let's see. You picked some Viper, and this Overside's draft is, I don't know.
I mean, Alpha goes for Viper against the Bounty.
You go out, you steal that from them, and you go full Plague.
Radiant team pick. Sonic's turn to pick.
Naga Siren.
Alchemist.
You may now select your heroes.
Naga Siren versus Alchemist. Okay.
Alchemist.
Yeah, okay, they get Skyward Alch.
Right.
I don't know, I love Alchemist. I think the hero is really solid right now. I think he works. You get the farm very easily. The acid spray, the stuns, the built-in Grievel's Greed, it all feels good. You come online faster than Naga. At the same time, like this Ember can build a vessel. That can be a problem. Like Satoshi, like with the Rubik, I feel that they might be able to, do quite a lot early on, a lot of damage on the map. Overall, I don't know, position for Bounty Hunter and mid lane Nyx Assassin.
Yep. Mid Nyx, off lane Veno.
Mid lane Nyx Assassin. Oh, I mean, I expected off lane Nyx from time to time, but mid lane, sure. Why the hell not? Bring it.
Exactly. Why the hell not? Like, let's just go overboard with it completely. And this was a draft I suspected maybe Alpha wants to play, but it is actually the Oversight pulling off the more untraditional draft once again. But Skyward did not go for the carry Mirana. We'll be playing the carry Alchemist instead. What do you make of this Oversight draft? On a scale from 0 to 10, 0 being the worst, 10 being the best, I'll give you 3 ranking categories. I'll give you drafting style. Did they have a good style drafting? How does it actually work together? So cohesion. And then thirdly, if you would play this draft, what would you rate it?
No, I think this draft is good overall. I think Naga, though...
Give me 3 numbers. I'm challenging you here.
8, 6, 7. I don't know.
So like pretty high grades in general.
Yeah, their draft is solid. I like their draft. It's just that the Naga kind of messes their whole plan up. I feel that Naga is really strong here. Into the Venom. Like, as Venomancer, you want to be winning the lane. Naga might have something to say about that, because it isn't an easy lane into her. She just spams illusions. You can't deal with them as a Venomancer. And it's a Bounty Hunter. He doesn't help out as well with any AoE damage. So that won't be very simple to deal with. But then again, Venomancer has been reworked a little bit. He has this crazy new agonyms that they might play with. By the way, I'm not sure. Like, I'm still thinking this Venom might go mid. Why is he spamming raid bans? He has his universal He's still he has 3 raid bands queued up.
I
more
guess
or less.
he's going to realize in a moment, like, oh
Yeah.
no, I mean, I'm on the wrong
Yeah,
hero. But when you think about it, you get more attack speed, even if you're not an Agi hero in general. You still get a lot of attack speed from Wraith bands. You get a pretty sizable amount of stats from these mass Wraith bands. So you right-click hard, you right-click fast, you got a dot on top of them, you have a lot of armor, and you're playing against Naga, you're playing against Ember, you're playing against Beastmaster. I think this is totally viable. It makes sense. If you're playing for a 25-minute timing for this Venomancer, which might even be him getting a first blood, potentially Joker, what the hell are you doing? Rises is going to have to come to the rescue, but it's not going to be enough. Deny, however, as that Poison Sting, Venomous Gale, still is an ability you can deny from, so no first blood.
Yeah. And also an ability that you will be playing with into Naga with the mirror image. Just pop that bad boy, get rid of the Gale, continue your life very easily. I'm not sure, like this Ember into Nyx mid lane. I mean, I don't know what's gonna happen here. I have no idea, but I feel that Ember should be strong. Like Nyx, you can set up with a Carapace on him later on in the game. That's where you're really strong. But in the mid itself, I'm not sure. Maybe because of the Mind Flare, something changes and you're a bit stronger. But not sure. What do you think? Your guess is as good as mine. Like, what do you think? Who's gonna come out on top here?
Which lane? The bottom lane?
The Nyx into Ember.
The Nyx into Ember. I
Yeah.
mean, obviously, I would favor the Ember Spirit a bit here.
That's so
thing
brave
is,
of you.
Spike Carapace doesn't really do much to the Ember Spirit. You can still slide through, and Ember doesn't take damage from it.
It sets up. Yeah, the Flame Guard is the only thing you can Carapace, right? Easily.
I just don't know enough about this Mind Flare.
Yeah. Well, it dishes out a ton of damage. Venomancer bottom lane.
Dead.
Yeah, this is the problem. Honestly, like this bottom lane is gonna be a big issue for them.
The Frenchmen have themselves a very interesting lane. Cry and Atouf, Sacre Bleu.
Yeah.
Got to figure out something how to make this lane work.
No, you know what worried me? What worried me is that he started with Gale. Like when I saw that, I was like,
It was the first blood attempt, so yeah, they.
Yeah, but
forced it.
it's one of those things. If you do it, you're ruining your lane after, because Courier just going to the bounty. Naga might, never mind. She'll just ignore it and deny instead. Like I've played this lane a lot of times, like Veno into Naga, and it's really not funny for Venomancer. Early on, if you go Gale, you just don't have a spell.
I guess with the fact that the Nyx Assassin, if you put him into the offlane instead of the Venomancer, you just lose the lane as a double melee versus the Naga and dying. Probably that was the reason. They probably wanted to play this Veno or the Bounty Hunter as a mid-core.
The Rubik?
They were forced to make some adjustments, and Rubik definitely very low here. Dead Zoned, poking away. Fairy Fire's still up, so Satoshi gets the opportunity to poke the Marana, forces out a leap.
Yeah. It was a nice debate from Rubik. If she jumped, she dies. If she jumps on the tower aggro, that is. Because he had lift, he had Fairy Fire, so...
Yeah,
nice attempt.
Fairy Fire in itself would have helped a lot. But this is doing great in this mid lane, to be honest. He's 17 CS, and the Mind Flare is starting to hurt the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, he's also universal. He went for a bracer.
He right clicks harder than the Ember.
Yeah, he right clicks quite a bit, like 76 damage. Quite a bit harder.
It's pretty solid, yeah. Like you're level 4 and you're getting 57 damage from your primary roll on top of the base damage you have on this hero. Actually, I'm going to look up Nyx Assassin's base damage to get a better idea. So that's 15 to 19. So if you compare that to, for example, the Bat Rider, who's 0 and 4, like that's 4 times more right-click damage. That's quite a lot.
Yeah, and every single spell that you use on him, like it's kind of like one problem that I'm sure everyone has right now when they're trading with Nyx. They're afraid of this 30% bonus damage in the past 15 seconds.
It's a big number.
Yeah, it's not that it's big. It's just that you don't understand
big.
exactly. Sure, it's big. It's massive. If you have to like convince me, it's big, Panda. I believe you. But the problem is like you don't know what to expect from it in the lane, so you're kind of always on the on the more careful side. You don't want to commit.
Well, only one kill so far in this game, so it's just been a bit of a farm fest. A little bit of poking here and there. Even the Veno bounty, they've had a moment of pause in this bottom lane. Veno getting a bit more difficult to deal with, but Naga's also ramping up. She's just farming. They can't really. I mean, they can definitely kill Oversight's off lane, but they don't have to like overly unnecessarily commit if the Naga is still just farming happily. Like, you're happy with how things are right now.
Yeah, I feel that on this bottom lane, if you're Veno and Bounty, I know it sounds crazy, but if you want to kill someone, it probably should be the Undying.
Empyrean just got slowed by Gale, Poison Sting, and Grenade, and slow, but Atuf is going to take even more damage. And what they dealt onto the Undying and the Naga Siren, Atuf very low.
Yeah, so basically, they realized that they need to go on the Undying instead. Because Naga will just clear everything off. So if you want, this is a kill lane, like Bounty and Veno. If you're playing this lane, you want to be killing heroes.
At least this Bounty Hunter slows down Naga's farm by a little bit, just by stealing a tiny bit of extra gold every now and then. And now Undying actually spotted Atuf and Cry.
They're trying.
Get the best out of it. Tyrion is low, still has a Gale debuff and the Poison Sting, and Atuf will hunt him down under the tower. Veno's about to drop too, so Ryzus gets a return kill out of the core. Atuf, he's on the hunt, but this Naga's just going to TP under the tower.
Yeah, because Undying will TP with some region, right? He's going to probably drop it. Actually, the courier is bringing everything in. So even though he TP'd there, he needs to be careful. Undying with the salve, Atuf, yeah.
Spotted. Alchemist is also 1 HP. Skyward has to also pick up a salve. Joker might be able to break it. He spotted the Alchemist. Yeah, he's got it. And Skyward, he's trapped. It might just kill the Alchemist. He's got it. Oh my goodness. He even threw a blood grenade into the camp because he was trying to get the creeps closer, but he did not use his Quelling Blade there on the right tree. Not sure if he even used his Quelling Blade at all. Well, bottom lane, they also are fighting against this Bounty Hunter. Once again, just keeping up that constant pressure. Can they kill Empyrean? 2 points in Janata. No Gale, though. I think that's the one they're waiting for.
Yeah, with the Gale, they can go on the Undy once again if he comes close. Bounty is perhaps a bit too low now to commit. Let's see.
Yeah. And there's a sentry with the tombstone, so they were constantly zombies on top of the Bounty.
Yeah, sentries, dust as well. He does Gale the Undying, but this isn't. Yeah, it's not gonna work. There's a dead Joker too. Yeah, I don't know. I'm too focused on the bottom lane. I literally didn't move my camera. I watched mid for a little bit, and then I just continued watching bottom. It was way too much fun.
This kill for Death Zone was actually pretty big because he got a kill that allowed him to go straight for the Wisdom Rune, and Morana's almost level 6. And Joker's gonna be like,
Minute
no,
7.
my Wisdom Rune.
Minute 7, he's almost level 6. That's actually so massive.
Yep.
So good, yeah. He also scouts out some stacks here. He can snatch maybe 1 or 2 with Yarrow, or he can set up on mid.
Yep.
Impale.
Took the Watcher as well. Got the Ember Spirit trapped, and easy kill for the Oversight.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Like the Mind Flare there, level 3. They don't have any...
I love the level of ASMR in your microphone there. Very, very soft.
You like it, don't you?
Yes.
EMP does like it as well. They're going on him.
Yeah, Tooth is just going ham. I was thinking about dropping the Tombstone.
Man, do I like when they drop the Tombstone.
Oh, yes, the roar in the top lane Skyward. Oh, he's in trouble. He's got himself the concoction, and Beastmaster does end up going down. Black Soul with the rotation. Dead Zone also pretty low here, but here's the Nyx Assassin.
Oh, he misses
the stun, though.
Well, that was
happened.
unfortunate. Why did that happen? Did the Spike Carapace get blocked by the shield?
Yes, the Flame Guard popped it.
No, I mean, I know the Flame Guard popped it. I mean, the shield rune. Does it block the damage? And because that doesn't make sense. The stun should still stun him no matter what.
So he didn't. Yeah, he did get stunned, but it's 0.4 seconds. And what's the impel cast time? I don't remember. I honestly don't remember what the cast time on it.
But I didn't see the stun at all. Are you sure it got stunned?
Yes.
Stunned?
I mean, he was stunned by it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just blind.
Unless we have a replay, and then we're gonna play a replay, and I'm gonna be wrong. I'll just say it on gut feeling.
Don't worry. I'll open the replay anyway afterwards. I'll hunt you down for this.
Meanwhile, the stacks are being farmed by Satoshi, but they're just farming Satoshi instead. One thought that this is easy free money for one, but it's going to be stolen by the other. Black Soul fighting against the Nyx Assassin, getting the kill. Alpha feeling that our triangle, I guess you could still call it the triangle. He can test it. They even find a tooth, the dust. They talked about the bounty counter.
I mean, they needed to get that kill, right? They needed to kill the Nyx at least once, and the bounty as well. And this is all huge for Alpha, because this is, like on Oversight, this is a gank train kind of a lineup, you know? You just go in, and you kill people 24/7. You get this bounty level 6. Like, look at the difference between the supports in this series and the last one, right? Like, all the supports on Oversight already level 6, level 7 even on Mirana. Now you have Track to work with. Ryze actually does not have any way to dispel Gale if they go on him. But Cry isn't really eager to go. Let's see.
Gale connects, and no mirror image for 6 seconds either. This is going to be a very good kill for them, and Ryze just disappears. Huge amounts of damage.
This is gank train right here. They can go mid straight up, Mirana and Bounty. Like, I actually like Oversight's chances in this match. As long as they make sure that Alchemist is also farming. Because he's the real win condition.
The power of having 3 universal heroes in your draft. They definitely pack a punch. Now with the Black Soul in the mid lane. One stun. Arrow is going to be the second. And Black Soul deleted. Atuf has to walk away. Tombstone plays down as well. Trying to look for return kills. Atuf and Odyssey both down. A dead zone. Going to get chained up. Black Soul will secure yet another one for himself.
Oh no. That's the worst thing that can happen to a gank train. You hit another one. Head-on collision. They went in. Yep. It's okay, so you have to pick your fights a bit. You want to be on the gank train 24/7, but at the same time you want to pick your fights carefully to not have this happen to you. Just a nice comeback from Alpha, realizing what's going on. Realizing that the moment they kill Naga on the bottom lane, they're gonna move mid. So they prepare for it, they counterplay, they get some nice kills.
One of the best things Alpha, with almost the same lineup that they had in Division 1 in the last tour, was actually the fights they take when the laning stage ends. So the laning stage exit fights, they were very successful with them. They had a pretty early game in general. And it feels like that experience is definitely playing into their hands, that they understand, like their Dota knowledge just seems to be at a high enough level to take these fights and turn them around.
Do you like the Radiance already on the Alchemist chilling?
Good timing.
Having Boots of Travel level 2 queued up. Probably not gonna buy them, but...
He spotted Skyward, actually. He's being hunted.
He's trying to run. He's running.
Oh, no Roar, and no... I'll use the Hurricane as well. And here comes the gank train. There's 3 heroes from Oversight. Not again. They died last time. This time they might just get caught again. Roar on the Venomancer. That's a pause 3 down. And they can just convert into a tower push if they want to. Training them away. Meanwhile, the Ember Spirit has found Skyward. Has chains available. The concoction. Just... Okay, they did have vision on the high ground after all. I don't know what was giving that vision, because there is none right now. Undying getting a bit of poke here. Dead zone. On the run. Moving Black Soul further, but they won't be able to chase all the way. And here comes the Tooth, and now there's a possibility for a turnaround. It's going to be 4 versus 4, maybe even 5 versus 4. Venomancer's already up. Alpha You got to be careful. Skyward gets taken down, and now they're going to lose Black Soul. He's low on HP. He's falling. Cry will get the kill. Satoshi to still battle him out. Joker going for the TP away, and Empyrean, he's going to be chased by Odyssey and looking for another hit. The Mind Flayer will finish him off. Mini Dagon to the butt.
Mini Dagon to the butt, yeah. Oh my god, like, this game is so much fun. Like, I expected, you know, from Alpha, I expected some draft like this, but Oversight are the ones that are just...
They had the guts to pull off this, you could say, convenient draft in a way. It's definitely different. Okay, this Beastmaster just getting stun locked by a 2. He's stealing Lotuses. Doesn't want the Beast to have him. Oh, and he gets a track kill. Yoink.
Yoink, yoink indeed. They're all about the gold on Oversight. You know, you get the Alchemist, you get the Bounty Hunter. These guys understand what's up, yeah.
Oh, you know what's up as well?
The Sky.
We got a Mini Dagon and a Dagon for Nyx.
He's got a Dagon.
He's got a Dagon lined
well,
up.
he's buying it, yeah. This diadem, it just costs way too much. It's 1,000 gold, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot.
It is a lot of money. And to consider that that 1,000 gold you use for the diadem, the next Dagon upgrade being 1,200 gold, which is going to be an extra 100 damage. You get 6 damage from diadem. Wait, do you get 6 damage? 18 divided by 0.6? Okay, it's not quite that. It's a bit more. However,
Bounty caught.
battling out against Joker. Gale connects at the very last pixel, but they got the Beastmaster. Odyssey will find that one. Tombstone placed down Empyrean on the chase. That's a DD Nyx Assassin you got to be careful for. He is going to hurt. Can they kill him before he starts hurting? Does feel like they will. No turnaround opportunity here for Oversight. Cry. Gonna try and turn around on Black Soul. Arrow. Ooh, he's still got caught by it. It was too short. But he will lose a hero for it. Finally taken down on Empyrean. He tried to save his buddy. Has 10 stick charges, but he ain't healing out for a lot. The ticks, the dots, they hurt.
Get him. Oh, no, what the hell? You have Atos. Go. What the hell? I got triggered by that move back.
I could feel that pain. It's like, what are you doing?
It's got triggered. I'm like, holy hell, he's tracked. Get that money. Get that gold.
Oh, that's what you want to see, and they will be successful with the turnaround in the end for Oversight and convert to a tower push. Top tier 1 down. Seems to work. 2K lead for Oversight.
It's a lot. Considering you have an Alchemist and Bounty, I'm joking. It's really not a lot, but it's something. Rises.
Double end of his chase. And good night.
Bye-bye. It's farming a bit deep, don't you think? I don't think that's his side of the map.
Nope. Bit cocky, considering the bottom tier 1 tower is gone, sure, but that is not a very safe place to be. He thought he was probably safe. Cry, surrounded by some enemies here.
Tries to go on Joker, but Joker, yeah, he TP's back. He also had 2 healing lotuses, probably wouldn't die, but better safe than sorry, you know? You go base. Veno looks at you, you go base. You TP Fountain. I like I'm not sure, like he's going Atos into Aghanims on Venomancer. I'm not sure what the correct build is. I still think in this patch, if you're playing Veno offlane, just buying Greaves goes a long way. But you already have Mirana doing that, so I suppose it's justified not to. They have like 3 heroes that are all building utility and an Alchemist. Bounty Hunter going for Solar Crest, Mirana buying Mech Greaves, and Venomancer as well. I guess he isn't doing utility, so that's kind of nice. I can see it. Atos Ags. This Aghanims, by the way, I don't get it. Like every time someone dies that's affected by your Poison Sting, I believe...
On top? Just look at that's an absurd amount of damage.
Truly is? Yeah.
Looking at the death summary, that took less than that took less than 2 seconds for them to get the kill.
Gang Train moving on. They smoked up instantly after.
On to the next one.
On to the next one, indeed. Yeah, they don't have Vendetta now for 30, so they can maybe wait that up. Is he buying? Yeah, okay, so next item, Ags on Mixed Assassin. Interesting with that he's getting that with the Dagon. Like, not really the combo vombo, but
Dire's bottom tower
it's still
is under
okay.
attack.
They can even amplify the damage output on the side of Oversight with the Solar Crest, which is 5 gold from being finished on the Bounty Hunter.
They saw the Nyx, this deep ward under the Ancients. They saw him, they pinged him out. So wherever he rotates, you can see the way they're setting up around Naga. They're just protecting her.
Yeah, you got your personal bodyguards.
Yeah. At the same time, Nyx just farming up, chilling, buying that shard.
On the topic of bodyguards, do you think that Dota 2 pro players should have bodyguards when they're attending an event?
Well, they do, some of them
Some
already.
teams do,
Yeah.
but should everyone have a bodyguard or a personal guardian?
It depends if you're on the event or not.
Why? Why? Because of me. What would I do to them?
Don't act innocent now, T-Pand. I've heard
What?
stories.
What? Come on. I haven't even attended a bloody major, man.
I'm kidding.
You have. Okay, you're probably the Giga Chat who scares everybody away. That I accept.
No, I'm definitely not. I don't know where you get that aura from, but that ain't me, and you know it.
Still waiting for my major invite. However, we have a bit of a pause, double disconnects on the side of Alpha. Maybe this pause gives them a moment to kind of get their thoughts straight. It is not going to be an easy game with this Alchemist timing. We haven't really talked about it too much, but he's got his bots 2s with the Radiance and Sanj into an AC. So I believe once you have AC, Radiance, bots 2, that's your timing. At the same time, there's a heart almost finished on the Naga, about another 1,500 gold.
Yeah, I don't think it's nearly as impactful as what Alk is getting, But what the hell? I'm sorry if you already mentioned this. I'm sorry for re-mentioning it. But how do you like Boots of Travel level 2 on Alchemist? Do you think that's like normal? Second item?
I mean, why did it become popular in the first place? Is still my big question here. Like, is it really that valuable?
Is it popular? Are actually players buying it?
Yes.
Like
That's the thing. It's not like every game
Is
you
it?
build it. I mean, you have 2 Invis heroes in this game. You can set up with Nyx Assassin. If you don't have a ward to scout out in the first place, you will not...
Okay, wait, then I missed it. So if I go to Dream League right now, I'll see a lot of carries with Boots of Travel level 2 on Alchemist. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, you're playing with
Let's
Invis
see.
heroes, so you have a guaranteed gank squad. You have Impel Stun,
I mean,
and then you can follow up with Concoction. Like, you can load up Concoction, teleport in your ally, show up, stun somebody, and then look for a kill. That I can see as a...
yeah, maybe as a fifth item, not as a... You just put 4,000 gold of your advantage into nothing. I guess movement speed is nice. And he really likes movement speed. He has that and Windlace.
I mean, I guess.
I'm just opening these games. I'm literally scrolling through games to find some alchemists right now. Not really finding any alchemists though, sadly.
Yeah. And I don't also see any changes to Boots of Travel either. The only buff for Boots was Phase Boots with +5.
Like the map is much bigger, and you can get from one camp to another. Yeah, but you could also have bought yourself a blink for that. It could have been helpful. How many Alchemist games have been even played on that tour? Alchemist has been played only 3 times, it feels like. Yeah, only 3 games of Alchemist, so not a lot of Alchemist games.
I'm looking at Boots of Travel level 2 win rate this week, and it's 68%, but the use
T-Panda-
rate is low.
T-Panda, think about it a little bit though. When do people buy Boots of Travel 2?
very
Right.
late into the game where they
And-
most likely are going to win the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I said use rate is pretty low. So it's not like you're still very often building the item. Can't even actually look up patch 733 on Dota Buff yet, which is a bit unfortunate. But we can use this week's information on it. I mean, Aegis has a 98% win rate.
So Shopify Rebellion played it once, Liquid played it once, and Beast Coast played it twice. So far in Dream League, that is.
Oh, sheesh, that's a level 3 penalty, by the way.
Level 3.
That's not a lot of drafting time for the next game. It is a bit unfortunate. What can you do?
Yeah, just random heroes. No one knows what they're doing anyway in this patch.
I mean, it is alpha, right? You know, they can do what Oversight just did in this game number 1. The fun thing is, Oversight is making this draft work, and it's not too wild, but it is a little bit wild because it's a little bit different to what we're used to seeing. Because you're like, oh, new hero Veno, oh, bounty hunter, oh, Nyx mids, like that's already 3 things out of the usual. Normally, if you go for something wild, you're like, you have one unique hero and potentially another hero that's been flexed in a position that it normally isn't played in. Say, Alchemist is put into the offlane instead of carry. Like, it's not super unordinary, but it's still unordinary enough to be noticeable. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
Oversight is making an untraditional draft work, which is something pretty rare. Considering they're also the bottom seed team in Division 2. So,
Well, for them, making a draft work is pretty rare. So,
yeah.
making a rare draft
Thank
work
you.
is the opposite of that.
Thank you, Lizard.
Yeah, there you go.
That's what I wanted to hear.
I'm still just searching for my Alchemist games.
Yep. It's quite a bit
searching
of a
for them.
right.
Yeah.
And Satoshi has reconnected. Now we just need Rises back on the server.
What's really nice about Alchemist is that he's A, so the first hero. And you find him. Okay, no. K1 didn't even buy travels. He went phases in his game.
Hector is a smart lad. He hits creeps.
Oh, yeah. I'm not sure. Like, this travels too is still mind-boggling me. Like, when I saw him queue it up, but I might be wrong. Look, it wouldn't be the first or the last time. It's something interesting, completely different. Because for me, Alchemist is like this. He's a hero that ramps up his farm very early on, right? But he needs to use that farm very early on as well. Like, you want to use it as soon as possible. You want to get Radiance, you want to get BKB, and you want to get Blink. And then you fight. That's it. You can get AC as well in some games, but you want to fight as soon as possible. Especially in this game, because you're literally the only carry, the only core on your side. Eventually, Alchemist can tend to fall off. And you just put 4,000 gold into your boots. I mean, that can hurt you a bit.
Can work. Venomancer's got an interesting quick buy there. There's plenty of different options. Aghanims coming up first. It's funny, when you look at Venomancer's Aghanims, it says Poison Nova, new ability. That's not a new ability. It's been reworked, sure, but Poison Nova's always been around there. It's just a funny little tooltip ad. And of course, the Noxious Plague, which is literally the new ability.
Yeah, it's a bit different now. The Noxious Plague, it's basically a pointed spell now. You just cast it on a target. It's no longer like, your ulti is no longer AoE. And you get the Poison Nova from the Aghanims.
I love how it said, when the target dies or the debuff expires, all nearby enemies are infected with a non-communicable version of the plague.
Yeah, because so it doesn't spread indefinitely in the game, you know. You can get rid of it.
That is that's not a good plague if it's not able to latch onto others. But yeah, I guess Poison Nova is somewhat of a new ability in that case then. The new Aghanims. We're soon running out of pause time. There was a reminder for 3 minutes not too long ago for Rises, but he is still gone. 1 minute left. 1 more minute to get your carry back, otherwise they're going to have to unpause. And he is the key ingredient. He's the key component of this team. So are we just putting Undying to sit in the base and he's going to micro Naga?
Whoever can play Naga, whoever is a decent Naga player, I think just micros her from this point on. You can do it with the Undying, with the Rubik.
I mean, you kind of need the Rubik in fights, so you can't really just leave the Rubik to AFK. I guess you just leave the Undying.
Look, you will not AFK with anyone. Like, you're still gonna micro your hero. You're gonna play both of them. I guess Rubik is a bit harder to micro in fights than Undying, so it would be the best for Undying to do it, but Naga is as well not really the simplest of heroes when it comes to farming patterns. So if you want to continue farming properly, it has to be the guy that understands where to send the illusions, at what time, and stuff, you know. And the game gets unpaused. Well, that's unfortunate for Alpha.
Rises is AFK in the river.
And there's a token stolen.
There we go. Token stolen?
Yeah, Tooth took it away from them. One token was on the floor.
A Tooth, the thief in the night.
Yeah, the real bounty hunter. Token thief.
Well, Alpha is going to have to play without their carry player, but it doesn't mean that their hero is out of the pool.
I think Satoshi is controlling him, actually.
Could be.
Yeah, most likely. He's the one that's playing micro heroes anyway, and he looks like, yeah, he's just chilling.
Yeah, I mean, the Beast is really just required for the Aura and the Roar. I guess he can just farm jungle camps while he's microing the Naga Siren onward. But that allows Oversight with they are actually in a very good position. All things taken into consideration, Oversight is still playing. They are still playing against elimination. So Oversight can only win out of this. They can literally only win out of this. And apparently he is reconnecting back, but Alpha is actually begging for Oversight to pause. They are not.
Oh no.
One thing I have to say though, Alpha, you never ask for pause time from your opponents. It's a gentleman's move if you do give it.
Be bros.
Yeah, I mean, this is the point where you use a Dark Willow voice line. Yeah, nah.
Yeah, I mean, would you pause? I don't know. I feel like I would pause. I would feel. I would feel guilty
from my own will, I will do it because it's a gentleman's move. You start asking for it, no, you will not pause. Play the game as it is. Bloody Joker. Alpha almost getting caught by an arrow. Has to be careful under this 2-2 tower. A lot of hostiles around him. Odyssey, a Tooth, also at the far end. They're scouting out for information, but the Ember Spirit already out of there with the Remnant jump.
And that Carapace was a bit, you know, if he has a blink, he can blink in Carapace, but like that, it's not gonna happen.
Meanwhile, Rises AFK in the trees. Satoshi's too busy microing himself.
He's doing big things. He's pushing the high ground, so it's okay if Naga has to wait for a bit.
Okay.
I mean, it's not great, but it is what it is, I guess, yeah.
But there's one positive thing. If you look at current gold, you can actually see Naga's actual gold. So she's sitting at 4,000 gold right now. So you will get hearts. That is, well, I mean, okay. Honestly, just Stipes Joker. One quick take on.
When I click on Naga, she has 100 gold. How do you
that's
see?
That's why you select current gold from the left side graph to see the actual gold that Naga has.
I
Smart,
see.
Smart, you know.
I see. I'm learning so many things with you, T-Panda.
But yeah, because there was this one game we were, I'm not sure were we casting or were we, yeah, it was the one in Division 1 we were paddling, and we had a disconnected Caudle, and Caudle was sitting on like 11,000 gold. which they could not use because the hero was disconnected, so you can't buy any items on him.
Yeah,
That was
that's the worst thing, right? Like you have a teammate disconnect and then you can't buy stuff on him.
Yeah.
It actually
And,
feels really bad.
and it was wildcard gaming because I remember Sammy Boy was microing the Coddle.
Yeah, there are some heroes that are definitely better to be disconnected with than others. Naga is not one of those heroes. Like she's probably the worst that you can get DC'd like this.
Radiant's middle
And
tower is under attack.
yeah, they said he's reconnecting, but
Tower is under
it ain't
attack.
happening, Chief. I don't see it.
Radiant structures are falling.
Oversight there, you know,
Radiant's middle
I
tower
guess
is
it's
under attack.
all no limits. Get the victory with any possibility that you can.
Yeah.
Can't blame them for it. They are fighting with their backs
Double
against
damage.
the walls.
They're gonna find the Naga. Oh no. Well, there's a
Into shadow.
That's a decent amount to start things off with. Ryze is already down at half HP.
He missed.
Has the backup from Joker and Black Soul. They got the lift on the next assassin. Nick's gonna need some help. Arrow hits onto an illusion. They catch the right Naga. Manta being used. Outproof is gonna be fighting against them. But Alpha coming in with full strength. Rises will finally fall to a 2. And Empyrean's about to drop as well. That's gonna be the Undying
He
to fall.
reconnected.
Joker is super low and he reconnected to die. Oh, Ryze is gonna be super. He's gonna be like, what the hell just happened, guys? But he's back in the game for sure. Sitting on 5,000 gold. Concoction's gonna connect onto Joker. And maybe this Alk's gonna be there in time. Yes, he will. He's got the Radiance burn. Joker, what you gonna do? He's got a Lotus, which he's not gonna use. Skyward for the kill.
You know, the worst thing that can happen when usually I take over, I micro the heroes when they disconnect, right? And the worst thing that happens is, I'm sure it happened to all of you, like the hero that you're controlling, the player that you're controlling, in the middle of the fight reconnects. And then you lose the control, and he isn't using anything, you aren't doing anything. Is the worst.
Most likely, most likely what happened, which has happened to me once, was I was microing a teammate while Satoshi's getting bullied and battered, is you're microing the hero instead of your own, and then you lose control of it, and instead you're actually clicking your hero into the fight, and suddenly your own hero dies, and you're like, what the hell happened? Oh, he reconnected. Oh, I'm dead.
Well, that's some next level. But yeah, that happens too. I can see it. I can see it happening.
Yeah. I mean, I've played enough Enigma to suffer that fate too many times with my Eidolons expiring at the same moment I'm ordering them a movement control when I'm about to start Black Hole Channel, and I accidentally end up moving my hero, and I just break it by moving. So yeah, I've been there. But Oversight, they have a 12,000 gold lead currently. Naga, however, reconnected back into the game, has finished the hearts. Has a cornucopia lined up. What are we going to see out of this cornucopia? You could build Orchids, you could build Lincolns, you could build Refresher. I believe we're looking at an Orchid build again, just like last patch.
Well, that's the usual build, right? But whatever she builds, it might be too late. 11k ahead already on Oversight. Alpha, if they want to win this, they really need to pull off some magic. They do have a gem on Ember. So look at Soul and his movements. Like, he might make this game. He might bring it back, but
You might make the game a game.
yeah, it's a very difficult one to come back in.
Oh, Satoshi's got to be careful here. He does not have a gem, however, and he's going to walk into the next assassin with the help from Dead Zone. They just blow him up skyward. Just farming the wave with the concoction.
Just as plans, right?
Radiant's top
The good old travels to
Travels to farm with
into
concoction.
stun. Yeah,
And
I mean,
Atuf,
it did work so far, by the
right
way.
on top of Rises here. But they're going to turn it around. They're going to surprise the Bounty Hunter instead. Surprise! However, your high ground's in peril. You got to TP back. Skyward already hitting the tower. Black Soul. Waiting for the chains. We'll get the connection on the Ember Spirit. Arrow will miss.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That will be the end of that story. Skyward runs away. The tier 3 tower goes down to less than 1,000 HP. So that's a successful push for the Oversight. Looks like they're stacking up and try to catch Oversight off guard as they're still spread out around the map. But their movements are scouted out by the Ward and the Watcher.
Usually, if a team is a bit better, that's
And
one
Beast's
way
gonna
that
die.
that's one way that they can come back into the game. It's by just forcing them to death, then catching them on the other side. It's just that they lost way too much vision for this
So-
to work. Plus, you're playing into a bounty hunter and an Nyx assassin.
Yeah.
Like these two heroes just give way too much info.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this Nyx Assassin. Despite that being a level 1 Dagon, he's got a Grove Bow, which increases 15% extra magical damage. He's holding onto an Arcane Rune, and that Mind Flare has a 2.8 second cooldown. That's disgusting.
It's also the shard. Like the shard actually gives you magic resist reduction, so
That
it helps.
helps.
Yeah.
Yeah, that definitely helps. That's another kill. So that's if it doesn't add right on top of it, that's around 30% damage. Sorry, magic resistance reduction. That's a lot of extra damage. And now they're just hunting around for kills. All they really need is one big pick off for a high ground push again. They almost finished off the tier 3 on the last one. Oversight, showing a lot of spite here.
Just a farming stun.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, and I was corrected about the voice line. Thank you for that. That was Hoodwink instead of Dark Willow. Thank you. For some reason, I thought it was Dark Willow, but it's not.
Close enough.
Close enough.
Rises.
Oh, rises. Yep. Not too fun. Oh, there. The Undying just loses a casual 1200 HP, but he will survive for a little bit longer. Tooth will finally clean him out, though. Under the tower rises. Roar coming out onto the Alchemist. He's still got that Aegis for another 2 minutes. He might just drop under the tower, trying to get the concoction off. 2 more. Oh, he gets silenced just at the last second. He might die here. But where's the damage? Skyward. He will finally pop the remnant jump. But at the back line, Black Soul with his BKB. He's got the Nyx Assassin. He's going to take the Venomancer as well. Cry's going to be falling. Oversight losing members. Maybe even more with the Alchemist. Another silence just as he was about to throw the concoction away. But he's going to get concocted himself. The Alchemist still on the run.
Yeah.
The arrow will hit onto an illusion dead zone.
So
He doesn't
fast.
have much to give, but he's such a bloody fast boy. Keeps on running. Another rune. Another silence on top of the concoction. He's going to stun himself again. No, he can't get it off. And finally, that regeneration is not going to do enough for Skyward. He's still on the run. Another web comes flying through. Yet again, is it going to be another silence on
He's
top of the
fighting back.
concoction? Yes, it is. He's going to stun again, but he will get themselves the kill out to Black Soul. Rise is running back in. Can they kill this Alchemist? Bloody hell, he's still surviving. Skyward, now he
Got him.
finally drops. God damn, what a chase. Oh, that was costly for Alpha too, because they end up losing Black Soul for it.
Well, it was costly, but they just want to fight versus an Aegis.
Yeah, mission accomplished still.
Like, that was huge for them, especially for their morale as well coming into the rest of this game, because they just realized, yeah, we can still win this. We can take these fights properly. And Oversight, even though they have such a huge advantage, they still make a blunder by diving that tier 2. Ember just with the BKB cleaning house in the back. Did they retrieve the gem? They did, right? Ember died, but did they get the gem back or did Bounty snatch it? What happened in the end?
There's one gem in the Dire Fountain. Is that the one?
Not sure. I know that Ember had it, so maybe it is. Maybe that's the one.
Well, the Ember did die on the spot where there's no
Yeah.
gem, so it's probably that one then. Recovered by Oversight.
This will cause some confusion.
Yeah, that's a big deal for them. Look at Joker, bottom lane. He may just fall here.
Yeah.
Look at
Grabbing some lotuses. I'm gonna let him have him. But here comes the Alchemist TPing on top. Have the Soul Blade, Concoction, Ease.
That's really damn quick. They need the BKB on Alchemist. After that, they're kind of set. They probably can force a high ground even.
Yeah. Joker got a prize for his death. While he died, he was gifted an Aghanim shard because his team took the Tormentor.
Yeah, and he's getting really close to Aghanim still. So, 2 spells to steal for the cheeky
spells.
Rubik. Yeah.
So what do we want? We want the Impel Stun's always great. Maybe even Mind Flare. Mind Flare against Nyx himself.
I mean, for Mind Flayer, the way it works, you want to be I guess, yeah, the intelligence multiplier is huge. But I thought that you want to be dishing out damage first and then using the Mind Flare, right? Because of that, there's 30% more Ember top lane manages to get out.
Yeah,
Nice.
I mean, the bigger burst you get, the more damage you get from Mind Flare. Sure, yeah.
I think the stun is
You
pretty...
could be a kill-stealing Rubik. Oh, they're trying to kill the Beastmaster. That's not an easy job, though. He's going to get the roar out onto on the Bounty Hunter. Skyward running into the fight.
Tombstone is in a good position,
Chasing
but...
down this Beastmaster, too. Yeah, the Tomb's in a good spot. And
Yeah.
this new passive on the Alchemist, that's just obnoxious to fight against.
Oh no, the Tombstone is actually helping them now, right? If you're Alchemist, shouldn't you just farm? You can still farm the zombies, right?
No idea. Don't remember.
I think you should be able to, so... maybe next time you don't kill the tomb, you just chill there, you know?
I think we've had the same discussion like a very long time ago, talking years. I have no idea if it's still possible.
Yeah, maybe years ago it was changed and my old brain has forgotten.
I will forgive you for it because, you know, there's too many things where like, oh yeah, that was patched like 6 years ago.
A tooth and this Rubik, invis by invis.
Actually,
Yeah.
think that was a good idea.
Just a casual Ember kill, nothing else. BKB now also up for the Alchemist. Who do you think? Do you think Oversight's just winning this game? Is there any win condition for Alpha? Can this Naga be big enough to actually fight back?
I mean, you saw that they struggled to kill the Alchemist in a fight in which he was completely alone. I think it all comes down to the way they play these fights. So far, Alpha have proven that they can outfight them. To me, at least, that's how it looks like. Ember does so much, but Ember is also dead. And because of that, you might be just losing this side.
Yeah, this push is looking much more determined compared to the top lane push they had before. They're going to force out the glyph. Skyward still in the front. Satoshi trying to stack up some Wild Axe stacks, but you're going to need a bit more than that. What a
His,
sword.
his ulti is gone and Ember is up, so they do defend, they do hold.
Holding their racks at least. Tier 3 down, however. And there's now a second Dagon being lined up. It's not just the next assassin now, it's going to be the Marana too. They want to get everything out of that Mind Flare. That is pretty...
But wait,
I'll put it. It's pretty obnoxious.
But Mind Flare works only from the damage Nyx did. It doesn't work on the damage the rest of you did,
But a
right?
Dagon is still burst damage for a kill.
Sure, of course.
So even if it doesn't straight up work with the Mind Flare, it's probably just going to guarantee Nyx is going to get even more kills with that extra Dagon in hand. However, Roche is up in actually 6 seconds, and they're moving towards it. If they just time this right, they need like 2 more seconds, because Roche takes the time to pop up, and they're going to walk out as he... Yeah, literally just walked out of the pit as he spawned. And now they're not walking in, and they're going to get surprised by Oversight. They're going to be taking the fight. Oh, Empyrean in the front. They've got an Odyssey at the back, dealing with this Beastmaster. Gets the roar out. The Nyx Assassin held on the place, and now they need to get something done. Double ultis, or double spell stolen by Joker, but he's not getting enough done here. Ryze is also controlled by Skyward. They're just hammering down this Naga. Siren Naga gone. Empyrean dead. Black Soul takes down Cry, but that's only one hero. You're going to need more. You're going to need a whole lot more out of this.
He got bashed just before he used Song. Like, the Song was on 0
And there
channel.
goes Ember.
Yeah, they just get cleaned up. This is Roche, and yeah, this should be game. Just perfect initiation from them. Even the Tombstone, like the Undying was on the high ground. He pops the Tombstone. He's like, oh shit, everyone is around me. They kill the Tombstone. Beastmaster is forced to roar some Nyx that already used everything. Naga forced to just pretty much run. Tries to use the Song of the Siren.
Yeah, and look at how they slowly pop up. Cry arrive from the portal, Dead Zone arrives from the portal, Alchemist TPing on top, and they're slowly just arriving, and you see Atooth is already in, the Nyx Assassin bullying, almost killing off Satoshi right away, and you use that roar defensively, so it did hurt them a bit. Odyssey, meanwhile, he just snipes Joker. Just another casual kill for them while the replay was still running. There goes your Aegis and Cheese, picked up for the Marana. It does feel like this game is over.
Yep, definitely does feel that way. They just need to find a way to reach high ground properly. They have cheese now, they have Aegis. As long as they don't dive too deep, I think they can even brute force it. The easiest way would definitely be to kill off Satoshi first.
Yeah. And that exactly happens. Satoshi down first. Rise is actually in the front line, surrounded by 4 heroes. Wasn't probably suspecting them to just right away jump this Naga, but that is the case. They are chained onto the low ground. Tyrion holding the frontline position. Cry also holding his position on the side. Bullying them a little bit here. The fun thing is, in the last series, we talked about the worst case scenario possible for Tilted Boys. It might just be happening here, you know. This is game 1, but it's another step towards a relegation tiebreaker if Oversight cleans out the series. If they can get this first game, they must be feeling pretty damn good about it. They're like, guys, we can actually win this one and actually keep ourselves in the division.
Hey, that Alchemist kind of hits fast.
He does. Definitely does. That Solar Crest is a massive buff to his attack speed and movement speed.
And the casual Moon Shard that he just purchased doesn't really hurt as well. Berserker's Potion. A lot of things adding up. This Radiance can go. I mean, it doesn't have to. Like, Radiance versus Naga is fine. But you could switch it up.
Difficult position if you are Alpha.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
How the hell do you find yourself a successful fight? Naga's got a relic lined up. Is that a nullifier on the courier? That's nothing on the courier, actually, so might just be the beginnings of potential rapier, even.
A nullifier. He's got Helm of Fire.
Nullifier
as well.
would... Okay, he actually has the Helm of the Iron Will, so that is a nullifier then. But his courier is killed. A Tooth is spotted around the area.
They need a gem. Like, that's something that you need if you're Alpha right now. Playing without a gem on this map
Rubik
is
has it
impossible.
queued up, but it's another 5.5 minutes.
Yeah. It's just impossible to play the map. Naga.
Yeah, it's
very
sad.
simple.
It's a sad story, but this Nyx Assassin truly is a scary hero to play up against. I honestly wonder how much damage has this Nyx Assassin dealt this game, because the number is probably pretty sick.
To the Naga right now, he dealt 2.2k.
Yep.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And he also has 11 kills. Oh, they are deeping in. The concoction loaded up with the teleport into the base, and there goes Empyrean.
That was a good idea.
Suddenly, he was there, but suddenly he wasn't.
Radiant's
Talk about deletion.
Schrodinger's Undying.
Schrodinger's Undying. Oh, and Joker, he's actually stolen the stun, but not going to be a very strong one. Gets bounced backwards.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Also stolen Mind Flare for Rubik.
Top barracks are
Not doing a lot of damage.
middle tower has fallen.
At least the cooldown is pretty decent, so he can keep spamming it for at least the intelligence multiplier. But it's not doing a lot. That's also your mid-ranks down. One more lane for Oversight to score mega creeps.
Damn, they're so careful. They actually go top. They want to out-push and push properly. 20 seconds away from Chemical Rage, so he can go back top, defend, and TP back in to the fight. They don't really need Alchemist around anyway. But here comes. This is the smoke, you know.
The smoke. And Odyssey's already there to pop it. Information given onto the Undying, and he almost dies. Not enough though. They got the Roar. The next is that's a great start. Can they get to him? They're stuck on the low ground. They're in the bug spot. They're not doing anything. Force staff save on the next assassin, but this Alchemist isn't going anywhere. Skyward can't do anything. He can't do absolutely anything here. It's down to the rest. Finally, he gets on the move. And he can get to participate in the fight. Rises gets the song off. He's got 4 heroes trapped on the spot, and they will chase him down. Oh, really? Was she got the TP out in time? Yes, you will. Jam also on the ground, but they will recover it. Oh, that could have been so much worse, but Nyx and Alk got stuck on the edge of that cliff.
Yeah, that was probably the worst case scenario for Oversight in that situation. They still win the fight, more or less. They do buyback on the Nyx, but You're still in a damn controlling position. Aegis has been
Damn
reclaimed.
controlling.
Yes, Aegis has been reclaimed, so that's a plus, I
That's who's
suppose,
trying
for
to get
Alpha.
in. He's trying to get through this gate. And there we have... Did they change the Mirana shard? No, it's still the same. Oh. It's actually a catch. Got the Nexus Assassin pretty low. Dieback. Odyssey's gone. 5 versus 4 fight. Rubik, however, will be dropping. Buying back
He's
instantly.
taking no damage.
Rises is going to be in a bit of trouble here. They won't do instant great damage here, but they will finally get the Hex out as well. Naga fending them away. The illusions are being pesky. They're just not doing any damage. Like you said, where's your DPS? Meanwhile, the Noxious Plague.
Bounty.
Being a bit annoying for Empyrean and Satoshi. Has the Lotus Orb, purges away both the Web and the Silence. So only losing the Nyx Assassin that fight. And forcing out the buyback off of the Rubik.
Yeah, it's a big kill because now they can survive for a little bit longer.
Mode Skyrim.
I don't know why. Why is it mode Skyrim? Do you understand? Is it the roar from Beastmaster Fusro Da? That's the only thing that...
I mean... Honestly, I don't know. That is a mystery. I can ask in the lobby.
It's some...
You know, it's some inside joke that we don't understand.
It's some secret signal, yeah. We can't know the truth
Well,
behind.
Let's see how that impacts his gameplay. Or if anything changes. A tooth in the front.
That's the secret sentence that activates Alpha, you know. Mode Skyrim, they just go crazy now.
Yeah. Oversight. Playing right in front of their tier 3 tower. Alpha's gonna need an opener. They've stolen track on Rubik, which is very handy here.
Would be cool to track the bounty as well, even if he uses Lotus.
I mean, Ember's right there. They can see him. They can see him there. Sadly, Vision is also applied by Oversight. They also see where Alpha is right now. Tracks are applied. Satoshi coming up the roar onto the Venomancer, but he's too far away. Very hard to get to. Satoshi's just running around getting blocked by his own creep wave. Ogre still taught him to safety. BKB to dodge the stun, and he's going to get pummeled. Skyward wants Satoshi's blood, and he will take it. Ryze is charging onto Cry, wants to take this Venomancer. Black Soul jumping in as well, the Emperor Spirit. And now you need to deal as much damage as you can, but do they have enough? Do they have enough? It doesn't look like they're going to be successful in it. Naga to drop. And Naga's gone. Black Soul's down as well. Naga forced to buy back. Oversight. Just having a chill field day. And they will finish off the Naga with ease.
Yeah, I'm not sure even why the Veno is the main target. Maybe they realize they can't kill anyone else, so they're trying to go on the Venomancer. But, like, he has Shivas, he has Gleipnir, he pops his ulti. There's Lotus on him. Like, Trickster's Cloak, he's a really damn difficult kill to make. And also one of those kills that, Veno pops his ulti, you know, pops his Aghanims, and he's fine with dying.
Well, let's see how this defense goes. You're gonna have to buy back the Ember if things go south. Joker still gets stunned despite being smoked up. Silence onto the Alchemist again, trying to hold him on the spot. He is very tanky. Stolen, impale, stun from Joker. Another concoction available. At least they're trying to control them, but these racks are falling. Glyph is forced out. As long as they can hold these buildings, it's not going to be mega creeps, but they're running out of time. Rises, they're going to make some move happen right now. Skyward finishes the melee. He finishes the range racks. That's mega creeps. They can just back away now. And BKB even forced as they are going to disengage. Alpha, they can't chase.
You know what you do now, T-Panda? You wait for the 70-minute mark, more or less, and then you end the game by rushing the throne. That's how you do it.
That's how you do it.
NA style.
NA style Dota indeed. Alpha full on 5-man smoke. They're like, guys, you know, Hail Mary rush. Take one more fight. Hopefully we win it. No buybacks on Alpha. 3 buybacks for Oversight. But at the current pace, it doesn't feel like they even
Wait,
need to use them.
level 25 on Nyx is 300 Mind Flare radius.
Radius.
The radius, it becomes an AoE spell. That's a lot of damage in an AoE. But I guess the percentage of damage the target receives from Nyx, it's only on one target that you damaged. Maybe multiple targets if you manage to damage multiple ones, but still. Only one will get completely blown up because of the Dagon and the E-Blade. Look at Rises, by the way, casually moving in, using his illusions behind enemy lines. Tries to song
and actually catching the Naga Siren off guard. The roar comes out onto the Alchemist. They need to try and save this Naga. Naga cannot die. Otherwise, it's going to be game. And Black Soul jumping in the middle. They've got a lot of damage they can actually deal into Oversight. But with this Naga dead, is it going to be enough? Satoshi is down. And this Nyx Assassin refuses to give an Impale Stun flying in. Still giving some control. Empyrean dies. And Alpha, they're running out of members. They call GG. And that is Oversight. It's a bit of a sigh of relief. Even if Rises was disconnected at one point of the game, I don't think it still would have made a bit of big difference if they did pause the game and let him come back in, because Oversight, they were dominating this game, 58,000 gold ahead of their opponents, and one game away from forcing a guaranteed tiebreaker with maybe one or more teams. Tilted Boys, they're literally feeling a bit scared at the moment, because Oversight, that's a big win for them.
Yeah, it's a big win, but there's a chip on their shoulder. They won without one player being in, and that carry, that Naga not being in, like, you might think it's not a big deal, but it's a huge deal. And it was, they were in front, they were in a comfortable position at the time that it happened. At the same time, that exact timing is where Radiant can strike back and maybe make a comeback. That's the problem. Like, exactly at that timing, Radiant needs to play their cards right, and then they can come back into the match. So it was extremely unfortunate for Alpha for it to happen at the time that it did happen. Unfortunately, they lose this game 1. It wasn't a perfect game. I think the draft from Oversight was, something pretty genius. I loved it.
Genius and refreshing.
Yeah, the Bounty Hunter, the Nyx Assassin, definitely refreshing from them, something different. They, like you mentioned earlier, they didn't really manage to take a lot of series in Division 2, and they have to take this one to remain in Division 2. So these games are super important for them, and you can see that they did their homework.
That also breaks down Alpha's long winning streak, as they've just had 2-0s, 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 and now they dropped their first map since the 9th of April. So Oversight, that's a very big accomplishment from them. Must be feeling happy about it. But the work is only half done. Still need to score another victory. But this is the path is set. Your path to success is now set with this one victory. You get one more, and things are looking very bright for you. But you got to get to that point first. However, the laning stage for Oversight, it was a tad bit difficult, right? The Nyx Assassin was still doing okay in the mid lane, but I was worried for the Bounty Hunter and the Venno. It didn't get to a very good start, but it got better with the course of time, because it is a Naga you're playing up against in the end.
They had 2 supports with level 7 and 6, minute 10. Top lane, they just left
the
the
Morana
Alchemist.
was the big impact for sure, yeah.
They left the Alchemist and then they rotated around. They did fine still. Yeah, the Venomancer perhaps didn't have the best of times, but he had good enough of a time on that offlane. Like, I feel that they could have been crushed even harder by the Naga and Undying, so they did well considering what lane they were up against.
Yep. The Nyx Assassin with the Morana rotating around the map, then Bounty also getting to level 6, and they just had this big gank train you could utilize around the map. So that did play into their hands very well. I got to commend this Nyx Assassin from Odyssey in the mid lane. It is a spark of genius. And if you were to ask me, I mean, I literally just looked at the message from production. They say Odyssey MVP. I say Odyssey MVP as well. Like, you have a pretty ballsy hero pick, something new from this patch that seems to work pretty well in the mid lane. Like, your matchup was all right, your farm was still pretty good, and you actually had a lot of impact this game. So, hats off. That was a good game from Odyssey.
Yeah, really nicely done. Also, a fun pick, right? Like the Nyx
A fun
Assassin.
pick, yeah.
A fun pick from from the mid lane, just playing out of his mind, catching heroes constantly. I really enjoyed this. This is probably one of the best performances that I have seen from Odyssey, like overall, no matter what, right? Like no matter what hero he played. He played what, Kunkka's Storm Spirits before, and this Nyx Assassin so far for me has been the most convincing. And it's been versus a team that's pretty damn good. Like it's been versus Alpha that are being sent to Division 1 once again. So, maybe that's what he needed, you know? He's one of these performers that perform really well under pressure and versus the best.
One of the performers that perform.
The performers.
Yes. From the words from Lizard, we're going to send you over to a break and see if Oversight can repeat what just happened in game number 1 and keep themselves for that tiebreaker. If they lose this one, we're going to game 3, and then the whole set is still open for a potential best of 1. But that is after the break. We'll see you in a couple of minutes. Potentially, the moment of truth might be upon us because it is the oversight that takes game number 1 and are 1 game away from keeping their hopes alive and staying in Division 2. If they lose, however, we are going into a game 3 and everything is still open here with T-Panda and Lizard. And of course, the draft is ready for you. So let's roll out the heroes and see what happens in our second game. There's a bounty hunter opener coming out from the oversight. It seemed to work out in the last game. Why not? If it's not broken, don't try to fix it.
Exactly, just keep it the same, right? The easiest way to approach the game.
10 seconds.
And it was a really nice bounty hunter game from them. I really do believe that he did a ton of work in that last match. So, like you said, if it's not broken, don't need to fix it.
Also looking at the damage numbers from that last game, I was curious about how much did the Nyx Assassin do that game. But of course, you know, you got a Venno in the game. He's naturally just going to top the DPS charts. He did 48,000 on the Venno, but hit 44,000 on this Nyx Assassin, which is quite a lot, considering the skill set is usually considered on bursting 1 hero down. So 44k damage on singular pickoffs, that's quite a lot.
44,000 damage.
On a Nyx Assassin, yes.
Yeah, you're right. That's quite a lot for Nyx. But you know what? Like maybe that's something that we'll be seeing in this patch more often than not, right? Like maybe that's literally what all the Nyx Assassins will be doing. Maybe this is, you know, we see it from Odyssey, and then it just catches up. Like I have seen it. Like Zai did play it on the offlane as well. It did work for him. They go for the Alchemist. Like, look, this Alchemist this time around, you're playing into Earth Spirit and Bat. I really hope he buys a BKB earlier. Like, you still have that possibility of TPing on a bounty and getting pickoffs, but if you don't get a BKB earlier, these heroes, they will have enough damage to take you down. And also one more thing. Do you think that they should have went for a Vessel in that last game? Like, no one had it versus the Alch. I mean, you have ways of dispelling it as Alchemist, but I think you still needed it. At some point, you just couldn't go through his chemical rage.
It's a good point. I feel like I see that a lot in games where, like, why aren't they not building a Vessel? And the only thing I can come up with is, like, well, they're just going to dispel it anyway. So you can build an item. You're naturally going to be building against a team with a lot of single target spells. And you just ignore the fact that we could have gone Vessel. So it's a reasoning I always fall back to, if that's the way they were thinking about it. Or just seeing maybe we need other items above the Vessel, even though Vessel is great against the Alch. One thing I would have liked to see was a Scotty on the Naga. But
she got it. She had it like very early on. It's just that...
did she though?
Yeah. It's just that by the time she got it...
Because it was like Heart, Orchids... I think he had Manta and then Scotty. I was like, it felt like it was a bit late.
Yeah, it would be earlier, and I think Orchid was the last, but it would be earlier, and it would feel more impactful for you if she didn't disconnect. Like, it's all these small little timings that look insignificant perhaps, but they really aren't. And yeah, unfortunate for Alpha that it happened. Hopefully it doesn't happen. Hopefully they have good internet connection this time around, or whatever it was that hurt them. But okay, they got CM, Bat, and Earth. Like, a ton of damage coming. They look like they want to be back with the Fury.
I guess if they want to fight against that Alch, I would still see, like, get a hero that matches up. Like, we saw the Terrorblade. Was it the Terrorblade ban, actually? That came in the last phase. It was like, that could have been the last series as well. Oh, it was actually the Oversight. They banned the Bloodseeker and the TV in the final phase. And then they went for the Naga pick. So that's a natural quick Manta into Scotty builder. Because I'm looking at the item timings for Rises. That was a 35-minute Scotty after Bloodthorn was built. So they prioritized Bloodthorn above it. It's like he had it at that 20-25 minute marker after your Manta was built. Maybe skip the Heart and just try to battle it out and have that more benefit against the Alchemist. Could have been very useful. But, you know, the Vessel could have also done the same thing. Maybe that's why the Scotty came out so late. But then again, interesting hero picks on both sides. The Batrider, Crystal Maiden, Earth Spirit, already like a very, you know, interesting control-based lineup on the side of Alpha. Now they just need raw damage. Sark is going to add up onto it. And you got this Void Spirit. This Void Spirit is, you know, I'm looking at the draft. I'm looking at an Oversight victory. Not going to lie. The draft looks solid.
I'm not sure. Like Alpha this time around, they have better ways of dealing with their heroes. Like you have the Slark into the Alchemist, this little man, this little dude. Such a little dude. Like he's actually in a really good spot right now. The items, all these buffed up items he can buy, the new items as well. The Disperser, the Hurricane, not the Hurricane. Which one is it? It's not the one you build with Echo Saber.
Oh yeah, the dispenser, whatever. I don't remember.
That one is with Diffusal. This one is with Echo Saber. It doesn't matter. A Harpoon or something, whatever. Like that one is good as well on Slark. So.
Oh yeah, the Harpoon upgrade. Yeah,
so
with the diadem.
Yeah, so it feels pretty solid for these heroes such as Slark, such as PL, that usually naturally bought these items. Now suddenly they can buy something else as well. They don't have to, like, at some point sell the Diffusal. But overall, Slark feels good. Like, into Alchemist, yeah, you can regen up, sure, but he is gonna steal your stats. And Void Spirit as well doesn't really love to play against Leash. I'm surprised, like, knowing Oversight, I'm surprised that they went for Void Spirit, even though he's in a really good spot right now, over a Storm, which I know that they like playing. And there's a Bat Rider, so they really lost all confidence in the Storm Spirit pick.
You know what I just realized? You remember talking about the item? I said dispenser instead of disperser, and I was like,
Disperser.
casually walking around with like this big, cold hot water bucket. That's not the one you want.
Just the dispenser around.
Just the dispenser.
Yeah. The true water boy. Yeah. Alpha, they let's see. Oh.
Meatbound.
Yep.
It's a Black Soul Meepo. The one that they gave Mercy from in the last series, won without it in game 2. Bring it back up. They did say one thing in the lobby chat. All right, that was funny. You've had your fun.
Oh, that's what they said.
So Alpha has serious up, and they go for Black Soul Meepo, and they have a pretty control-based lineup. A lot of damage, too, now with this Meepo, and followed up with the Slark. I said Oversight win in the first 4 picks of this draft, but the Slark Meepo does balance things out quite heavily.
Yeah, I think Slark was the big difference maker for me. Meepo is just like an icing on top. I think Meepo here is completely uncontested. It's an easy game for him. I don't see the way they lose. This last pick Meepo, I've seen them play the Bat Rider as well before, and I was thinking it's on mid, and then I remember that they played it on offlane and he went like Greaves pipe. That's probably what they're gonna do again. Just go full utility, help out the Meepo. One different thing though is, this time around they have Slark instead of Bloodseeker. So if by some odd chance it happens that they lose the lanes, the map might shrink for them. They don't have a hero that's as active as a Bloodseeker. Bloodseeker can join the fights, be a bit more active earlier on than a Slark.
Yeah.
But even as a Slark, if you buy the correct items, like perhaps you can help out the Meepo, create space for him.
Potentially you can make it work too. The last time this Meepo was played out, Black Soul, he went 21, 2, and 11 on this Meepo. But like you mentioned, the Bloodseeker, it was the major damage dealer that game. 44k to the 31k dealt by the Meepo. But it is a hero that can easily turn the tide into Alpha's advantage, and they need a tie to keep this series alive and maybe punish Oversight for that greediness they had in game 1 with their draft. So let's see if it balances things out. And of course, laning stage-wise, I don't think we're going to be seeing too much, shenanigans with lane swaps or anything. Everybody's playing the standard lanes right now. It's just new heroes in different roles and different heroes in different places and different builds. But it looks like we are literally sticking with the 2-1-2 for now. I was hoping, maybe this is in the future, that we do actually get like 2-1-1 in the lanes, and you just have one hero either roaming around getting the early farm from jungle into rotating to lanes. Maybe we just have a universal support, just going around, constantly ganking. Maybe even a duo mid, like, the good old days of like anti-mage lich mid, where you could eat the creep and AM could get some extra farm. You could shut down Viper lanes with that kind of stuff. Obviously, you don't eat creeps these days, but something on the lines of, breaking the pattern. breaking the meta.
Well, look, who knows? It could happen eventually. Everyone is still afraid to experiment that much. Everyone is still figuring out the heroes. But who knows? Once the patch and the heroes are figured out really well, maybe something like that will start happening.
We'll have to wait and see. At least kicking off our laning stage, of course, the Crystal Maiden still hoarding a couple mangoes, despite the nerf. This item is now a max stock item. You can't just mass mangoes anymore. Of course, the HP regen nerf did already impact a little bit in the previous patch. 0.6 to 0.4 HP regen per second. But most importantly, just having that extra for Crystal Nova nukes. So a Tooth positioning is important so that Cry can also sustain the lane. He has 1 armor, so you don't want to get slowed too much. You don't want to get slowed up too much by this Empyrean Crystal Maiden and end up being on the receiving end.
Can I just say that these two on mid lane have managed to last it a total of how many? 3 creeps? No, 2 creeps.
2.
They managed to, with denies, I guess, 4 in the first 2 waves. So that was kind of funny.
And they haven't even traded too much HP off of each other's either, so they've just been missing.
They've just been missing, but...
I'm out of some misses the double range. Oh.
Yeah. For Meepo, that's fine, as long as you're getting levels. I mean, it's not great, but as long as you're getting levels, you're kind of fine. And wow, Visage, Oversight. You get the first blood on
this is
CM.
a very damage-heavy lane when you consider, like, Atuf, he can just load up that quick burst for initial soul assumption stack.
Yep.
This is a word or a sentence that I struggle with so hard. I play Visage a lot, but I can't say soul assumption properly without focusing what I say. Yeah, English is not my first language.
It's fine. No one will
I
take
just
it
feel like
against you.
saying
Bottom lane,
Skyward.
Skyward.
You know, Skyward, yeah. In a bit of trouble, but it was Satoshi who ended up being on the receiving end, and he doesn't really need to do much after that, you know, just chilling for a bit, Acid Spray doing the work, and Tower finishing off the kill, Dead Zone, squeezed another right-click in. 2 kills for Oversight, now 3 in total.
Yeah, I feel most players still aren't respecting the damage that level 2 Alchemist can dish out at the moment. And top lane, by the way, this is basically how it should go for Visage lanes. Like, he's doing very, very well.
Lane dominator.
Yeah, but the moment raindrops come, it should change a tiny little bit. Then you start kind of messing with him instead.
Yeah. Looking for a potential kill even on the Crystal Maiden here. Empyrean very close to it too. Another hit, but the wand is going to save him. Rises. Might just get hit by a soul assumption here. Atuf is dealing some early damage, and Slark might just die. Yes, he will. The creeps will finish him off. And Empyrean can't do much. He's also completely out of mana. So the Visage drains the initial initiation from Alpha and allowing Atuf to shine. And you've got that long-range soul assumption.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised that they're not really respecting the soul assumption at all, right? Like, they're going in.
Alpha's not respecting either side lane right now.
Yeah, on the bottom lane. They might kill Skyward here, but he's gonna get the kill first once again. He dies in the end, but they do kill the bat. Like, the mid lane is the only lane that's doing all right. Meepo, 18 CS, 3 above the Void Spirit. Like, he's still not winning the lane, but he's doing all right.
Yeah, and Alk also, he already, in the top lane, they're actually fighting against a Tooth here. Rise is going to get hit by a soul assumption. This time they score a win.
Yeah, this time...
Visage is also out of mana.
Yeah, he didn't have enough mana this time around, so he couldn't spam it out twice. So he went 2 levels of soul assumption. That's...
yeah.
It's not bad, it's just that it's a little bit... Like, you just want your Grave Chill also maxed out as soon as possible. You want to have 1 level of Grave Keeper's Cloak when that happens. Yeah. You find yourself having level 6 and missing a point which would allow you to perhaps hit the tower. He has mana now. Use it.
Ooh, raindrops. Literally the game changer. But the Blood Grenade, the Tango regeneration is going to be enough. So the Blood Grenade's not going to be enough for a kill. Empyrean going for the turnaround here with that Frostbite. He's just going to stand his ground and fight.
Oh, the creep.
No, but the deny, yeah.
The smash.
Mr. Tomato.
Yeah, came in with the thunderclap. He clapped the CM. Rises, he needs to run away a bit. The Tooth is close.
Yeah, where did he run?
Rises?
And, oh, he even blocks the pounce.
Oh, well, yeah, he had the pounce to jump, but he pounced back into the tower, so Bounty Hunter blocks him. Very nicely done so far. Like, oversight, you know? We doubted them because of game 1, bottom lane.
Yeah, we've doubted them for quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, not only because of
maybe
game 1.
underestimated as well, because maybe Alpha is just taking it a bit too chill. You know, maybe they can get something done with this meepo. Like, obviously, we've not yet seen what this mid lane can cause.
Oh no,
but the side lanes are not going well.
Yeah, no, 100%. This meepo is still his game. If they're not contesting meepo, which they aren't, I believe Dire still wins this. Unless they overfeed the side lanes. Sometimes it can happen, like no matter how strong you are as meepo on the mid lane, if your side lanes are overfed, you still struggle to win the game. Odyssey?
Yeah, bit of a brawl in the mid lane. Void Spirit going to take some initial damage. Roll coming out as well. Going to get blocked by a 2. Void Spirit gets a chance to live. Another Astral Step to safety. That block of the roll literally saves his life.
Nicely done by a Tooth, yeah.
Connecting onto the CM.
Odyssey might go in even.
Yeah, he actually finds Empyrean out of all of them. Bounty Hunter to drop, so it's going to be a 1-to-1 trade, but I have to say that was a pixel-perfect Aether Remnant, because there was 2 meepos right in between this Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, it was really damn good. It just finds the right target.
Always surprises a bit as well as a caster. Like, oh damn! Like that was really close to just grabbing another meepo and missing out on a kill.
Yeah, 15 seconds. Will he
Top
send
lane? They're fighting against the Visage though. This is an opportunity. Frostbite coming through. Gravekeeper's also been spent completely. TP rotation. Void is coming in as well. Did they extend too far? Rises is low. If they can just get this Void Spirit, he's got another jump available. And other spells on cooldown. Empyrean does the right move. Frostbites him on the spot. And Crystal Maiden's gonna die instead of Rises.
He didn't want to use the second charge of Astral Step. Bottom lane, they do get the bat once again.
Bats.
Yeah, Satoshi is just not having a game, man. Like, he has boots and no talisman, and that's about it. Bat Rider is really being pressured.
Oversight, they're being very overjoyed about what's happening right now. And Dead Zone hits level 6 with that Wisdom Rune. Joker's level 4. Again, Oversight just out-leveling.
Yeah, Bounty Hunter, I believe, took the Radiant one, right?
Bounty, yes. Yeah, they both got it. The supports are just getting away. Just like game 1.
Yeah, they made a lot of stacks in the triangle. I believe Meepo was also... Yeah, he's making them right now.
Oh, he got a DD. Is he going to try on the Void Spirit? He's going to attempt at least, but he's going to jump away.
You can't kill him at this point.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Slark at the top lane. Oh, rises down to 50 HP. The Blood Grenade on the urn is going to be enough. 2 dots.
He's not 6 yet, so no Shadow Dance to work with.
Alchemist loading up the stun, setting up in bottom for Satoshi. Gonna get hit by it. Arrow coming in from the side from the Mirana. Satoshi, death number 4 is imminent.
Yeah. The arrow actually got blocked by the ghost, but yeah, it was still nice little pick off. How many deaths did you say? 4?
4.
0, 4, 1. Yeah, Visage top lane. This should be a kill on him though.
Yeah. Alpha trying to capitalize. Last time they made it an attempt, but this time it might just be more than that. The birds are going to throw some stuns in. Here comes the Odyssey as well. They finally get the kill, but Rise is already low. Slark's still level 5. He needs that level 6. He needs it from this kill. He needs it, but he's not going to get it. No Dark Pack damage either. Roll getting cancelled by the birds. Empyrean dies. Joker going to fall as well. Oversight schooling them at this point. They will lose a tooth, but Odyssey will finish off the kill and make it a 3rd.
Yeah, this Void Spirit definitely making the difference, right?
Slark's still level 5.
And you can see it. You can see it, like how much of a difference an active mid laner does against a mid laner that makes no moves. And I'm not blaming, by the way, the Meepo. I'm not blaming Black Soul. It's just the way the hero works. Like, you can sometimes TP in, make a move, respond to a fight, but usually you just want to be farming. You want to be farming so you get your level 11 as soon as possible.
Yeah, it's like you're a strong hero right now, but you could have much more impact if you just farm a little bit more, get a bit of more experience, get your abilities that you need from that, and have a bigger impact. Like, that's the way he wants to play it.
Yeah, you basically need level 11 and you need dagger, and then you're kind of like, or level 11. Like dagger is optional, it's optimal, but if you don't have it, you don't have it.
Sometimes you need to make sacrifices, but it might just pay off.
Never felt that before.
Yeah, we'll see. So far, he's buying an Echo Saber, by the way, on Void Spirit. That's what he has queued up, at least.
Makes sense with the big right click that this hero has, with a couple more levels.
Actually,
the stats that you build up also comes into more damage.
Yeah, I don't like it that much against Meepo. Like, Echo Saber is okay. I think Aghanims against Meepo as soon as possible. Like, maybe some Witchblade into Aghanims is perfect. As the AoE silence actually hurts him quite a lot. He can't Mega Meepo, he can't use the Dig as well.
The fun thing is, for a universal hero, to pick up an Aghanims, which is plus 10 all stats, that's 18 damage. That is very value.
Yeah, not too bad, right? Satoshi will be scouted out by a tooth.
It's the same thing with Scotty with that plus 22 all attributes. They're gonna surround the Bat Rider. Look for kill number 5, and that's a track kill as well for a tooth.
Earth Spirit is coming in
from Joker. He wants to turn this around, but it's just himself. He's gonna need some extra backup, and just gonna go away. Rana ult and disengage. Meanwhile, Meepo battling it out with a Void Spirit. No success there. Ryze is almost dying to cry. Several engagements happening at the same time.
Visage needs to be careful. Ryze does not die here.
Yeah, but Joker's going to be dying at the bottom half. As, he's going to be closed out. Yeah, Ryze with like 200 HP under the tower, but not enough.
It's what's nice. Like, usually, as a Visage, when you play this lane, you just want to spam the Soul Assumption, and that way you force the hero out of the lane. But you can't do that into the Slark because he just goes back regions up. And all you've done is you wasted your mana. So Slark is actually one of the better heroes. He can also jump on top of you, use Dark Pact to get rid of your layers, which is nice. But also has to be careful because of these things. If Void Spirit rotates, you're dead.
Void Spirit rotating onto the Crystal Maiden for sure. Doesn't get hit by the Remnant and makes them work for the kill. And Soul rotating with the Blink Dagger. They just need this kill on the Void Spirit. Might just be happening. Odyssey gets another jump out roll. Will connect though. And they will secure the kill onto this Void Spirit. That's a big streak. And Satoshi, the Bat Rider that's been shut down all game long, gets himself a big streak.
Yeah, suddenly 1,250 gold on him. Yeah. Suddenly getting really close to that mech. Yeah, this is a big kill that they needed. They needed to shut down the Void Spirit.
Yeah. And talking about vessels, there's one for the Earth Spirit on the way.
Yeah, I'm just not sure about the build. He's going Dezo, like Echo Saber Dezo on the Void Spirit. I can see the idea. You bring a lot of right click and all this stuff, but I really think the Aghanims into the Meepo is like 90% of the time what you want to buy. Maybe not even the first item, but eventually.
They could catch the Void again. He's got a TP on cooldown too. He can't escape. Soul going in for the blink. The instant root's coming out, and they will just stack on top of him. The entire bloody team is here. And they will not get one. They will look for a second. It's onto the Mirana. Piggy pull, trying to run. Roll from Joker right next to him, giving the vision onto the Mirana. Tries to go for the deny. Not going to happen. Black Soul double kill. And we talked about the Meepo. He is thriving right now.
Yeah, nice attempt to deny himself onto the creeps, but not really that easy to do that. They smoke up, and they want the Alchemist.
They're going
in top. Yeah, they're going top.
Hungry for blood. A tooth is in between, though. That smoke pops. Might as well pop the dust, and he will do it. Atuf will be surprised by it, and he's just gone.
Yeah, he's gone.
Another one.
The rest of them can TP out now. If they want to, Visage can leave this place as well. So Alchemist survives. Like, Atuf, what he did there with the Bounty Hunter, it's not a bad play. Like, he gets dusted, sure, he dies, but he breaks the gank on the Alchemist.
Big net worth differential that they need to work through. And okay, the graph has said at 12 minutes it's an 82% win probability for Oversight, which is sick. 82%, damn. But
I don't think this is.
I don't
180.
think that
Yeah.
is. Yeah, I think it's more like a 60-40. It's still a Meepo game who's uncontested. He's 3-0-2.
I won't even say that they're the favorites right now, but yeah. Alchemist has a Boots of Travel level 2 once again.
Rises. He knows he's been spotted. He's wondering there's probably a ward somewhere. Alchemist is TPing in. Rise is going to get caught by the stuns. Gets the Dark Pact and the ulti off. Joker rolling in for the stun as well. Satoshi on his way. Can they get the Meepo in time? Black Soul, he's going to be around. They force out the Moonlight Shadow. Rises. He walks back in. Another bait. Is it just a bait? Can they make something happen? They want to pull them in, but they will lose the Slark. And Alpha still hasn't got the full commit out. Stun onto the Bat Rider. Skyward in the front. And here goes Meepo. They go straight to the back line. He's caught himself multiple targets, but he can't get the damage out. It's needed. They need this bounty kill. He can't get anyone done yet. And this is not looking too great for them. The stun, the turnaround from overside. They're going to take down Black Soul. Maybe even more.
They're wiping
Satoshi
them.
down. Empyrean down. Joker down. They're all gone. It's a full-on team wipe.
It's a team fight with a lot of track kills as well. 7k becomes a 12k advantage. Damn. Okay, that was actually so good from them. I was doubting like this. Boots of Travel Alchemist once again, but Skyward making it work only with the Radiance in that whole fight.
And on the Rises in mid.
Doesn't have ulti again.
He literally just TP'd into mid to farm, but he's going to get killed for it. 6 seconds for ult, but no, running from the birds. Right out of a Hitchcock movie.
Crystal Maiden as well, now with the track.
Another
She
track
tries to-
kill.
Yeah.
Roll in from Joker.
Do you really want to go?
Okay, Black Soul, round number 2. Can they make this one work? Void Spirit is still being held alive because the birds are stunning, and oh no.
What are they doing?
Oh no. Oh, okay. Yeah, this game is starting to feel like it's over. That's a 16k lead there a moment ago.
What the hell?
What the hell, indeed.
I mean, the
game just ended in 2 minutes.
yeah.
It feels like it, at least.
Meepo drafts sometimes are really volatile like that. They can just explode in your face. If you make a couple of bad jumps as Meepo, you need to be farming constantly. You make a couple of these bad plays. They still have this Lark that's, I mean, extremely underfarmed. He's below Mirana. He's 5k net worth. He only has an Echo Saber. Not sure. So this is another thing, right? Like when you have a core such as Lark with a Meepo, you can't really farm anywhere. You need to be creating space, as Meepo should be farming. But honestly, neither one of them two is farming. They're both trying to fight and just dying.
Oh,
The same
Oversight,
camp as well.
they're feeling like super overjoyed at this point because this is literally the top team in the division with Sand King Gomez.
Yeah.
And the series that you really need to win, the last one in the entire division, and you're actually winning it right now.
Oh, they're feeling extremely great, I'm sure. Like, look at all the items that they've got. You have Greaves on Mirana. On Bounty Hunter, you have Crimson Guard.
Yeah. And the Visage Birds are just messing up this Meepo completely.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Visage is a big problem for the Meepo. Joker, he just dies.
He just dies. It's an easy catch for them. Just the overwhelming amount of survivability. Like this Resonant Pulse, which is 160 base physical damage barrier. You hit 3 Meepos with it. That's 480 damage that you're going to soak through. And then the birds are interrupting you.
Yeah, what's interesting, he's buying a Manta as well. He wants to just be able to pop the Manta and then Astral Step when the Earthbind is on him. This way he can always get away. Until the Hex is on, of course. Easy Rosh.
That's a very easy one, very quick one too. No contest coming out from the side of Alpha. We have a bigger net worth lead almost than there are minutes in this game. That is something. Look at the net worth chart. There's only a Meepo in between the entire Radiant squad.
Yeah. I just look at Slark and I kind of have a tear in my eye. Together with the Bat Rider. 6k net worth, 20 minutes in. That's a rough spot to be in.
Smoke up with that fresh Aegis on Skyward.
Yeah, and Meepo is, by the way, buying Hex. This item build, at this point in the game, it just will not work. You need to heavily outplay them, not outfarm them, outplay them for this to work. Like, you need to somehow split the map, make them defend with like maybe 2 heroes, and then you take a 2 versus 5 fight and you somehow win it.
And currently you are pushing one lane with 5 heroes.
And it's a tier 1 that you're pushing, by the
Yeah,
way.
exactly. And you are just getting out-farmed the whole time. Onto the high ground push as well. The glyph will be used. Another Alchemist ult in 25 seconds, but currently not being contested, so he's just tanking the tower happily. Creep wave. Solar Crest buff coming out as well. Some mechanism heals. You got Solar Crest from Visage. Rod of Atos as well, which is really going to hurt this Meepo.
And
And Slark just picked up a BKB, but what can you do?
nobody really wants to jump in. Maybe with this BKB, at least you can be the first one that starts things off. And then create space for your allies, right?
Yeah.
It's something. Maybe you can kill off the supports first, but they are rotating around. Look at them.
Trying to go for the wraparound here, but Void Spirit still gets the jump before. Lasso will come out as well, but the Void Spirit on the spot. But Satoshi's down, Rises is dropping, Joker's dropping low. Now only the Meepo gets to participate. He will take down Odyssey. Maybe they can get more. Can they get the Bounty Hunter at least? No, the heals are too strong, but the fight is getting split right now. Soul will get himself a second. Arrow flying in, but the Meepo, he is basically just stuck right now. He will pop the dig. He bought some time, but that Meepo down. The rest of the squad's gonna fall. Buybacks are rolling in. Bounty Hunter also re-participating in the battle. Rises, he's trying to get away as Imperium's going to get killed. The Slark getting hunted. A Soul Assumption to connect and will take his life away.
Meepo
also buying back. And this is really desperation mode at this point. He just cancels the teleport. He's not going to go for it. Meanwhile, they caught Imperium on the side. That's a dieback. And Alpha, they're just coming apart.
What did they say in the lobby? What did they tell them? GG.
Let me find you.
GG. Game's
Funny
over.
funny stuff, guys. Start game. But the GG call comes out. Oversight. You've been overlooked, Alpha. You just got 2-0'd. An oversight. They get to play tiebreakers. We don't know against who, but the tiebreaker for them is definitely guaranteed. Either more than 1 or 2 teams. That is a massive, absolutely massive victory for them.
Yeah, they need to be super happy with how they performed and what they cooked for this new patch. I believe that they cooked some good stuff, like good plans. Like, probably the team that has changed the most, looking at the new patch, right? Like, the drafts are insane. Some Nyx, Alchemist, Bounty Hunter combos, Boots of Travel instantly purchased. I doubted it at first, but obviously proved me wrong. It worked. Very nicely done by them, especially in the second game. Second game, perfect.
Just the second game just got rolled over in 2 minutes. Just 2 team fights in a row. This Meepo just didn't get to do much in these fights. And Rises had to do a majority of the tanking too. He's trying to draw the attention twice. Look at his positioning here. He's like, I'm going to go in again. I'm going to try and draw them out. But the overwhelming amount of damage just surprises him completely. Like, he's already been dying to Soul Assumption in the lane. And when they finally get into a position we could fight, we've already lost 1. Earth Spirit's low. Satoshi's pretty low. And when the Meepo jumps in, it's just bird stun. You know, you've got barriers. The Void's not dying. And then you're losing this Meepo power spike. And the same thing happens in the second fight in a row. And they just... You said it was a 5k gold swing from 1 initial fight. That's 5 track kills.
Yeah, this second fight, this one here, it's just like 1 by 1, right? The Slark dies first, then the Crystal Maiden, then the Earth Spirit goes and uses ulti, and then Meepo on top of all of that, you know? This was pretty much the Tilt Boys moment. It was over. The last fight, at least they managed to kill off the Void Spirit. They initiated correctly, but that's pretty much it. Everything else just fell apart. It didn't really matter. They forced a couple of buybacks, and that's it. Quick one from Oversight. Very well done by them. Like, Meepo into Alchemist can go both ways. Like, Meepo can be really strong into Alchemist. You can be just devastating to the hero in the lane, and post-laning stage, you just dominate Alchemist, especially if you're 1v1 mid.
Yeah.
But,
and Meepo was finding pickoffs, but as soon as they were forced into a 5v5 with 2 lanes that lost pretty heavy, even a Meepo, it just feels like it's not strong enough. And especially with that Void Spirit, the big Resonant Pulse extra barrier that you pick up the moment he jumps in.
Yeah.
What can you do? What
They
can you
needed
do?
they needed to perhaps find a way to get more pickoffs, just pickoffs, not true fights. They went into a really big fight on the bottom lane, a fight that they couldn't take, and they got punished for it quite heavily.
Yeah. And then with that being said as well, kind of mentioned it here, Oversight, they take the series win, and Tilted Boys, who lost before, it could be a two-way tiebreaker for relegation. It could even be a three-way, depending what happens tomorrow with if Cut loses as well, because Cut either playing for third place in a three-way or relegation in a three-way. Obviously, you know which one you're going to choose, but it's up against a pretty tough team. But Oversight, they have been given a second chance, and I honestly, with the performance that we've seen from them today, I gladly welcome them the opportunity. This was a really convincing series, and one big player to also be giving that MVP. Out of all heroes, you might look at, is Cry worthy of it? Is Skyward worthy of it? Definitely, for sure. You could pick any of these players, but we're going to go with Dead Zone this time with this Mirana. The impact that he has, the mobility he's providing around the map, and just, you know, I feel like it's more of a series MVP for Dead Zone here instead of just this game too.
Series MVP. Also 8-1-16, the highest amount of kills on that position 5 Mirana. You know, when that happens, I think it's fair enough to give him. It's fair enough to give him. Also, the early Greaves definitely help, because you had so much utility from these two supports. The Greaves on Mirana, the Crimson on the Bounty Hunter, no one was really dying in those first two fights, and it was mostly because of these two. So kudos to them, really nicely done by Dead Zone and by the Bounty Hunter. I feel like in the last game he had even more impact on her, but this time around it was pretty solid too.
Yeah, this was, you know, a real battle from Oversight. I just can't help but, just keep highlighting the fact that this was a really, really difficult series for them to even beat, but they did it anyway. So let's hear from the winner interview itself and see who we have on the line. We should be having Skyward from the Oversight. Congratulations on your win. You've actually forced out the relegation tiebreakers against all odds. How do you feel after winning that series? That game two was also pretty nuts from you guys.
I mean, yeah. So you got, well, first you can hear me, right? We're just making sure we're good.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good.
All right, sick. You say against all odds. I'm gonna be honest. I was actually pretty confident going into this series. I kind of thought we would kind of wash them. I know they're like, you know, the first ranked team, but they had most of their wins with their stand-in Monster. And, you know, no flame to Satoshi. Like, he's a solid player, but they seem to just click better with Monster. So knowing that they don't have that key piece that has been like their driving force for success was something that we, you know, took a lot of confidence in, that we should be fine. And I also think we just have a really good grasp on like the meta for like the first couple days. Like, I'm not sure if you saw it, like we were just running around killing these guys. I'm playing Alchemist, I'm going Radiance bots too, right? And I think we just have a better understanding of like the current game state than Alpha in this series.
Yeah, I mean, I'll rephrase myself with the against all odds, because at the start of the series, you could say that, yeah, you guys have been very strong in some games, maybe a little bit inconsistent here and there, but this new patch has definitely served a good purpose for you guys. We could see that you're very active on the map. Your supports are out leveling your opponents. And that game too, you were 6-7k ahead pretty early on into the game. You're just dominating the lanes and getting good cohesion. What has clicked with you guys during the course of this season towards the end? Do you feel like you're performing even better in this patch compared to the last one?
I think this patch suits us much better. Because of how brawly everything is and how easy a game can snowball. All right. Typically, I found that my laning is weaker in most of these games, and now, you know, if I'm able to just go jungle on level 4 at Alchemist and go clear some stacks and get gold, my bottom is just allowed to like do whatever she wants, get all the farm she wants, and she just gets huge, right? And so now you have DZ who's just running the map with it, with, you know, a 2-font bounty hunter. This guy's just like picking pockets, and we're just like getting this crazy gold lead. Well, I'm just over here farming, getting my bots too, and I can just show up to any fight. So I think it's just this patch really enables my support players to shine, because they're terrific players and they're able to take this advantage and punish it or like punish the enemy team much more than last patch. Like, this patch is so support heavy that these guys are just able to basically carry me while I AFK hit creeps.
Yeah, you guys have had some really interesting hero picks, made them work, like that Nyx mid in game 1. We were like, oh, okay, let's see how this one works out. It was super damn solid, so that was fun to watch. Lizard, what's on your mind?
Congrats on the win once again, man. You cooked some really nice things here. Tell me, like bots 2. When did you come up to this idea? Like just rushing bots 2 after Radiance?
I saw Zai play bots 2 Necro, right? And I was like, okay, well, the whole thing about this patch, right, is you have this jungle that like you want to be able to farm. But the problem is that the map is so big, you need like bots 1 at least if you're playing Alchemist, right? You want to be able to teleport to lanes. And I'm like, okay, if I get a bots 1, I can teleport to lanes, and then I'm spending 2k gold on a Blink Dagger. If I spend 2k gold, my Bounty Hunter is my Blink Dagger, you know? My Nyx Assassin is my Blink Dagger. Like, I don't have to be the Blink. I'm just like, I can go farm wherever I want on the map. 2-second TP, I can cook the concoction before I even TP in and just stun people. And I'm just like there. Like you'll see there was some time in game 2 where this Batrider sees me on top wave, right? So the enemy team goes and they're fighting with a Meepo in the mid lane. And next thing you know, I'm just TPing on my Void Spirit. And then we just 5-man wipe them. And I can just be everywhere on the map with bots too, with Radiance. And because of how fast Alchemist farms, especially with the passive Grievel's Greed, you are just hitting this timing so much faster than anyone else in the game.
Yeah, I mean, for bots too, definitely. Are you maybe worried that if the game isn't going your way, like if you're the team that's being picked off, that your BKB blink is a bit slower? Like it can backfire as well, right?
Oh yeah, sure. There's the backfire element, but he's really safe to play. It's kind of hard to invade these like side jungles. You can go jungle level 4. Right, and so if I have 4 teams running around or 4 teammates running around, and they're just trying to chase me on Alchemist, if I just don't die, we're just passively going to win the game because we're stealing their whole map. We're taking their wisdom runes. You know, there are just more objectives on the map for us to take while they just chase me around on Alch. I also just have like 550 move speed forever, so chasing me is not easy.
Yeah. You guys definitely, I feel like you nerded out this new patch. Like, did you have some big get together and talk about all the heroes that are strong? How did it, or just spam pubs and figure out what's good?
Yeah, so initially we were going to get together, but we had some scheduling issues. So it was basically, we're like, okay, guys, everyone go play as many pubs as you can. We'll go into this scrim. We'll see what feels good, right? And I'm like, guys, Alchemist is so nice. I buy bots too, and I show up to every fight. Like, and then DZ's like, okay, well, Mirana's universal, so this hero's just broken. Any ranged universal hero is broken. Cry's like sitting here talking about how Venomancer's broken. And so we basically just took all the heroes that were broken, found out how we fit the pieces. I'm like, well, I have bots too, so what do I need? A hero that goes in. And luckily, I have this Nyx Assassin and Bounty Hunter player that love to go in. So we're just going constantly, and all the pieces clicked. And this is just like, this is scraping the surface of what we have for this patch. We have like 4 other team strats. We have some cool laning things that we plan on doing. So this is just like the bare minimum right now, and we're feeling pretty good about it.
Save them for the next. Don't say anything. Don't make us be the spies. Yeah, you guys. I don't know if you're aware of this kind of playstyle in Eastern Europe. We have full Davai. You guys went full Davai in these games. Like I like it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm Ukrainian on my mother's side. There's always like a little bit of Davai in me, you know.
Oh, there you go.
Nice,
there
you go.
That's where it comes from.
Yeah.
Man. You guys, I've got one more question for you. So I asked the same from Ush earlier on today when they beat Tilted Boys because they have a tiebreaker for 3rd place. You guys saved yourselves from definite relegation, and you're now playing a tiebreaker to potentially even stay in Division 2. So would you rather, because I think you guys are the team to watch out of the 2, maybe even the 3, would you prefer a best of 3 with 1 team or the best of 1 round robin with 3 teams? Because it could be also the cut joining you and Tilted Boys.
I think we'll win either, I'll be honest. I think at the end of the day, I need to win 2 games, whether it's against 1 team or 2 different teams. You know, 2 different teams are going to have 2 different ideas of prep against us. But we're a hard team to prep for because this is all they have to look at us, right? So we have like stuff that we've cooked up in scrims that I just don't think these teams are going to be like ready to handle. So whether we're playing a BO3 against Tilted Boys, which I think have been kind of slipping lately, they've seemed to sort of been on a downward trajectory. I like our odds there, but I mean, we already beat the cut once. We surely can do it again. And I think I like our odds regardless of which we're playing.
Well, that's the confidence we love to hear. I mean, you guys are definitely the team to watch right now out of these 3. Let's see if you could play a best of 3 or best of 1s. I feel like you guys are going to be super scary for the teams to prep against you guys. So that being said, congratulations for, getting a second chance, and potentially you might even get to stay in Division 2, but we'll wait and see what happens in the tiebreaker day. So until then, congrats and get your strats prepped.
Yep. Been a pleasure, guys. See you later. Thanks.
See ya.
See ya.
Thank you.
Oh man, what we've seen so far, I 100% believe they've got like maybe 5 different strats they can pull off because it was full Davai Dota we saw today.
No, I love it. I always like Skyward has a different energy. I don't know. He has a little bit of some full Davai from Eastern Europe, a little bit of E in him as well. I don't know how to put it, but he's not a normal carry, and that's probably good because. And he wasn't a carry; he was an offlane player. So there's the emotions in him as well, the confidence here and there too. Like I think it's a good mix of things that could create a good Division 1 player once, like maybe next season. Potentially, yeah.
Given the time, you polish out those gems, and a couple of those were, maybe visible on the leaderboards as well, because what we know so far is we have 2 tiebreaker situations guaranteed, brewing up a third, still in the open, and that could be up to Sand King Gomez. Do they beat their series and then just take straight up first place? Alpha and SKG then don't need to play a tiebreaker for an extra $1,000. If they drop their series, that means the Cut wins. Cut will go 4 and 3, and we have a 3-way for 3rd, 4th, and 5th place. Then, if they lose, they will play 5th, 6th, and of course the elimination 7th between the Oversight and Tilted Boys, who are currently in a guaranteed. So the Cut can either go up or down. That's the only difference maker. Basically, what's brewing in this current leaderboard. What do you think about the situation?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like just seeing Tilted Boys and the way they performed in the last couple of days, I feel like these guys are done. So I hope that they find a way to bounce back. That's my biggest worry, because they looked so strong. They looked like the strongest team, and right now they fell so deep into the trench of Division 2.
And of course, ladies and gents, we have one more official game, and it is, of course, Sand King Gomez versus the Cut on our next broadcast day, the last official day of Division 2 before we kick off these tiebreakers. We already know some information about Sand King Gomez with a win. They will guarantee first place. If they lose, we pay a tie against Alpha, and the Cut, they can play for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, or 7th place. So that's a lot of options to choose from. You would prefer to take that win if you were the Cut, but seeing what we saw, it could be a very difficult challenge. And of course, Lizard, quick shout out to our sponsor at esportsbet.io for making this production also possible. There's the Watch to Earn campaign that's still up, so go create an account, log in, and watch Dota games. Maybe just tune in for the next North American broadcast, because it's going to be the second last one. The last one from the official, the second last from the full timetable that we have at the North American Tour 2. And then the entire tour is basically wrapped up and ready to go for the Berlin Major, which everybody's looking forward to. Maybe even use esportsbet.io during that time. But, so I could say this was a rather quick day of 2-0s, but we did get a 74-minute brawl in that second game with Tilted Boys.
Game was it evened everything up. It was a 2 game of 2-0s, but that second game made it like a normal two best of 3 series.
Pretty much. A plenty of good Dota scene today. Fun drafts. We've had a fun time. Hopefully all of you people have been having fun as well. But we'll see you for Sand King Gomez versus Cut in about 24-ish hours, which is going to be the next game. So I believe I should be about right with the time schedule there. So until then, ladies and gents, take care of yourselves. Good night. Bye-bye.
Watch more, earn more. Full TV.